Chapter 401 Gossip Modified. Looking at the back of the two little wizards, Kakarot looked a little panicked. He reached out nervously to touch his goatee, and then wrapped his beard around his fingers. It seems that this is not a good place to talk. Snape glanced at the direction of Alan Hermione, and then strode away with a long meteor, long black robe floating behind him. Kakarot followed Snape and hurried away. Look at his last look. He found us. Hermione whispered softly. Of course, but it's okay if you don't take it off, don't you? Alan smiled and appeased Hermione, who looked a little nervous. Hermione is not nervous anymore. She feels that like Luna, Alan is also a very magical person, but Luna is liked by non-human creatures, and Alan is not only liked by the little wizards, even the words are very mean. The inaccessible Professor Snape is willing to hide from him. Why is Kakarot so worried? Hermione asks in a low voice. He and Professor Snape are both Death Eaters, and that man is coming back. Alan answered Hermione briefly. Moonlight is so beautiful, it's really not a romantic good idea to talk about Death Eaters. At this time, they came to a large stone-carved reindeer. They crossed the deer and saw a tall fountain splashing and gleaming. Two ambiguous figures sitting on a stone bench, looking at the spring water under the moonlight. Then Hagrid's voice sounded. Is your mother or father? He said in a strange hoarse voice. It seemed that this scene was something they shouldn't be disturbed. Alan looked around and looked back at the path, pulling Hermione hidden in a rose bush nearby. Two don't understand what you mean, Hagrid, Miss Maxim said softly, with a low-pitched voice in her low voice. Hagrid just wanted to explain, and suddenly remembered Alan once told him, scratching his head with his big hand. I mean, do you still live with your parents? I live alone in Hogwarts. I still have a younger brother. If I can find him, I hope to take him to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will definitely agree. I have some savings in Gilling Pavilion, about 20,000 gallons. In a panic, Hagrid shook out all of his family incoherently, and Miss Maxim laughed with a grunt. Alan's heart dropped, and his attention focused on Hermione, who was hiding in his arms and listening carefully. The water-like moonlight shone on Hermione's face, and the fair skin was smoother and more beautiful under the hazy moonlight. Even in the rose bush, the fragrance from Hermione's hair and body swept over his heart like a small brush, and he could not help but gradually lowered his head closer to Hermione. Hermione felt something, raised her head, curled eyelashes brushed Alan's cheeks, and soft red lips just brushed Alan's lips. Hermione's face flared up, and she quickly lowered her head to reveal a white and delicate back neck. Alan reached out like a fascination and gently rubbed against the white skin. Alan's palm was fiery, as if with magic. Hermione only felt that the fiery spread to the whole body like a flame. Just as Alan was hot, he suddenly stopped his hands and became interested in a beetle lying on the petals. Sensualism. Alan meditated in his heart. This is a new usage that Alan has learned through Dumbledore's experience and can detect thoughts within a certain range. Although it was cast without a wand, but by capturing the mind, Alan noticed that many people were still hiding in this neighborhood. In the rose bush in the distance, Albert and Furon were very close together. Behind the shadow of the reindeer sculpture is Ron with his fists clenched. It seems that this is not the right time and place. I don't want others to know what is happening here. Alan looked at the beetle without blinking, although his voice was soft but not defying. Alan, who are you talking to? Hermione gently broke free from Alan's arms and asked softly. Now, this little beetle is Animagus of Rita Skeet. Alan raised his chin and answered Hermione tenderly. The beetle shook his body, spread his wings, and flew away quickly. Alan and Hermione also returned to the auditorium. She is an illegal animagus. That's how she obtained news materials. It's shameful to overhear. Don't we report her? Hermione said disdainfully. This crime is not serious. If you report her and wait for her to come out, there will be nothing to restrain and restrict her from writing. Alan explained patiently. What he did not tell Hermione was that the Harris family in the Ministry of Magic, the status and power, even if Rita was reported again, still dare not write. At 12 midnight, the band stopped playing, and the last time everyone applauded them with warm applause. and then began to walk towards the hall. Many people hope that the dance party can be extended for some time, which is the happiest night since they entered school. On the second day of Christmas, everyone got up late, and people talked one after another and were interrupted by yawns from time to time. Hermione's hair became messy again, and she sprayed a lot of smooth hair lotion on her hair for the party. But doing this every day is too much trouble and time for her. Hermione lowered the knife and fork in her hand and untied the newspaper from the owl's leg. At the first sight of the newspaper, the bread in Hermione's mouth spewed out of her nose. Famous star crumb, empathy, don't invite new lovers. Old boyfriend secretly peeping out of anger. The sexual orientation of the well-known star Wickle Crumb becomes a mystery. There was a big picture in the newspaper, where Crumb was sending an invitation to a girl who couldn't see her clearly. www.untlenovel.com. Ron was hideous behind a pillar. When Ron walked into the auditorium alone, the auditorium was quiet for a moment and a louder noise rang again. Since the World Cup, the stories that Ron, Harry and Crumb had to tell have been heard many times. This time it was reported by the Daily Prophet. When a lie is reported 100 times, people will it is true that it is regarded as the truth. Even the twin brothers of Ron's brother, Weasley, looked at Ron right now. They remembered that Ron's favorite toy as a child was a doll. The close relationship between Ron and Harry, and the awkward appearance of Ron in the World Cup. The twin brothers glanced at each other in horror, and Ron really likely fell in love with Crumb. "Would you like to write to your mother?" George asked. "Sometimes ignorance is happier." Fred shook his head quickly. "Only sexually, not a big deal." Chapter 402. Lacey modified. Ron has never understood that it is sometimes painful to be noticed by everyone. Facing everyone's questions and ridicule, what he said most on this day was I am not. Unexpectedly, Crumb established a super close friendship with a boy during the World Cup, and it was this boy who had lived with Harry Potter for 3 years. Since with the arrival of Tom, their relationship dropped to a freezing point. Michael read the information in the newspaper with relish, and the little wizards around him chuckled. After seeing Crumb invite Xinhuan, this boy can only hide in Tibet. Perhaps Harry Potter still does not understand the unpleasant things of his once close friend, but Albus Dumbledore. There is no doubt that it is the responsibility to ensure that Harry Potter and his classmates are clearly aware of the gender differences. Michael and several little wizards undoubtedly took this matter as Crumb's gossip, and Alan's mind had been transferred to Luna. At this moment, the mark on Alan's arm became hot, and Luna's voice passed into Alan's ear. "The dragon is coming out. The gang is coming out." Alan was stunned for a moment, immediately reminiscent of what Edward said that Luna did not go to class this morning. It must be that the dragon egg is about to hatch. Hermione left Ravenclaw's seat in a hurry and ran towards Alan, who quickly got up. The two quickly left the castle and carried a blizzard. In a place where no one noticed, Alan teleported Hermione to the tower. As soon as he entered the tower, he felt the hot breath in the air. They quickly rushed to the training room. Alan opened the door, and the heat wave was pressing, but neither Alan nor Hermione cared. Their attention was all focused on the blazing flame in the distance. Gara, with the flames and smoke of Optimus gradually spreading, Alan froze for a few seconds and reacted, stumbling toward the hot flame. Alan has always been calm, as if there is nothing that can make them move. For the first time, Hermione saw him so anxious. Hermione rushed forward, trying to hug Alan's waist, but she emptied. "Alan, you become a phoenix. The phoenix is not afraid of fire." Hermione shouted loudly, but Alan quickly broke free from her and rushed forward. Hermione pulled out her wand decisively and applied a protective spell to Alan. At this moment, both men stopped. They have never seen such a beautiful and strange picture. A lump of silver shone from the top of Luna's wand and wrapped her. The silver light is attached to her skin, and the flame is attached to the silver light. Luna walked out of the flames like this. Clusters of flames formed a red, orange, yellow robe around her, and the thick smoke turned into a dancing cloak on her shoulders. A red dragon dangled from her shoulder, with her long, winding neck wrapped around her chin. When it saw Alan, He raised his head and stared at him with his wide lava ball-like pupils. Luna's naked skin exuded silver light. She comforted the red dragon with one hand. She kissed the dragon's head gently with her side. The red dragon touched her face intimately and no longer focused on Alan. When they extinguished the flames in the training room, Alan's hands rested on Luna's shoulders. "Luna, you shouldn't take this risk." Although you successfully resisted the flames with magic spells. But Hermione, who was putting away her wand, heard Alan's preaching, raised her head, and suddenly realized that Luna was naked. She took a step forward and just wanted to open her mouth to remind Alan to go out first. But she found that neither Luna nor Alan cared about Luna's current state. So, when Hermione reached her mouth, she murmured, "Fortunately, although the training room does not suppress the flame, but it has a magic pattern to protect it from burning, otherwise the entire tower will be burnt out. I'm going to call this dragon Lacey," Luna said to Hermione sideways. Alan was stunned. The little red dragon suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed black smoke on him. Unexpectedly, Alan was choked and coughed. Hermione saw Alan's slightly embarrassed look, and her frustration weakened a lot with her chuckle. She remembered that she once told Luna the story of the dog Lacey. This is a purebred red dragon, and the red dragon is extremely confident and even arrogant. They prefer to attack directly against their opponents who spend time observing and evaluating them. This kind of attack is not completely blind. In fact, although it is very hasty, Red Dragon will still develop a set for his attack tactically. The Red Dragon's dragon breath is the most powerful of all fire dragons, and the cone-shaped flame can melt most of its path. Zhao is a black dragon, which is different from the straightforwardness of the red dragon. Once it feels that its opponent is stronger than itself, the black dragon will leave the battlefield without hesitation and hide all its tracks, and then hide in the dark waiting for the enemy to leave or fight again. Chance. Hermione deflated her mouth when she thought of the black dragon who had no affection for herself and the character described in its data. Alan, as a gentleman you should avoid it for a while. Luna needs to get dressed. Hermione drove Alan out of the training room. On Saturday, when it was time to go to Hogsmeade, Harry left the castle alone and walked through the cold, damp ground to the school gate. As he passed Deemstrand's large boat moored on the lake, he saw Victor Crumb walking from the cabin to the deck, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks. He was indeed very thin, but he looked quite strong, only to see that he quickly climbed to the side of the boat, stretched his arms, and plunged into the water. Harry www.mentalnovel.com Mad-eyed Hermione limped over with his old travel cloak and crutches. After saying goodbye to the mad-eyed man, Harry hurriedly hurried out of the school gate, and Ginny and he made an appointment at Mrs. Pattiford tea house. If it weren't for Ron's fear of seeing himself and Ginny together, Harry didn't want to go to Hogsmeade alone. Harry, walking fast on the street, suddenly stopped, and in front of the Three Broom Taverns, he saw Luna. Luna stood in front of the door, blowing a finely carved dragon-shaped silver whistle. "Hey, Luna, do you know where Alan is?" Harry thought of Moody just now, and felt it necessary to talk to Alan. "Don't worry, Alan is inside." Luna nodded in the direction of the Three Broom Taverns. Harry thanked Luna for pushing the door into the Three Broom Taverns. The tavern was as crowded as usual, and Harry's eyes quickly scanned all the tables and found Hermione and Alan at the bar. Chapter 403 Preparation Revised. Sincerely thank the leader for the memory in the later period. In the mirror behind the bar, Harry saw Malfoy reflected in the mirror, and he sat in the dim corner with Pansy. Seeing Harry, Malfoy frowned, ignoring him, and picked up a fries and stuffed it into his mouth. Although Harry was happy that Malfoy didn't trouble him anymore and saved a lot of time, such a calm Malfoy made him a little uncomfortable. Hermione was holding 3 cups of butterbeer bought from Miss Rosetta, and just turning around, she saw Harry hurrying over. "Alan, I have something to tell you." Harry nodded at Hermione and said to Alan directly, "I'm afraid this is not a good place to talk. Come with me." Alan saw Harry's anxiety in his eyes, without a word, walked directly out of the door. Hermione quickly followed behind them. "He's crazy." When Harry said that he saw Crumb, Hermione said in surprise, "It's January, It must be terribly cold. Alan quickly told Hermione about the content of her second game. The place where he came is much colder than here. Hermione said, I think it is quite warm for him here. Harry also told Ellen that Moody stopped him. This is the second time he has mentioned me. It's so enthusiastic that I won't be because I am the famous Harry Potter. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to have a professor who is particularly concerned about you. But Harry, I suggest that you find your godfather to learn occluded brain, which is good for you. Alan suggested. Harry doesn't think it's time to focus on what occultation technique is. Wait until he successfully survives the 3-witch challenge. When Harry told Ginny about these things, she suggested that Harry listen to Alan and learn occlusion. Harry, Alan is a very wise person. You can't be wrong if you listen to him. Also, you must stay away from Ron recently. George and Weasley said that he really might like. Well, you shouldn't be too close to him just before things fall. The charming little witch persuaded Harry to stay away from his own brother. Harry was a little helpless. Although he had fallen out with Ron at the moment, he knew clearly that Ron was definitely not homosexual, and he even had a faint affection for Hermione that he didn't know. But since Ginny insisted, then stay away from Ron for a while, he doesn't necessarily like to see himself anyway. While Alan was sitting in the warm Three Broom Taverns and happily tasting butterbeer with Hermione and Luna, a golden phoenix feather appeared in front of him out of thin air, tied with a small roll of parchment paper. Dumbledore's letter. Hermione watched with curiosity as Alan removed the parchment from the phoenix tail feathers. Wow! The phoenix feathers disappeared from their fronts. Alan handed the parchment to Hermione and took a sip of beer comfortably. For him, what Dumbledore said did not bother him. What about Harry? Why did he do this? Hermione asked worriedly. Professor Moody actually made a move to the next game. Although Hermione could not imagine that Professor Moody, who had always liked Gryffindor little wizards, would actually do such a thing, secretly bought some potions that would make aquatic creatures crazy in Downing Lane and fell into the lake. In that case, the unguarded warriors will be in big trouble. But Professor Dumbledore should not lie. Luna glanced at the letter in Hermione's hand, looked at Alan's expression, and stroked the air above her right shoulder in the eyes of others with surprise. The little wizards at Hogwarts who knew Luna sneered. They thought Luna, the crazy girl, was ill again. In fact, what they couldn't see was that a red dragon was curling up on Luna's shoulder and sleeping soundly. The whistle that Luna blew before was used to summon Lacey, and the collar around Lacey's neck kept it invisible. Alan, Harry. Before Hermione's voice fell, Luna pulled out her wand and cast a closed earplug curse. Sorry. Hermione's voice was full of apologies. She was so anxious just now that she ignored what it was. They're laughing, Luna said lightly. Alan, what about Harry? Although Hermione's interaction with Harry was not frequent because of his busy schedule, he couldn't help worrying about him at this time. Don't worry, Moody's purpose is to allow Harry to pass the game with high scores. Harry is not life-threatening at this time. Dumbledore specifically asked not to tell Harry that he hadn't learned occlusion. It's easy to be seen through. You should be a temper to him. Don't tell him. Alan urged. Alan originally told Hermione and Luna about the little Crouch. Hermione became more worried after Moody heard that Crouch Jr. had used the compound decoction as an imposter. But what about those underwater creatures going crazy? If Moody wanted to guarantee Harry a high score, how did he ensure that those crazy underwater creatures didn't attack Harry? In a hurry, a series of questions came up. I will give Harry special training so that he can deal with those crazy lake creatures, Alan finally said. Even after hearing Dumbledore's arrangement, Hermione didn't let her down. After listening to Alan's words, she finally smoothed her frown and drank her beer comfortably. In fact, even without Harry, Alan planned to conduct a special training. www.mentalnovel.com. Albert and Furlong's relationship is getting better and better. Furlong is not staring at Dumbledore, dealing with the crazy water. I am afraid that the next creature is still very difficult. But because she and Albert hadn't reached the point of marriage, Alan didn't plan to let Furlong enter the tower now, let alone those cherished potions and special magic wands. So Alan decided to give her special training to help her master the Bubblehead mantra. some tricks that are convenient to cast underwater and some underwater magic. Alan told her plan to Hermione and Luna. Hermione offered the request for training, and Alan agreed. Hermione is very smart. She has mastered a lot of knowledge in the Tower Collection, and has accumulated experience in training classes. It should be of great help to train Harry and Furong. These are trivial matters for Alan. The most worrying thing about him is how can he tell the hostage he chose? Although Alan is not sure what method the organizing committee of the True Wizard Tournament will take to determine their most precious object, but they have mastered the brain closure technique. They can't get the answer by secretly attracting him. Chapter 404 Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the past for empty notes. In the Three Brooms Bistro, Alan, who had finished all the butter beers, stood up and wanted to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw Ludo Bagman, director of the Ministry of Magic's Sports Department, in a dark corner figure. Bagman was lowering his voice and saying something to the goblins quickly. The goblins all crossed their arms in a menacing look. At this moment, Bagman's eyes met Alan and stood up. Wait a minute, wait a moment. Alan heard Bagman stiffly speaking to the goblins, and then hurried over, with a smile on the doll's face again. Mr. Harris, I want to congratulate you once again on your excellent performance in dealing with that wasp. Bagman said, it's great. Thank you. But Alan knew that Bagman wanted to say more than that. Sure enough, Bagman offered an invitation for a separate dialogue. I wonder if I can say a few words to you alone, Mr. Harris? Bagman said eagerly. Sorry, girls, can you two give me a convenience for me to borrow Alan temporarily? Hermione glanced at Alan and took Luna out of the tavern. Bagman quickly glanced in the direction of the goblins. They all slanted their black eyes and silently looked at Bagman and Alan. Absolutely a nightmare. Bagman said in a low voice, Mr. Bagman, what exactly are you looking for me for? Alan looked at Luna and Hermione outside the tavern and felt that it was better to speed up the conversation with the middle-aged man to accompany the girls. Bagman followed Alan's gaze and smiled ambiguously. Miss Punlo Krivat killed many people while she was arresting the fugitive in Albania. She used it in countering self-defense when she arrested the prisoner. Far beyond the necessary means, although it was finally judged to be legal, but now inside the Ministry of Magic, plus she has a bit of personality. Nervous. This has some bad effects on her reputation. When many people in the Non-Aurora Force Department of the Ministry of Magic talked about her, they all thought that she was a black wizard who liked to kill people. The situation of these two people around you, Miss Krivat, who just returned from a business trip but it is on holiday. Alan narrowed his eyes when he heard what he said, and laughed. It was none of his business to relate to a few girls, but Punlo was coming back, which was really good news. Mr. Bagman, why are you looking for me? Alan's tone was impatient. Bagman couldn't help but speed up the speech, regarding the three-witch challenge. If I can help give you a proper reminder, I have witnessed you in the top 3 after becoming your fan. Heroic. You are really brave when dealing with that dragon. It's okay, just say a word. Thank you, but I have my own way. Alan refused politely, glancing at the little monster in the distance. Mr. Bagman, if you need help, you can ask the Harris family for help. Thank you. Ludo Bagman looked disappointed, mumbled, and hurried out of the tavern. The goblins all got up from their chairs and walked out behind him. Returning to Hogwarts, the person training underwater at the lake is no longer just Crumb. First, Furong, Harry conducted underwater training with the assistance of Alan and Hermione. In addition to mastering the Bubblehead Curse, he also taught them a magic spell suitable for casting in the water. Over time, the golden egg is no longer a secret. The 6 warriors gathered together by the lake. The little wizards were on the sidelines, and Alan's practice of not launching into the water caused a lot of discussion. Many people thought that he would use the phoenix form to pass directly. The friendship between Furong and Hermione is also deepening and draining after training. On this day, Hermione patted a pillow softly, smelled the fresh smell on the pillow, and watched the entire bedroom and even the bed with her roommates cleaned up by her. showing her small front teeth with satisfaction. At this moment, the door was snapped. Furong, Gabrielle. Hermione looked at the beautiful girl outside the door with a big smile at her, big and small. Her gaze was fixed on Gabrielle with a cloud of silver hair. Gabrielle carried a cage in his hand, with a pale yellow hamster inside. Cute, isn't it? Gabrielle, who flickered her eyelashes, noticed Hermione's gaze. Hermione looked at the hamster's pair of front teeth and smiled unnaturally. Yes. Gabrielle thought that Hermione was very interested, so she lifted the cage towards her. Did you see these little black things? Is it its poop? Faced with the innocent Gabrielle, Hermione's mouth was ripped, and she could only pretend to cheer. Awesome, awesome. The arrival of Furong and Gabrielle not only adds glory to the room, but also adds infinite vigor and vitality. Hermione looked at the wrinkled bed, the hamster droppings scattered on the ground, the trampled floor, and stiffly served some snacks to entertain them. At this moment, Hermione's perceptual imprint was hot, and Alan's voice came. Hermione, I just heard Ginny say that she brought Fleur into your dormitory. You? Hermione looked at her dorm and responded to Alan. Soon, the door was snapped again. Hermione opened the door and Alan looked at her with a smile. Wouldn't you please let me in? I teleported, and staying in front of the girls' dormitory might not be a good idea. Hermione quickly gave way, and Alan saw Hibiscus and Gabrielle and greeted quickly. Alan, what are you carrying in your hand? Furong asked, staring at a green jar in Alan's hand. Is this? Alan shook the jar in his hand. I've got some mumps from Professor Snape. I want to go back and make them more potent than direct consumption, lest you and Harry's bubblehead spell was useless during the game. Alan handed the jar to Furong. Furong looked at it curiously and gave it to Alan. Alan put the jar at the foot of the bed. My mother would like to invite you to lunch at Hogsmeade this weekend. I don't know if you have time. Of course there is time. Furong nodded again and again. After hearing the news, Furong didn't want to stay here. She used cleanup to clean up Hermione's room, said goodbye to Hermione and Alan, and took Gabrielle away from the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Alan thought that a pretty girl like Furong would not do housework. She did not expect that Furong was very good at housework because she took care of Gabrielle. She was also very educated and knew to help her master clean up when she left. Notifying Furong, Alan didn't need to stay any longer, waved with Hermione, and then teleported away from the girls' dormitory. After they both left the dormitory, Hermione, who maintained her goodbye to Alan, ran to the bed that had just been prepared by Furong with magic, pulled the quilt down, and turned to prepare the bed. She did not intend to use magic, but to enjoy the process of Hansen. Suddenly, hearing the sound from Alan behind him, you reads a book www.uukansu.com. Hermione fell to the bed in a panic. I just forgot the gill grass to you. What are you doing? Alan asked. Hermione turned sideways a little bit shyly, and her erratic gaze didn't touch Alan. I happened to be resting. Are you remaking the bed? Alan asked. Sorry, Furong made the bed completely without problems, just. Hermione said, stuttering. Then you repaved because? Alan questioned. Hermione got up and squatted down on the bed, looking embarrassed. You will think him crazy when you say it. You'll always be in danger if you say it or not. Alan teased a little funny. Okay, look. Hermione jumped out of the bed with her legs stretched out. The quilt's logo shouldn't be in the upper left corner of the bed. It should be in the lower right corner of the bed. Alan nodded. It's not crazy. Hermione shrugged. I'm just warming you up. This is the beginning. Alan smiled helplessly. Well, Hermione pointed to the patterns on her quilt at this time. Have you seen these little flowers? Should they face up instead of down? Saying that, Hermione pointed the direction of the head of the bed, because the position of the head of the bed is the direction of the sun. Realizing what she was talking about, Hermione suddenly got stuck, and froze for a few seconds. Her fingers stretched out and looked back at Alan. You think him crazy, don't you? Alan looked at Hermione with a spoiled look. Actually, I think you are more adorable. Hermione's face turned incredulously into a smile. and she waved her hands to greet Alan. "Really? Then come. I will teach you how to fold the towel out of the sharp corner." Chapter 405 Out of Ugliness Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Han Yi Piao Zero. Mr. Crouch, please go here. Filch, wearing his old tuxedo, politely led Batty Crouch to a small conference room. Crouch was depressed, pale, and his shriveled skin was covered with wrinkles. He walked side by side with another 40-year-old man from the Ministry of Magic, who was surrounded by strong, red-faced pride. Through the castle window, they saw that by the lake, Alan was urging Harry to practice the bubble spell. "Now, Mr. Montrose and I will secretly use your devotion to your first brother to see who he is the most precious. There is no danger in Hogwarts. You don't need these guards to follow. Fudge is really weak. In order to be able to bring more bodyguards, I simply stipulated that officials must be protected by us." Crouch waved impatiently to Albert. Albert raised his hand to signal the other Aras to stop, then turned to say to Crouch, "Good sir, but at least let me go with you." Crouch stared at Albert for a long time, and Albert showed no weakness. Crouch snorted coldly and walked ahead. "I'm afraid I can't get all the magic out of trying to get Alan's heart." Albert narrowed his eyes, skimming Crouch and Mr. Montrose, thinking quietly. "Is this distance enough?" Crouch asked in a low voice. "Enough is enough. It will be fine soon." The throat sounded like a torn throat. Albert wrapped his arms around his chest and leaned against the tree beside him, watching them with a smile. Montrose flicked his hair easily, pulled out his wand, and pointed it at Alan. Crouch casually glanced at the little wizards by the lake, and the masters who captured the mind shot against a little wizard who had not yet graduated. There would be no problem at all. Alan by the lake looked at Crouch in their direction without trace. It happened that when he picked up his wand, the mood swings toward the target before the spell was detected by Alan's recent driving to keep casting training. Montrose's self-concealed action has long been known to Alan. "Hey, I can't think of this Alan Harris." In addition to the 3 little witches shown in the investigation results, there are such rich encounters. "The emotional life is rich enough," Montrose said. His eyes widened and his face flushed with excitement. Montrose rubbed his eyes hard, leaning forward involuntarily, as if he could get closer to the world he had explored. "What's wrong?" Crouch asked casually. Montrose didn't pay attention to Crouch at all. In his thinking, he seemed to have come to a hotel with 237 written on the door. He pushed the door open. "It looks neat and tidy, and there is nothing unusual." Immediately afterwards, he pushed open the bathroom door. Behind a transparent white gauze curtain, a young and beautiful fruit girl sat quietly in the bathroom. Montrose was dumbfounded, with blonde hair and light gray eyes, which happened to be his favorite type. If the girl didn't speak, she stood up and walked slowly to Montrose. Montrose completely forgot everything and couldn't hold back. She kissed the fruit girl, her lips and teeth met, and the kiss was warm and forgetful. Suddenly, Montrose stopped and his eyes were horrified. He found from the mirror in the bathroom that the fruit girl in his arms had turned into an old rotten body. Montrose panicked, pushed away the rotting body, opened his hands, and shook his head as he backed away. Go-Go laughed and rushed to Montrose. "Don't come!" Montrose screamed in horror for help. "Go away! Don't come over!" Montrose shivered his legs and stumbled on the lawn. His wand was already thrown aside, and his hands were waving wildly in the air. A yellow liquid ran down his trousers. Crouch frowned and waved his wand, trying to wake Montrose awake, but to no avail. Crouch looked sharply at Alan by the lake and shouted, "Alan Harris, stop now!" The air on the lawn seemed to be stagnant, and everyone looked at Crouch suddenly. Alan approached Crouch innocently. "Mr. Crouch, what advice do you have?" Little wizards on the lawn and by the lake also surrounded them. "Alan Harris, we are not malicious. The use of dementia for you is just to confirm who you miss the most so that you can use her as a hostage. Please also remove the magic from him." Mr. Crouch was anxious. Below, did not notice that he even revealed the secret of the game. The little wizards around looked at Crouch and Alan excitedly, and they seemed to know what they should not know. Crouch noticed that he had made a mistake and his expression was even more gloomy. This young Alan Harris had such outstanding strength. In time, I am afraid that it will be the pillar of the Harris family. Thinking of his incompetent son, the tyrannical emotions continued to spread in his heart. Harris, aren't your counterattacks so intense? Are you afraid of hurting your classmates? I'm sure that there are no masters of distractions among my classmates. Alan replied aloud. The master of closed brain surgery can make the telepathic person not detect that he detected false news. The master telepathic person you brought did not expect me as a student to have such a high degree of closed brain. Therefore, he is completely unprepared. Alan raised his eyebrows pretending to be complacent. Not to mention that I also joined the illusion magic. It is normal for him to suffer. What about the game? You can't choose a hostage if you do this. www.mentalnovel.com. This is a difficult problem. We have to go back and discuss with others how the event will take place. Now, bother you to get Mr. Montrose back to normal. Crouch lowered his voice and lowered his posture. All eyes were on. Alan did not embarrass Mr. Crouch, and he lifted the magic of Montrose without a trace of resistance. Montrose stood in the same place. His eyes were confused, and gradually recovered his clarity, blushing, and quickly escaped the lawn in shame, and didn't even have time to speak to Mr. Crouch. Thank you. Mr. Crouch thanked stiffly, suppressing his dissatisfaction in his voice. Without waiting for Alan to reply, Crouch glared at Albert, who was laughing next to him, and beckoned him to leave and quickly leave the lawn. In Hogwarts, the news always circulates very quickly, and it is no longer a secret to choose the person whom the warriors miss the most as the hostage. As for whether to take the direct question of the warriors, the referees kept arguing, not knowing who passed it, and the content of the dispute quickly spread to Hogwarts. Chapter 406 Disagreement Modified. Sincerely thank the leader Han Yi Piao Zero for the invitation of her boyfriend Albert's mother, Mrs. Morgan Le Fay Harris. Furong did not dare to underestimate. She came up with a more rigorous attitude than the Christmas ball to face this special date. Black feels too old-fashioned, pink feels too frivolous, green is very friendly, but the style is not good enough. Finally, when Furong wore a bright yellow dress and smiled and handed Gabrielle to Hermione, Hermione thought that Furong was simply astonishingly beautiful. Normally Furong's beauty will compare others to the dust, and today's Furong, her beauty will improve the beauty of other girls, and her temperament will become warmer from sharpness. For Albert's life, Hermione and Luna, who did not feel very reliable, were both entrusted with the task of taking care of the little Gabrielle. They bought funny little objects such as memory and looking glasses as toys for the little girl in the Divis and Bands stores. In the Fenrir Sorcerer's clothing store, the girls happily selected grotesque and various socks, which seemed to be enough to wear for a year. The one who kept the little girl's footsteps completely was naturally the Duke of Honey. The variety of sweet candy excites the little girl. She especially loves the milk and marshmallows made by the Duke of Honey. Although the little girl's cheeks and pockets were filled with candy, Hermione and Luna decided to take her to the 3 Broom Bars for lunch. Before entering the bar, Hermione frowned. Ron's clothes were scattered and his nose was as cold as his hair. He held a wooden beer mug filled with butterbeer in one hand and leaned his head on the wooden door frame. He stood straight after seeing Hermione. He walked up to them, glanced up and down at Gabrielle, and looked at Luna contemptuously, and chuckled at Hermione. Alan, you like, the number of women around him has increased. Close. Weasley, you should control your words and deeds. You don't drink real wine. Don't be like a drunk. You don't need to worry about Alan and me. Hermione sneered at Ron. After saying no more to Ron, he took Luna and Gabrielle to the tavern. Ignorantly, Ron threw the glass in his hand to the ground. The sound of the glass falling on the ground made Hermione's group stop and looked back at him. Granger, give me back the picture I gave you the postcard before Christmas. It's useless on you anyway. I can give it back to my mother. Ron choked with a sore voice in his eyes. Hermione paused. I will. Weasley, with a loud engine sound, Hermione and Luna were attracted by the sound. Punlo wore a black leather jacket and rode on the Vespa motorcycle that Alan gave her during the summer vacation. The cloak behind him fluttered in the cold wind. Punlo also saw Hermione and Luna, and took off sunglasses with one hand. At this moment, Punlo's front wheel rolled into the wooden wine glass that Ron had just thrown out. Unguarded, Punlo lost control of the motorcycle instantly. The car rushed out, and happened to hit the soulless Slew. Oh yep. Ron was bumped into the air, waving his arms in vain in the air, as if trying to catch something to maintain his balance. Night charge. Luna picked up the camera and clicked. Ron curled up on the snow, moaning painfully, covering his leg with one hand, and blood stained the snow on the ground with a large amount of red. It's really useless. Punlo stepped off the motorcycle, set it up, and walked to Ron. For the well-trained Era, Ron's little injury was really nothing in Punlo's eyes. She easily healed Ron's injury with healing. She kicked Ron's calf, and Ron roared fiercely on the ground. I was hurt. Punlo chuckled and kicked harder. Hello. Then, Punlo pulled out a bag of Jinjialong and threw it in front of Ron. Don't think you can do whatever you want with money. Ron's face flushed red, staring at Punlo, completely ignoring those Jinjialong. When he thought of the second grade, his own flying car threatened. You violent mad, I'm going to the Ministry of Magic to sue you, you illegally modified mul items. Punlo also remembered the good things that Ron and Harry did in the second grade. She proudly took out a certificate from the motorcycle storage box and showed it to Ron. Well, Weasley, I am different from you. I have enough money to go to the Ministry of Magic to get a permit. Sorry, having money can really do whatever you want. Punlo's smile is a bit evil, but I don't think you can understand this mood. Ron gave Punlo a fierce look and walked away quickly. Punlo ignored Ron's ups and downs. She walked to Hermione and Luna. After a few words of greeting, Punlo asked about Alan's whereabouts. Before leaving, she looked at Hermione on the top of her motorcycle and said, in the second race, I want to be the hostage to be rescued by Alan. Last time I heard that you danced well. I knew like Albert I can participate as an Era, and I will not travel. Hermione looked directly at Punlo and confronted Punlo's provocative counterattack. Are you suitable for going to host Alan in public now? www.mentalnovel.com. Why? Punlo narrowed his eyes and asked. This is not a place suitable for whispering. You go to the tower and wait. I will send Gabrielle back and come to find you. When the contented Gabrielle was sent back to Booth Button's station, Hermione's hand pressed the perceptual mark on her arm and teleported into the tower. Hermione found that there was no one on the first floor. Through the imprint, she sensed that Punlo was in the training room on the fourth floor, and she quickly walked upstairs. Opening the door, the fierce ode to joy poured into Hermione's ear. What left Hermione stunned was that there were enough Hermione avatars made of 5 transformed enemies in the room to practice against Punlo. Despite such a large number, they are still not the opponent of the experienced Punlo, beaten by Punlo. When Punlo saw Hermione coming in, she waved her wand, and the gramophone music she put here stopped abruptly. I like to listen to music while fighting the enemy. However, in the face of such a threat of force, Hermione, who was Gryffindor, was not afraid. She said righteously, Punlo, look at what you are like now. I just said that you are inappropriate because you are now like a black wizard. Daisy said that there are already many rumors in the ministry. They say you are like a lunatic murderer. If Alan chooses you the most missed object in the game, he will definitely damage his reputation. Punlo didn't speak in the second half of the hearing, took out the kit that Alan sent her, poured a few out of it, and threw it into his mouth to directly crush it. Although Penelope was not reconciled, she had to admit that Hermione's words were very reasonable, and she was willing to give everything for Alan. Chapter 407. Candidate Punlo quickly buried the loss and regret deeply into his heart and said readily, then I will not be taken hostage. But Hermione, do you think you are more suitable to be taken as Alan's hostage? What did you do for Alan? Things are far worse than I am. I am willing to do anything for Alan. The reason why you are so hard in the training class is because you have the selfishness to increase your reputation to liberate the elves. And, recently in the game, not only can you not help Alan and help him, but also find him a burden. Training Harry will waste Alan's training time. Hermione was stunned. For a moment, she was right to expand her influence in the training class, or to improve the living environment of the house elves. However, Alan could have ignored Harry's because he sought each other that Alan would spend time and energy on Harry. Training Harry this matter, after consulting Alan, he is fully competent. Hermione tilted her head a little sadly, but her afterglow swept across Punlow's face with a wanton smile, and suddenly there was anger in her heart. Punlow, since we are not qualified, let Luna go. Hermione saw the revenge smile on Punlow's face, and thought of Alan's unusual attitude towards Luna, and Punlow she knew nothing about it, she suggested. Punlow raised an eyebrow and glared at Hermione, and Hermione looked back unabashedly. Punlow couldn't help but wonder, why did Hermione recommend Luna to want to get a helper against me? But now this is the right person. Punlow snorted and nodded in agreement with Hermione's suggestion, holding down his own imprint of consciousness, leaving the tower with a phantom. By the lake, Punlow found Alan. The evening sun formed a golden aperture on Alan's body. From afar, Punlow reached out and wanted to touch and want to get closer. Her eyes were slightly red and blinked, letting the drop of crystal shine in the air evaporation, raised a suitable arc in the corner of the mouth, walked toward the sun. When Alan turned to hear the movement, he saw Punlow. The smile on his face was warmer than the sunlight. I'm not Hermione. My reputation is very bad now. They are about to be described as a generation of female demon heads. They appear beside you, which is a kind of damage to you and the image of the Harris family. The result of minutes' consultation told Alan that Punlow's voice was bitter. Alan gripped Punlow's hand tightly, asked about Punlow's experience in Albania, and checked Punlow's body again. As Punlow was about to leave, Alan grabbed her arm and pulled her back, hugging him tightly. Penelope stunned slightly, and there was infinite warmth in her heart. She leaned her head, bent her knees slightly, and rested her head on Alan's shoulder. Alan stroked Punlow's short black hair, and secretly made a decision in his heart. He wanted to change the way the game was originally set. As Hogwarts rumors, the organizing committee disputes on how to determine the hostages really broke out, and in the end they still decided that the warriors themselves will decide who will be the hostages. Because they can't capture Alan and can't confirm the real thoughts of Alan. If they still follow the previous method, then it is too unfair to other warriors. However, the determined result can only be known by the parties and the organizing committee, and cannot be disclosed to avoid uncontrollable accidents. Alan was asked first because he scored first in the first game. Alan and Luna did not waste their time, and they readily reported Luna's name. In Harry and Ginny, they also got a positive answer very smoothly. Furong did not hesitate to say Albert's name. The organizing committee took a letter to solicit Albert's opinion, and Albert immediately gave a written reply. Such a smooth start has greatly increased the confidence of the organizing committee. They found Krum along the way, and under Kakaroff's glimpse, Krum reported Hermione's name. Please allow me to invite Hermione with you. Krum ignored Shenkaroff's dissatisfied gaze and pleaded. Hermione, who was intently training Harry by the lake, always thought of Punlow's words that day, and his face was more serious than ever. When she saw Krum and the organizing committee coming to her, the smart Hermione immediately had guess, but rejecting others is not a pleasant thing. Hermione, as far as I know, Alan is surrounded by many girls. You are not his only, nor his most beloved girl, but I am single-minded to you. I am not as hard-working as Alan. Can you consider helping me? Krum persuaded himself. He was indeed sincere, but the anger in Hermione's heart was gradually rising. It wasn't easy for outsiders to put their bicks on, like Alan and how she felt. But even if Hermione refused his request coldly, Krum still wanted to continue to struggle. Seeing the situation not far away, Alan hurried over and happened to hear Krum's persuasion. Since Miss Granger is unwilling, Mr. Krum, you still have to consider the candidate. The wizard in charge of the organizing committee's inquiry was not interested to wait any longer, and Crumb left. The person in charge felt a gust of wind blowing over his head, but did not pay much attention to it, and left Hogwarts quickly. At the same time, Alan had a few more hair in his hands. He nodded quietly to Crumb and took Hermione away from the lake. Returning to the Harris family tower, Alan immediately summoned the house elf Maggie. Maggie, you stare at Crumb, and once you find him going to the office of the Ministry of Magic officials, come back and tell me immediately. The elf stared at the sparkling eyes and nodded happily, disappearing from the spot with a snap. When the excited elf appeared again, Alan threw the hair of the official he got into the boiled compound soup in the H-94 uniform, frowned and drank it in. Alan casually applied illusion to himself, and his clothes became the clothes of the Ministry of Magic officials, and disappeared from the tower instantly. When he appeared again, he had become the official of the Ministry of Magic, and he stopped Crumb as if he was a chance encounter. Crumb, who was worried, didn't doubt www.mtnovel.com and informed the Ministry of Magic officials in front of him of his hostage, and left in a hurry. Alan relieved his illusion, and added a few more hairs, crumbs. Watching Crumb go away, Alan walked into the boys' bathroom. After a while, Crumb stepped out of it and walked to the temporary office of the Ministry of Magic officials at Hogwarts. After knocking on the door and entering, Alan, who became Crumb, discovered that Mr. Crouch was also in the office, and several others surrounded him. After explaining his intentions, Mr. Crouch looked at him with interest. "The person you miss the most is Ron Weasley?" Albert, standing behind Crouch, asked in surprise. "Do you really think boys are cuter than girls?" Albert asked repeatedly. Alan laughed secretly in his heart, and his elder brother was honest. "Child, shut up!" Mr. Crouch shouted. "Albert, you should respect the warrior's choice." Chapter 408. Error modified. From the Ministry of Magic's temporary office in Hogwarts, Alan teleported to the Gryffindor common room, concealed his figure, approached Ron, and pulled out several of his hair. Ron grinned his teeth in pain, but didn't know what happened. He cursed a few words and buried his head in search of wacky magic problems and solutions to complete his thesis. 2 paragraphs were scribbled on the parchment in front of him. Looking at the length of the parchment, without Hermione or Harry's help, I am afraid he would fight here for a long time. Alan left Gryffindor with satisfaction, wandering on the road from the temporary office of the Ministry of Magic to Gryffindor. This road is relatively cold. At this time, most of the little wizards are in the lounge or library. Alan figured out to show up here. No one would pay attention. Sure enough, he was stopped by the Ministry of Magic officials who came to consult, and in the surprised eyes of the other party, he cheerfully agreed to host Crumb. On the day of the second game, at breakfast, Professor McGonagall seriously found several selected hostages and called them to follow her. Ron was unknown, so he followed behind Luna and Ginny in a daze. Ginny seemed nervous, and Ron couldn't help but get nervous. Entering the temporary office of the Ministry of Magic, the hostages of Albert and other schools are already waiting. On the long table in front of them, 6 cups were placed, and the brown liquid inside smelled of chocolate, bubbling grumblingly. "As a hostage that needs to be rescued by the warriors, you will be taken to the bottom of the lake by the mermaid for a while, but don't worry about safety. Drink this, you will not feel any pain, and there will be no danger." Crouch extended his finger, refers to the potions on the table. Ron's eyes widened and he looked at Crouch in disbelief. He raised his hand and wanted to speak, but Crouch ignored him and just waved his hand and asked him to wait. "We told the warriors that if you were not rescued within an hour, then there would be no hope. But in fact, you will not be in any danger." Crouch looked at his watch. "Okay, hurry up. Very simple, just drink them." "Sorry sir, why did I become a warrior?" Ron asked with a pale face and courage. Crouch frowned. "You agreed to be the hostage of the warriors." "No, I am not. I am not." Ron shook his head in fear. "What he said is true," Luna said lightly. For the first time Ron thought the crazy girl's words were so beautiful. He glanced gratefully at Luna, looking at Mr. Crouch expectantly. Crouch's eyebrows were tightly tightened. There must have been a problem, but the game was about to start. There was no time for them to change candidates. He would not tolerate any problems in this game. Since serious injustice case, his power in the ministry has shrunk and the situation is difficult. He is now in charge of a major event such as the 3-Witch Challenge, and he can never make any mistakes. Taken any blow. Ron Weasley, you are a Gryffindor. Be brave. You will escape, which will discredit Arthur and Percy. I am afraid they will also give people an overwhelming impression. Crouch left back behind Ron, with his hands on his shoulders, pushed him towards the table where the potion was placed, and Ron heard the threat from his intentionally raised voice. What he said is true. Luna's voice rang again in Ron's ear. The crazy girl was still so unlovable. Ron looked at the cup in front of him. His eyes widened, and a penguin penetrated his heart like a curse. If he behaves bravely, will Dad and Percy be reused? In this life of his thoughts, his heart jumped up again. For the sake of his father and Percy, he could not back away. He must accompany him to the end. Ron took a cup and drank the potion in it. Okay, it's really good. The first person to drink the potion is very brave. Rest assured, Crumb is very strong and will rescue you. You don't have to worry. What? Crumb? Not Harry? Crumb really likes me? Ron was overwhelmed by the news, tilting his head and fainting on the ground. For other little wizards of Hogwarts, today is a grand event. Before they left, they all walked in front of Alan and wished him good luck tomorrow with a happy and confident tone. Obviously, they all believe that Alan is going to complete a wonderful performance, just like in the first project. Alan didn't lose his demeanor because of the immediate game. He nodded with a smile, thanked him. Soon, Alan also got up and walked towards the lake. As he walked down the lawn through the 2 oak gates, he saw the seats surrounding the fire dragon paddock in November last year. They are now lined up across the lake. They are already full and reflected in the lake below. Out reflection. This is the coldest morning of severe winter. The trees are covered with frost flowers, as if the frost is seeping out. The sky is blue, like a bright mirror. The sun traverses in the past, bright and cold, and shines on the cold lake without any warmth. The referees sat at another table beside the water covered with golden tablecloths. Alan walked around the lake. Dumbledore blinked at Alan with a smile, and Crouch sat indifferently behind the long table without looking at Alan. Mrs. Maxim smiled softly, as if nothing could ruin her good mood, and Kakarot was around his baby student Crumb. Crumb put on a thick, long-haired cloak and smiled provocatively at Alan. Ludo Bagman's voice suddenly rang through the lake. This competition www.mentalnovel.com. The warriors need to go to the bottom of the lake to find the baby they miss the most, but there is a time limit. If it exceeds 1 hour, then there is no hope. Next, let me introduce their baby. Luna Lovegood, Alan Harris' most missed baby. Hermione, sitting in the stands, with a mocking smile, told some things about Alan and Luna she knew to Penlow. Don't think he likes you the most. Harry Potter, Ginny Weasley, Fleur Delacour, Albert Harris. Suddenly Bagman's voice increased by an octave. Wickle Crumble N. Weasley. There was a lot of noise on the field, which was so unexpected. The unspeakable secret between Crumb and Ron was told over and over again by the little wizards. Like other wizards, Crumb was stunned by the news. After the reaction, his expression was pale and his lips were shaking. No, I am not, I am not. Finally, he waved his arms and gave a roar, knocking off Kakaroff's hat beside him on the ground. Chapter 409. Out of Black Lake modified unexpectedly. Kakarot had some grey hair exposed to the cold air. Crumb woke up like a dream, trotting for 2 quick steps, stooped down and picked up the dirt-stained hat, patting hard. Principal, listen to my explanation. Anxious Crumb tried to bring Kakarot back with his hat. I don't listen. Kakarot snatched the hat with a disgruntled expression on his face. the goatee with a small curl on his thin chin curled up. He felt very shameful and didn't want to say more. I protested. I was rectified. There must be a conspiracy among them. I'm going to retire. Crumb wanted to grab his principal and stretch his naked arm out of the heavy cloak. Are you worried about the damage to your loved one, or Dimstrand's warrior level is like that? Afraid to compete with other schools? Alan stood calmly and provoked half a smile. Kakarot just wanted to refute the words, but seeing the surrounding reporters had pointed the camera at them, and he was clearly preparing to record the question and answer, he growled angrily and understood Alan's plan, impatiently grabbed Crumb's shoulder, pulled him a half-turn, and pushed him viciously toward the direction of the lakeside warriors. Shut up, don't embarrass Dimstrang. Give me serious game. A few minutes ago, Sirius was very formally dressed in the audience. Despite his thinness, his handsome face and melancholic gaze had an irresistible temptation. In the eager eyes of many witches, he walked to the VIP area where Mr. Harris' family was. After a brief chat, Sirius made his intention clear. Harry wrote to tell me in detail about his participation in the game. Thank you, Alan, for helping Harry. Mr. Harris smiled and waved his hand. They are both classmates and friends. It should be helpful to each other. Bagman's announcement of the hostage list interrupted the dialogue between them. When he heard that Crumb's hostage was to be rescued, Sirius felt that the whole person was bad. The stories in the newspaper that promoted the relationship between Ron and Crumb had to be true. He had personally seen how close the relationship between Harry and Ron was. The two were almost inseparable and lived together for 3 years. In the cold wind, the handsome Sirius was messed up. He saw Ludo Bagman coming to the warriors and instructed them to line up on the shore, 10 feet apart. Everyone listen well. Our warriors are already on their own. As soon as I whistle, the second project begins. They have a full hour to recapture what they have robbed. I count 3. 1, 2, 3. Bagman's voice was like thunder, passing across the dark lake and reaching the grandstand. The sharp whistle echoed in the cold, still air. There was a burst of cheers and applause from the stands. Harry ranked last, next to Crumb. He glanced at Crumb, took off his clothes, and moved his body in the cold wind. Crumb, wearing swimming trunks, had already prepared his wand. Furong has received the most attention. She can imagine her white and bright, full and hot through the soft fabric. Standing beside him, Alan was diametrically opposed to her, dressed neatly. Even the black cloak had not been taken off. Why didn't Alan take off his clothes? I heard that he is in good shape. He will definitely use his animagus to teleport to the hostage. But he doesn't know where the hostages are. You can use other magic. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Compared with the cool dress of other warriors, Alan could simply attend the dinner. The other warriors could not wait to enter the water. On the one hand, they had to take the time to rescue the hostages and win the game. On the other hand, it was really unbearable to stay on the shore without clothes in this cold winter. Alan stood calmly on the shore, calmly pressing on the mark of perception, feeling Luna's position. There was laughter in the auditorium. Compared with Furong and others who had already been launched, Alan had not shown any magic skills. Suddenly, the stadium quieted down, and a deep voice sounded in the depths of the lake. Everyone listened carefully. The voice was very weak at first, but it became louder and louder. The voice gradually turned into a roar, and a huge wave surged in front of Alan. Rumble, like an earthquake from the bottom of the lake. The waves churned, and as Alan raised his arms gradually, the huge waves got higher and higher, like a huge fountain. It was getting higher and higher, over the top of Alan's head, like a tall building. Alan's arms stretched out, and he pointed forward, and the giant wave suddenly separated to the sides, exposing the bottom of the lake. The little wizards in the audience were stunned. In their minds, they couldn't help thinking of the great wizard Moses leading the Hebrews through the Red Sea. God separated the sea water, exposing a piece of dry water. Up the wall, the Hebrews walked across the sea. Even the little wizard who came from the wizard family, such a spectacular scene is not something that can be seen casually. Kakarot leaned back on the chair in the referee seat, arms folded across his chest, mockingly disdained. It's just a matter of temporarily distorting part of the lake by deforming. But who did he think he was? The ancient Jewish wizard Moses? How could an underage student have the magic to hold him away from the lake to the hostages? Like Cuculef, many adult wizards who watched felt that the little wizard was arrogant. On the contrary, the little wizards of Hogwarts knew that Alan never did anything unsure. www.mtnovel.com. They had full confidence in Alan. Hermione in the stands did not think Alan would have a problem at all. Instead, her eyes focused on Professor Snape, not far from her. She found that Professor Snape was a little strange today, and looked at herself with pity from time to time since the start of the game. When Bagman introduced Alan, he had a different friendly attitude to Alan than before, and Hermione could vaguely hear his curse such as stubborn pure blood. There was a sudden burst of cheers and applause from the auditorium, and the little wizards jumped from their chairs, cheering and cheering for Alan loudly. Alan went straight to the direction of Luna at the bottom of the lake. As he progressed, the lake in front of him piled up. The big water stood upright like a barrier, and the two sides were separated. The lake seemed to be condensed into a wall. Not far behind him, the walls of the lake collapsed quickly, and the waves returned to calm after the storm. Crumb, who was hiding in the water and grass not far from Alan's side, saw this scene, completely stunned at the bottom of the lake, unconsciously relaxed the already held wand, and then quickly began to Alan behind the magically isolated lake bottom swims. Chapter 410 Rescue. The high-definition magic light screen proposed by the Harris family and co-sponsored by the school managers allows the audience to clearly see the underwater scene. I saw Crumb moving forward quickly, and in the sigh of the audience. He came to the area without lake water, so that he could follow Alan to find the hostage. Crumb is completely unimpressed. As long as he can win, he does not care about the process. Alan, who didn't look back and moved forward quickly, raised a disdainful smile. He opened his eyes and watched Crumb's movements. Alan did not slow down, but changed direction. Grindillo, who was mad against the huge water walls on both sides, grew more and more dense as Alan advanced. The green grass in the lake is 2 feet deep, like a very dense lawn. In this lawn, many horned Grindlow fangs rushed towards the water curtain with a grin and no reason to say that they rushed out of the water wall, with pointed long teeth and long nails exposed, scratching the mud at the bottom of the lake tightly. It seemed that he didn't care that he was about to suffocate, staring at Alan's direction, trying desperately to climb over with his lower body's tentacles, twitching his body in vain, and finally swept away by the collapsed lake. The wizards in the auditorium took a breath of air, and Alan suddenly shortened the area of influence of the transfiguration. The high water wall behind him instantly collapsed and shot Crumb to the bottom. Crumb was heavily pressed to the bottom of the lake. The whole body was pulled by the irregular currents, and the pebbles under him made him fiercely hurt. Alan no longer ignored Crumb and quickly approached Luna. Although he knew that the mermaid guarding the hostages would not be affected by the kind of potion bought by the little Crouch that Dumbledore said, but those crazy Grindel made him decide to save Luna first to ensure that Luna's security. Soon, Alan heard a soft, sweet music. It was so beautiful, with a touch of sadness, accompanied by a whistle and a buzzing sound. It seems to be the sound of a whale, but this thing is much smaller than the whale. The green tail wobbled, and then its head protruded. The skin of the mermaid is iron gray, and the dark green hair is long and messy. Their eyes are yellow, their incomplete teeth are yellow, and pebbles on their necks are tied with thick ropes. But as Alan quickly approached, these mermaids cursed and fled in panic, away from the area that seemed to be drained instantly. Alan seemed to break into a small village where there were fish. There were many rough stone dwellings everywhere, spotted with algae. In the square of the small mermaid village, there are some houses around, and in the center of the square stands a rough statue, a giant mermaid carved out of giant stone. 6 people were firmly tied to the tail of the mermaid statue. All 6 of them seemed to sleep deeply, their heads slumped weakly on their shoulders. Except for Luna, who was shrouded in Alan's narrowed spellcasting area. A string of thin blisters kept rising in the mouth of the other 5 people. Alan quickly approached Luna and took Luna in her arms. The wand gently pointed, and the rope on Luna's body fell apart and fell to the ground. A princess hugs Luna lying softly on her back in Alan's arms, long blonde hair hanging from Alan's arm. A black smoke came out of nowhere and circled around the two of them, and Alan held Luna quickly into the sky. Alan hugged the blonde girl in a black magic robe and broke through the water. The bright sun gave the two people an aperture that made them unclear. The water droplets splashed high on the lake surface were penetrated by the sunlight, with a colorful light shining. Warm cheers rang from the auditorium, and the little wizards of Hogwarts jumped from their chairs, bouncing and cheering. I knew that Alan must be the first to come out. There is no doubt that he is the best. It turns out that the crazy girl is so pretty. It's so romantic. I also want to have such an experience. Unlike these young wizards, the adult wizards present were silent. Although the picture is very beautiful now, the way of flying reminded them of a person. Like the situation before them, they can use their magic wands. Flying. The man who brought great horror to the magic world, can't even say the name. Kakarot sat in the referee seat and saw the moment Alan broke through the water and flew into the sky. The heart made by the black smoke and black robe jumped violently. He screamed, "The man is back." Kakarot stood up and knocked over the chair behind him, turning around and trying to escape. "Calm down some, Kakarot. This is just another little wizard who doesn't know where to master the spell." Dumbledore held Kakarot's shoulder and pulled it. He sat back on the referee seat. Alan Harris is probably the best student at Hogwarts in recent centuries. Dumbledore held his crescent-shaped glasses and looked puzzledly at Alan's direction. He didn't understand why Alan wanted creating such an atmosphere of terror at this time. Obviously has some damage to his reputation. Alan in the air suddenly felt cool, and he looked down. Luna's wet clothes drenched his robe, and was blown by the cold wind, soaking his clothes, bringing a cold feeling. Looking at Luna again, the water droplets on her wet hair are still dripping. Her face is pale, there is no trace of pink, her eyelashes are trembling slightly, and her body shrinks into his arms. Luna is obviously shivering and feeling at this moment there is absolutely no romance as imagined by the little wizards. Alan blamed herself and flew Luna back to the shore quickly. The wand was nodded on Luna, white gas erupted from her head, and the water vapor from her body and hair disappeared. Luna widened her eyes in light silver. www.mentalnovel.com fixedly looked at Alan. Alan held Luna's still cold hands, rubbed her, and opened her robe again. White and cold hands were put into his warm chest. Alan looked up, facing Luna's eyes, and could not help reaching out to stroke Luna's cheek. Luna turned her head, rubbing gently in Alan's warm palm. Alan's face could not help but reveal a spoiled smile. "Luna, you go back to the tower to change clothes. The magical creatures in the Black Lake are in a wrong state. I need to go back and watch Albert for a while to ensure his safety." Alan rubbed Luna's lightly long hair. Luna didn't speak, shook her long blonde hair that was messed with by Alan, and nodded. In the auditorium, Hermione, who was lying on the guardrail because Alan first rushed out of the water, looked at the back of Luna's departure, feeling that her heart was full of sour taste, and jealously ate her heart. "It's like eating a lime, Penlo. Did you see that? I am right." Hermione, who hadn't responded for a while, turned her head. Penny. Only then did she find that Penlo had no idea when she disappeared, leaving only her kit of medicine on the original seat. Chapter 411 Spanish Chicken Rice. Harry walked into the lake without any fear in his heart. For him, this Black Lake was already very familiar. He skillfully cast a bubble spell on himself. His arms stretched forward and slid into the water. He felt that his image must be funny at the moment, so he turned over in the water and plunged deep into the bottom of the lake. He was swimming in the dark, hazy and strange scenery, and there was silence in his ear. He could only see the scene within 10 feet of the circle, so every time he paddled in the water, a new scene suddenly emerged from the darkness in front, a jungle of wavy, entangled black water plants scattered and shiny wide flat sand of small pebbles. He swam deeper and deeper, heading towards the center of the lake. His eyes were wide open. His eyes penetrated through the gray, treacherous lake water, and he looked at the dark shadows in the distance. That was a lot of Grindlow. Professor Lupin had explained them in detail before, even during the final exam. He also dealt with one by hand. But now there are so many monsters in the water. Harry's hands could not help clenching his wand and prepared for hard work. But to his surprise, these Grindelwalds with sharp and slender claws turned a deaf ear to him, bypassed him directly, and dashed wildly in the lake. He thought he had bad luck today. On the way to the game, he was once called by Professor Moody as a comrade who had fought side by side with his father James Potter. Professor Moody gave him a big as an encouragement. His hands did not know what was stained, greasy, rubbed heavily on his head several times, and patted his shoulder. But the game is coming. He can't go back and wash his hair. He can only bear the inner discomfort and continue to move forward. Now it seems that his luck is still very good, especially after Harry saw that Grindelwald was attacking Crumb frantically from a distance. He felt like he was taking the legendary spirit medicine today. Unbelievably smooth. Harry even encountered the crying Myrtle, who was floating in front of him, looking at him through thick pearl-colored lenses, giggling and pointing him in the direction. In less than 20 minutes of swimming, he saw many mermaids, who, like those of Grindelwald, ignored Harry completely. After these mermaids swim in front of him, Harry saw a rough mermaid statue, and at a glance he saw Ginny's red hair floating in the lake water. There are only 5 hostages. Luna is not among them. Harry is not surprised. It is strange that Alan arrived after him. Hogwarts little wizards are used to Alan's lead in any way. Harry struggled to swim towards Ginny. Suddenly, the water around him was instantly drained. He waved his arms indiscriminately and fell straight to the bottom of the lake. The bubble on his head broke off with a puff. His glasses fell out, and his jaw and right face were covered with mud at the bottom of the lake. Harry touched his glasses. After wearing it, he looked up and saw that the ropes on the remaining 5 hostages were all broken. The 5 hostages slowly drifted to the bottom of the lake and collapsed into the mud. Alan was standing behind the hostages, waving at him with a smile. Harry scrambled up, he grabbed the back of his head, smiled embarrassedly, and chuckled in front of Alan again. He ran in front of Ginny. Ginny's eyelashes were trembling. She opened her eyes and saw Harry's face coming together. From this angle, Harry's face was so big that she couldn't help laughing. Harry didn't know why, so he laughed silly and helped Ginny out of the mud. After casting a bubble spell for himself and Ginny, he entered the water wall and swam to the shore quickly. Ron fell to the ground and saw such a scene when he opened his eyes. But Harry had helped Ginny into the water wall, and he could only stare at Harry to swim Ginny to the shore. Their warriors of Distrom and Booth Button are not as lucky as Harry. When Crumb finally got rid of those Grindelwald with black magic, he was already scratched a lot and he quickly took care of himself. The treatment stopped the bleeding wound. Fortunately, besides that, with the shark head that he changed to move freely in the water, he bit a lot of water monsters. And with good luck, he has not encountered a crazy madness since then. The lake monster can be considered to have reached the place where the hostages were. As soon as he entered the area where Alan drank the water, Crumb's shark head widened and rounded from the tip, and the large mouth of the blood basin and sharp teeth restored Crumb's original shape. When he saw Alan, thinking of the previous things, Crumb's new hatred and old hatred hit his heart. He couldn't help but pulled out his wand, but hesitated a little and finally bitten. After seeing Alan draining such a huge space, the tooth inserted the wand back and walked to Ron. "Why did you choose me? Why do you agree?" The two questioned each other almost simultaneously. He tightened his eyebrows and, without looking closely, he carried Ron upside down with a sulking face. "Leave me down. Let me down." Ron flapped Crumb desperately. Crumb didn't care about Ron at all, turned into a shark head, and quickly went upstream and got out of the water. Ron coughed desperately, and the water quickly slid off his head, face, and mouth. Finally, Ron breathed oxygen greedily. In order to grab time, Crumb did not care about his feelings. "You should remind me before entering the water," Ron complained angrily. "You have a dirty thing on your nose. There is a water beetle." Crumb looked at Ron in disgust, as if looking at a slug. Compared with Crumb, Furong's luck is much worse. She met a lot of Grindelwald. They were crazy, and they grappled at Furong with their faces covered. Fortunately, Alan's training thought of this situation. Furong used the magic spell taught by Alan to control the water plants and entangled them all together, fleeing the Grindelwald's attack with surprise. Moving forward, Fleur saw the Brook Hernandez of Dimstrom, who was hiding in a dense cluster of water plants. In front of the water plants, it was their other warrior Carla Rogers of Booth Button. Although Furong was very disgusted with Kara, she could not tolerate that the wizards of her school were bullied by outsiders. Seeing Fleur swimming over quickly, Brooke resolutely chose to retreat in the opposite direction. Fleur and Carla looked at each other. Dimstrom was very good at fighting. How should he fight and try it out? Why did he run away without a fight? In the hazy shadows in the distance, a giant sea snake passed through the lush water weeds and struck them, and Furong's hand holding the wand was tight. In the auditorium, Hermione walked to the seat where Penlow was before, picked up the pillbox, opened it, and placed 2 rows of medicament neatly inside. Hermione thought of the look on Penlow's face that she had just seen, disregarding the sourness in her heart, and pressed her hand on the mark of her perception. But she couldn't perceive Penlow's position at all. She must have shielded herself. Hermione bit her lip and chose to sense Luna. Luna's position was in the Harris family's tower. The big chance is the 2. Thinking of this, Hermione immediately got up, bypassed the Black Lake, crossed the boundary bridge and found no one else, and the Phantom moved to the tower of the Harris family. Entering the tower, Hermione saw Penlow, who was standing under the spiral staircase, holding a wand and hesitant. The smart Hermione knew instantly, she must be hesitating to rush in to attack Penlow. Hermione's wand slipped quietly into her hand. "Penlow, you calm down." Penlow turned back suddenly, his wand pointed sharply at Hermione, and shouted coldly, "Accept your weapon." Hermione was struck violently, staggering backwards. Her wand flew out, and was pulled back by the chain that Alan once held on the wand. Penlow, like a flying black falcon, quickly rushed over, grabbed Hermione's arm, and quickly removed the wand chain and wand on her wrist. Penlow's red lips clenched and kicked out, kicking Hermione flying and hitting the opposite wall. Hermione curled up on the ground, covering her abdomen, angrily. Her white teeth bit her lips, and a trace of red blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Penlow laughed wildly, and her short hair was self-proclaimed, "Just like your strength, it's worthy to stand beside Alan. Wait until it happens that you will also be killed together." Penlow raised his eyebrows. The voice was cold and bitter. "If you do something with Luna, think about how Alan would look at you." Hermione's face was pale. She felt the condensed momentum in Penlow, and she really moved. The atmosphere was frozen, and at this moment, footsteps came, and Penlow and Hermione turned their heads at the same time, and saw that on the high steps, Luna was wearing a white bathrobe and a wet pale gold. Long hair spread over his shoulders. The silver light of the crystal lamp on the top of the hall enveloped Luna's body. At the angle of Hermione and Penlow, Luna walking against the light seemed to be glowing as if the goddess of the moon, walking slowly from the sky. Luna walked slowly down the steps, half-open eyes with light grey facing down, focusing on Penlow. Before that, only Voldemort would have the wandless flying spell. www.mentalnovel.com. Luna's ethereal voice echoed in the hall. Penlow tilted his head doubtfully. What does Luna mean? While Penlow's attention was on Luna's body, Hermione's hand quietly moved to her mark of perception, and she felt it was necessary to notify Alan at this moment. At this moment, a vague woman's voice sounded from the bottom of Hermione's heart. "Don't use it, Hermione. Alan doesn't need to know." Hermione looked up and found that Luna was facing Penlow, but her eyes were looking at her, apparently using a spell she didn't know about to communicate directly with her. Penlow suddenly turned around and tossed it freely. Hermione's wand flew back to the master's hand. Punlo. Luna stopped her. Punlo froze, but didn't look back. He stood on the spot. His head slightly shifted. I'm hungry and want to eat your Spanish chicken rice. Chapter 412 Granules Modified. It's almost time, and only Alan, Harry, and Crumb have been rescued. Bagman has informed the audience that if the time is up, there will be no hope. This atmosphere of suspense is deliberately rendered. Now the atmosphere seemed very tense, and many little wizards stood up and looked anxiously into the water. Is it time for them to pull the hostages back to the bottom? Won't it really kill them? Will those mermaids eat people? Impossible. With Dumbledore present, will not die. Don't forget, the previous 3 witch contest is really dead. On the Black Lake, the water was rolling, and Furong rode a tall horse with a golden iron bridle. Sitting in front of her was Albert, who was sitting seriously in front of him, struggling to straighten his waist, trying to make himself more heroic. However, the reins are controlled in Furong's hands. Furong's blonde hair is flying in the cold wind. In the sunshine, her white and amazing face has a wanton smile on her face, and it shines. Horse-shaped monster. A little wizard recognized the magical creature under Albert's crotch. British and Irish monsters can come in a variety of shapes, but it most often appears in the shape of a horse, with broad-leaved cattail grass acting as a mane. It lures careless people to ride on its back, and then it plunges into the bottom of a river or lake and devours people in a gulping way, letting people's internal organs float to the surface of the water. The correct way to overcome the horse-shaped water monster is to use a placing spell to put a bridle on its head, and then will become docile and obedient, and will no longer threaten you. But don't let it go easily. It will hate you and curse you. Edward said aloud in excitement that in the Magical Animal Protection class, they had seen Where is the Magical Animal by Newt Scamander, which contained a detailed introduction to this magical creature, but did not expect it to be so fast. I can see the real horse-shaped monster. Ms. Dracule, this is really a good metamorphosis. There are still wavy patterns on my bridle. Dumbledore winked at Furong with a smile. But there is a little problem. Can't just let it go and let me solve the curse problem. It only needs a magic curse, which is very effective. Dumbledore pointed his wand at the horse-shaped water monster who was digging mud with the horse's hoof on the shore. The horse-shaped water monster shrank rapidly, flew quickly, and turned into a constantly twisting sea snake, which fell back into the Black Lake. The bubble-headed curse of another warrior, Carla of Booth Barton, was broken during the fight against the horse-shaped monster, so although Carla still didn't like Furong, she didn't refuse the herbal medicine provided by Furong to her. Thank you, Furong, again and again. After she reached the hostage area, Alan narrowed the magic area under her control, and the rolling lake water immediately swept them away. Carla took her hostages to kick the lake. Struggling to kick the lake. She knew that time would be running out, and that the sun and air were above 10 feet. Be sure to send her hostage to the shore before the time expires, in order to get points. Suddenly, she felt that her head suddenly appeared above the water. The beautiful, fresh and cool air in her impression brushed her wet face, but it made her feel faintly pained. She was wrapped in the air and she could hardly breathe. Tie her head back into the water and feel more comfortable, as if she should be living in the water by nature. The effect of the herbal medicine made by Alan is far more than that of taking mumps grass alone. She can only stay in the lake until the effect of the medicine disappears. On the contrary, her hostage swallowed the air with a big mouth, as if she hadn't breathed in her entire life. Carla gestured to her hostages, beckoning her to go first. As a result, Kara's hostage panted and continued to swim towards the shore while struggling against the water. Carla was cruising freely in the lake, but this kind of leisure did not last long. Without any precaution, her ankle was caught by something. She twisted and turned round and saw a grindillo protruding from the water plant, her long nails holding her leg tightly, and at the same time, 2 grindillo got out of the water plant, grabbed her feet and pulled her down desperately. Relaxed. Carla shouted, but there was no sound. A large blister came out of her mouth, and her wand didn't emit sparks at Grindlow. but seemed to shoot them with a boiling column of water. I saw that where they were hit by a water column, their green skin suddenly turned red. Carla freed her feet from Grindillo's entanglement, struggling to swim forward, and from time to time released some hot water jets towards her. But Grindiva, who followed her more and more, they attacked her frantically. Her body and legs have been scratched in several places. The blood stained the black lake water, which further stimulated these frantic Grindivos, and their offense became more fierce. At this moment, Kara knew that only one person could save her. www.mentalnovel.com. She was desperately fleeing in the direction of Merlin Square where Alan was. She paddled her webbed hands and patted her webbed feet with all her strength, swimming with the strength of breastfeeding, and her last two legs were stiff. The lake was dark, and she gradually felt more and more out of breath. She felt the pain on both sides of her neck again. She began to realize very clearly how wet and cold the lake in her mouth was. But she also saw the one pointed at the Grindelwald behind her. Alan. It was only a moment when her side was calm, and those undulating waters were as calm as a pool of standing water. Carla turned around and saw that the Grindiva who had chased her frantically before maintained various postures of open teeth and claws. Their brains, which were so crazy that they had entered the water, seemed to be instantly sober, staring blankly at all their limbs. The torso slowly shrank, and they wriggled frantically, but to no avail, watching in vain as they became dried squid alive, shrinking and shriveling into a mass. Even those lush sea grasses can no longer dance and entangle with the waves, crumpling and lying on the bottom of the lake. What is this magic? It can drain the water from Grindelwald and the water plants, but the lake water can be safe. Kara couldn't believe her eyes. This strange scene not only did not eliminate the panic in her heart. Instead, she was even more horrified. In the blink of an eye, these shriveled Grindelwald and aquatic plants turned into powder, as if a cluster of green viscous liquid flowers formed in the lake water, but then diluted by the lake water and scattered in the lake. The lake water was restored to life, and the turbulent water melted and washed away these liquids, and eventually disappeared, as if those crazy magical creatures had never appeared. One book, the first dude of the Warring States period, although still a young seedling, is the new book of the Father Zai Meng, the author of Warring States Zhao Wai Wang. Father Zai Meng is very good at writing the Warring States period, and I am very interested in how to write a dude into a legendary figure that shines through the ages. Little friends who like historical literature can go and see. Introduction. In 361 BC, during the Warring States period, the world of great struggle. This year, an aspiring young man, Sun Bin, just resigned from the master and went down to the mountain, preparing to go to Wigoni to run for his brother Pangwan. In this year, Pangwan was also the general of Wai State, with high weight. The era of the overwhelming Wagyu Oi has been going on for 62 years, and it looks like it will continue. This year, Qinxia Gong just issued a recruiting order. Shang Yang has not yet entered Qin, and he is also a minister of Wagyu Xiang's uncle. In this year, Tan Yingqi has not succeeded to become the famous King Chi Wai of Qingxi, and he is still forced to act as a proton in the Wai Kingdom. Also in this year, Wu Ji traveled to the body of a Wagyu and dude and started his colorful life destined for history. Chapter 413 Squid Feet. The audience in the stands saw the underwater movement through the high-definition magic light screen. The stand was silent, as if the pause button had been pressed, and everyone seemed stunned. But soon, the voices in the stands rose, and the little wizards of Hogwarts shouted and shouted, and almost all the little wizards stood up. Especially the elites in the training class slapped their hands hard while slamming their admiration. The worship and longing in their eyes are naked and uncovered. Of course, there are also some people sitting in their seats. They feel that Alan's tricks are too fierce, killing so many magical creatures at once, These Grindelwalds are so pitiful. There are also many adult wizards. After recognizing that Alan used the black magic Abadarki Wither, he was terrified. It is such a strength at a young age. It is really worrying whether he will grow to the second. A mysterious person. Kakarot sat pale in the referee's seat, without saying a word. His hand quietly pressed on his hot black magic mark, and his heart set off a storm. Alan has magic power far beyond his imagination. He originally thought that Alan Harris was only better than ordinary little wizards, and it was inevitably difficult to maintain such a high mana-consuming magic. Unexpectedly, he could not only maintain more than an hour of space area magic and wandless flight, you can even kill a large number of Grindives in a flash with the black magic Abadarki Wither. This is by no means an ordinary elite wizard. Kakarot even dared to assert that even the current era, I am afraid that few can reach the level of Alan Harris. He couldn't help but think of the person who made him terrified. At this age, did that person also master such a deep black magic? And did he also possess such a magnificent magic power? In addition to the strength of the Harris family, Kakarot recalled his previous attitude, intertwined with fear in his heart, and bit his lip. Even more desperate in his heart was Deem Strong's warrior Brooke Hernandez. He was very proud of himself. When he saw the sea snake swimming rapidly in the water grass, he made a decisive decision to escape. When he saw Furong and Kara fighting with the sea snake from a distance, he was more wise. Proud to choose. However, as he approached Mermaid Square, he stopped immediately and looked forward with horror. Just a few feet away from him, what happened? His eyes widened, and the lake rolled violently. A long, gleaming red tentacle emerged from the water plants, then patted it hard again. He turned his head and decided to flee. Was this Hogwarts a concentration of monsters? Why are the magical creatures in the lake so scary? However, the red tentacle moved faster and slapped his back, and Brooke could not help sinking. He could not see anything, and the lake stirred violently, bringing in countless bubbles and white waves. The water around Brooke kept rolling and white foam appeared. In the loud noise of the water, he felt himself sturdy by the thick, sticky tentacles. He used all kinds of spells to attack these tentacles, but he was desperate to find that the more fierce he attacked, the tighter these tentacles were wrapped, and his chest was almost strangled. He was lifted high by his tentacles, and he finally saw the whole picture of this horrible magic creature. In the dark lake water, this was a huge squid with red light flashing all over it, which looked like it is a cruise ship, with countless tentacles flexing and extending indiscriminately in the lake water. As he stared at the observation, the spooky and horrible ring in the middle surrounded by the giant squid's countless tentacles opened its mouth, showing its sharp teeth. He was approached by the tentacles to approach the giant mouth. Brooke's heart is full of despair. Will he be swallowed by this giant squid? Suddenly, this giant squid raised his tentacles under his eyes, revealing something like a circular funnel, and the black thick juice squirted from it, pouring down to Brooke with his face covered. Eyes closed. Brooke feels that his strength is gradually dissipating, and his consciousness is also blurred. His heart is full of bitterness. It is poisoned again. Wait, that part, is this its part? His chest lightened, and then he felt that he was being held vigorously, quickly ascended, quickly rushed out of the lake, and was thrown to the shore. He shook his head, and in front of him, the originally black lake water turned into a blue viscous liquid. Moody in the distance lowered his wand and sighed with relief. He didn't plan to kill people in the game. Who knows that this medicine is not only useful for Grindillo, but even the giant squid is affected and mad. Brooke pulled apart the broken tentacles that were wrapped around him, and those broken tentacles were constantly flowing out of blue viscous liquid. His head was getting dizzy. He couldn't support it, and he collapsed into the mud on the shore of the lake. In the midst of obscurity, he saw that on the high-definition magic light screen in the sky, the giant squid that had originally shone red light was no longer dazzling in the dark lake water, and it changed the color of his body to the same as the lake water. Black, he thought in a trance, that this giant squid would actually change color. Not far from the squid, Hogwarts warrior Alan Harris was holding his wand high, and at the moment of crisis he cast a shadow on the giant squid recorded in the note given by Professor Snape. Cutting off the entanglement holding Brooke's tentacles, he was thrown back to the shore of the lake with a floating spell. Brooke's mouth was not clear yet, he was waiting for the squid's final trial. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A wizard wearing a starry grey magic robe, wearing a purple cloak dragged to the ground, and a pair of high-heeled boots with buckles stood beside him. Dumbledore! Brooke cried silently, as if he heard his call. www.mentalnovel.com. Dumbledore turned his head, and the bright blue and blue eyes behind the half-moon-shaped glasses sparkled. His wand pointed at Brooke, who felt that the hot wounds on his body were covered with cool plaster, and he moaned comfortably. His mind gradually returned to clarity. In an instant, Dumbledore disappeared from his presence. Professor Dumbledore's phantom moved into the space created by Alan, and sent the remaining hostages with a floating spell. He beckoned to Alan and let Alan land beside him. He glanced at the magic light screen above his head, waved his wand, and cast a closed earplug curse. Alan, why did you deliberately use so much black magic today? Dumbledore's expression looked at Alan with anxiety. On such occasions, it is not a wise decision to use black magic in a just and fair way. Could it be that Alan Harris's overindulgence in black magic has affected his mind? For Ms. Cravat. Chapter 414 Irrational Modified. When Alan came ashore again, unprecedented loud applause broke out in the stands, and even those who feared had to admit that the little wizard in front of him was far superior to ordinary people. The referees all stood and looked at them. 20 mermaids accompanied them like an honor guard, and they sang unsavory songs in their mouths. Alan saw Miss Pomfrey wandering around the warriors and hostages still on the shore in a fuss, all wrapped in thick blankets, blowing heat from the ears. Miss Pomfrey handed Alan a thick blanket. Although Alan felt that she did not need it, she thanked him politely and took it over. But for the potion that thickened at a glance, Alan resolutely resigned, and Madame Pomfrey hesitated, eventually giving up the idea of forcibly pouring the potion into Alan's throat. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. Madame Pomfrey, who was responsible, made it difficult to parry. Alan didn't want to understand the hot potion. Professor Dumbledore looked at all this with a smile, and then turned to the other referees, saying, "First we will meet and score." Several referees got together. Crum's legs were covered with thick blankets, wearing Dimstrand's unique furry fur cape. Standing far away, his face somber, Fleur stood beside Albert, and the two talked intimately, as if there were only two of them in the whole world. But Brooke of Distrom leaned to Alan's side, thanking him constantly, and seeing his enthusiasm, as if he and Alan had become intimate friends at once. At this moment, Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice suddenly rang in their ears, startling them, and calming the audience in the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, we finally made a decision. The performance of the Warriors is also seen in our eyes. We decided to rate the Warriors on the basis of a perfect score of 50 points. Alan Harris." The stand was silent, like the tranquility before the storm. Everyone was expecting the figures released by Bagman. He showed a strong magic talent, superb magic skills, not only rescued the hostage back to the shore at the fastest speed, but also rescued other people. For this reason, the referees agreed that Alan Harris obtained full score 50 points. Bagman shouted passionately. The Hogwarts students in the crowd cheered warmly and their voices were deafening. The little wizards jumped from their seats and patted their hands desperately. "Harry Potter," Bagman's voice succeeded in quieting the heated spectator stand. He showed an excellent use of the bubblehead mantra. The second rescued the hostages. "I have to say that Mr. Potter's luck is probably the best of all warriors. Mr. Potter has a score of 47. Cheers came again from Hogwarts stands, and the Gryffindor Lions even whistled. Victor Krum has used the transformation technique, which is incomplete, but still very effective. He is the third to return with the hostages. We give him 40. Kukulov slaps with extra strength, and looks very satisfied with Crum's performance. Furong Dracul also demonstrated the excellent use of the bubblehead mantra. Although she and Carla Rogers arrived at the same time, She could have returned earlier. She rescued Carla Rogers and performed well against the horse-type monster. Bagman paused. All eyes were on Furong by the shore, and when she saw her standing beside Albert with a serious look, she couldn't help showing a look of surprise and sympathy. Most referees, Bagman glanced at Kakarot very dissatisfiedly. I think this fully reflects the noble moral character. However, Miss Dracul's score is 45 points. Miss Carla Davis' score is 35. A bright smile immediately broke out on Furong's face. She jumped up and fell into Albert's arms. Albert was startled, dumbfounded for a moment, then hovered around Furong and patted her on the back. Standing on the shore of the lake, Crumb looked darker than the water of the Black Lake. He punched angrily on the trunk next to him, and the frozen ballast of the tree fell to him, and he jumping awkwardly. The anger in my heart was more intense. He reached the shore far faster than Furong, but for a moral reason. His score was lower than Furong. He was not convinced. Mr. Brooke Hernandez, unfortunately, your score is 0 this time, Bagman said sympathetically. There was encouraging applause on the court. Kakarot glared at Brooke with dissatisfaction. Brooke shuddered and bowed his head, unable to see clearly. Because this three-witch contest is an unprecedented game of 6 wizards. The third game is not the last traditional event. It belongs to the overtime and will be played on February 14th, Bagman continued. Their warriors will be informed about the specific content of the project half a month in advance. Thank you for your support to the warriors. Miss Pomfrey began to the warriors and hostages back to the castle to change their dry clothes. Although the game was over, they still could not leave, and they needed to be interviewed by various media. Alan, who was the first to finish the interview, hurried back to the Harris family tower. He knew that the family would gather in the tower today to celebrate him. Entering the tower, Alan saw Luna sitting in the hall at a glance, holding a plate of Spanish seafood chicken rice. Alan stepped forward in a good mood, grabbed Luna's spoon, dug a spoonful of rice, and stuffed it into his mouth. However, Luna did not have the shy reaction expected by Alan, but just quietly waited for Alan to finish eating, and Alan confessed to return the spoon to Luna. www.mentalnovel.com. Luna continued to enjoy her own deliciousness. Alan smiled, stood up, and walked upstairs. In his perception, Hermione and Penlo were in the training room. Alan pushed the door in and heard Penlo's voice. Fool, you need to work the waist and abdomen, so that you can quickly escape the curse that strikes you. Penlo's hand pressed against Hermione's abdomen, guiding Hermione. Hearing her voice, Hermione looked up and met Alan's eyes. Hermione's eyes lit up, but then she gave Alan a white eye, turned her head to deliberately not look at Alan, and her white teeth bit her red lips. Penlo stood aside with his arms wrapped around his chest and his eyes drooped, as if attracted by the training equipment on the ground. Although Alan did not know why Hermione was angry, it was not a good time to tell the story. He had already sensed that Mr. Harris downstairs was talking to Luna. Let's go downstairs. About Dementors, I found something I want to tell you. Alan beckoned to the two. Chapter 415. Dark Lord's father modified. Alan took Penlo and Hermione downstairs. As soon as she went down the stairs, she saw Mrs. Harris directing a plate of delicate dishes to a huge round dining table in the hall. She wore a white lace robe with a smile on her face, and when she saw Alan, she stretched her hand and hugged her son. Oh Alan, I'm so proud of you. Alan's ears were reddish, and in front of Luna, Hermione, and Penlo, let her mother hold her arms like a child, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. He crossed Mrs. Harris' shoulders and saw Luna sitting on a wide-handed chair behind the dining table. Withholding a silver fork, she flexibly twirled and turned. There was a delicate small cake in front of him. Little boy, they were suspended because of Alan's arrival. Seeing Luna's smiling eyes, Alan coughed twice and gently broke free from Mrs. Harris' arms. Alan chose to sit next to Luna. Luna raised her arm to fork the cake, and her naked arm was exposed in the fat sleeve. There is a fragrant fragrance in the robe, which is the fresh air after freshening. Everyone was seated at the table. Mr. Harris toasted to celebrate Alan's excellent results in the first 2 rounds of competition, and the atmosphere quickly warmed up. Everyone was raving about the delicious dinner. Little Emily was serious and took care of the 3 guests of Hermione, Luna and Penlow. Colton, or Lara Rosberg? Emily asked sweetly, and she became more and more admired for the brother Ellen. Colton, thank you Emily. Alan felt that Corton wine was more palatable, so Emily filled him. A sweet pleasure has spread throughout the body, warm, from the top of the abdomen, rushed to the limbs, all over the body. The dampness and depression in the Black Lake were thrown out of Duke's Eon in this sweetness. He feels comfortable and feels comfortable in life, thought, body and soul. This is a gift from Furong. She is really a nice and considerate girl. It would have been better if she had no Meiwa bloodline. Mrs. Harris regretted it. Albert was eating and chewing, and barely spoke. Hearing Mrs. Harris' words, he coughed violently with food. Mr. Harris had wanted to criticize Alan's unwise use of black magic in the game to discredit his reputation, but suddenly he glanced at Penlow, and his words became, what happened to the wandless flying magic in your game? The rodless flight I used in the game was the result of studying the Dementor's flying abilities. When Mr. Harris asked about the spell that Alan used in the game, Alan put down his knife and fork, explained, I also got some inspiration from them and researched some other magic. Then, Alan stood up and left the table, and walked to the other end of the hall before stopping. He beckoned to make Mr. Harris their attention, and then he demonstrated the ability imitated from the Dementors and slowly approached the crowd. Is this? Mr. Harris stood up and watched as he slowly walked into Alan. He felt his happiness seem to be taken away, full of sadness and despair. Evergreen trees and some decorative phalaenopsis placed on the wall along the course of Alan's progress gradually began to wither, and finally turned into residual leaves and fell to the ground lightly. This is my Dementors simulated by magic power can affect the biological ability close to him, but obviously our wizard has a magic power far higher than Dementors, so the actual range is much larger than their own influence range. Although it is the same as Animagus wand that can be cast and maintained without using a wand, it should be noted that you must always ensure the operation of the occluded brain at any time, otherwise it will play a little negative effect on you. A piece of dark chocolate flew from the dessert plate on the dining table, and flew into Mr. Harris' hand. He took a big bite. And Albert also came over and laughed and patted Alan's shoulder. When you are facing multiple enemies alone, this trick should be useful. Some unwilling guys may not be under the influence of this magic. Speaking of releasing effective spells, it is estimated that even the escape action cannot be done. Take out any good things. Alan rubbed his shoulders pretending to be unbearable, allowing everyone to ease the negative emotions brought by this spell in laughter. Subsequently, Alan took all the people to the imprisonment room upstairs. In the pentagram array, only one Dementor was floating in the array. Seeing someone coming in, he instinctively wanted to approach the crowd exuding a cheerful atmosphere, but when he identified Alan, immediately flew in the opposite direction, and when he hit the edge of the imprisoned circle, he was bounced back and fell to the ground. Alan held out his hand, and he grabbed a volley, and the Dementor flew directly to him, no matter how struggling it was in the air. He couldn't get rid of Alan's shackles. In the astonishment of everyone's eyes, Alan lifted the Dementor's veil and leaned into the empty mouth under it. A grey airstream floated out of the big hole and flew into Alan's mouth. The Dementor was still struggling desperately at first, and gradually made up to occasionally twitch, and finally his head leaned back weakly, floating motionless in the air. Alan lowered his hand. He was like a puppet with no anger, like a pool of mud, fainted and fell to the ground. Alan waved his wand. A silver phoenix guardian spewed out from the top of his wand, flying around the Dementor. The Dementor turned into a pile of debris at a speed visible to the naked eye. A grey soul squeezed out of Alan's lips. Alan waved his wand. The soul floated up and drilled in from the top of the wand. The magic of absorbing soul energy was originally excavated from the ancient ruins by the Black family, But the soul that has no time to purify increases the user's soul strength, but also brings great hidden dangers. The more times it is used, the more it will be more and more pollution of the residual marks of the soul will make people crazy. It can be inferred from the Voldemort data I collected that he should have also studied Dementors. The flying ability is obviously also learned from them, and the spell that absorbs the energy of the soul to strengthen his own soul. He should also be yes. Only in this way can his soul have enough strength to split so many times to make so many Horcruxes. Alan was eloquent, and everyone listened attentively. Although he is not sure whether he will use the Dementor Kiss ability. But obviously he does not have the means to save the soul, so he has no way to remove the parts of the soul that we do not need, and the number of absorption must not be excessive. Of course, this is enough to make him magical enough to make the magic spell amazing, so he is no longer afraid of ordinary spells. Alan paused and solemnly said, but because of the need to divide the soul or directly absorb the soul when making the Horcrux, it will make people's spirits confused. Judging from the growth footprint left by Voldemort, he is indeed more and more crazy, from the insidious craze during the student period to a downright terrorist leader. With that, Alan waved his wand in his hand. The growable wand I made for you. As you fight more and moisturize it with magic power, it will also grow into a wand that can store souls. After you learn to imitate the ability of the Dementor Kiss, you will have enough time to slowly remove the parts we don't need, and then purify the soul into pure soul energy to strengthen yourself. Just follow this step strictly. There is no hidden danger at all. The increase in the power of the spell and the total amount of magic power is relatively obvious. Alan Shensheng emphasized. But if you want to achieve the soul strength like a fire dragon and be able to resist the killing spells cast by ordinary wizards, I will conservatively estimate it. At my current progress, if it is drawn continuously, it will probably be 1.5 to 2 years. Time. Alan held out 2 fingers. It's also worth noting that magic resistance can only resist magic spells such as killing spells, fainting grounds, and malicious transformations that directly apply magic to the object itself. If the opponent uses 10,000 bombs, other than your weapon, to directly act on other objects, rather than directly acting on their own spells, the enhanced magic resistance will not play much role. Seeing everyone's different expressions, Alan added, according to my estimation, only Albert and Penelow's wands that are often trained in fighting may have enough magic power to grow this ability. I don't know you. Have you ever encountered the corpse turned to ashes after killing the enemy? After talking about it, Alan noticed that Hermione frowned. Of course, things like playing with the soul have always been considered by the public as a means of the devil. It is a very evil thing. Therefore, we must not be swallowed by ourselves. Don't become as unscrupulous as Voldemort in order to gain power. The target to be absorbed must be carefully selected, such as the collection of extinct human prisoners or some evil creatures, and must not be shot against ordinary objects. In addition, to absorb the soul, I recommend a test done inside the tower, keeping it absolutely confidential. At this time, Alan noticed that Penlow deflated his mouth when he heard the selection. Penlow, every time you collect and draw souls with your wand, you have to inform me that I can do it on the spot. Don't rush. No, you know why. I am doing it for you. Dementors such as Dementors are special because the wands absorb the souls that come out when the enemy is killed. For Dementors such as monsters, even if you use a killing spell on it, its soul will not leave the body, but will go directly to a new place. Everyone's curiosity was hooked. I used to capture the victim when they used the Dementor Kiss on the perverted murderer. During this process, I found a new place for their soul. One is the same as the Dementor itself, a grey world that exudes coldness and despair. Soon after it fell to the ground, another soul in the Dementor's body came out of that other world to control its body, so the Avidasua mantra would appear to have no effect on them. And after sucking out their souls with the ability to imitate Dementor kisses, their bodies will not be controlled by new Dementor souls. If they lose their unique soul shelter, they can be really hurt by the curse. www.mentalnovel.com. At this time, Use a curse specifically for such evil creatures like the Guardian Curse or the Sunburst to supplement the words, "This Dementor can be completely destroyed." There was a lot of information in Alan's words, and everyone was silent for a while before they understood what he meant. Finally, the Dementors have a lot of doubts. Their biggest secrets: where are the victims' souls after they kissed? And what is the new world of new souls that can constantly be added to the Dementors' bodies? What kind of secret is hiding? I have no clue so far. Alan's hand touched his chin, wondering. The atmosphere in the room was frozen, and after listening to Alan's words, it seemed that the world had become foggy. Mr. Harris walked solemnly to Alan's body. In Alan's startled eyes, he suddenly opened his mouth, deliberately widened his eyes, and exclaimed in a funny tone, "So I am new." The father of the Dark Lord. Seeing Mr. Harris' pretense slow response, Alan was stunned. When he recovered, Mr. Harris suddenly raised his hands, patted Alan's face, and laughed at him. Chapter 416 Boyfriend Modified. Sincere thanks to Wyman for advocating you returning to the lobby from the imprisonment. Owen happily poured a glass of elderberry wine for his youngest son, Alan, and drank it one by one. There was nothing more delighted to be a parent than a child. Owen talked about it and talked about various anecdotes seen or heard in the Ministry of Magic, the life characteristics of magical creatures, the battle adventures of the eras and so on. The eyes of the ladies on the scene were all on him, and Hermione said slowly, "These things you said can be written as a set of charming articles." Alan leaned forward with his hands under his chin, and said to his father Owen and the elder brothers Albert and Ren, "The Dark Lord is about to rise. Kakarot is afraid, he wants to run away." Alan tells his father and brother that he knows about Kakarot and overheard Snape and Kakarot's conversation. "When Kakarot saw you flying out of the lake, it seemed like he was stabbed with a needle." The whole person jumped from the chair, his face was astonishingly white. He turned and wanted to run, but Dumbledore stopped. Irving thought of Kakarot's expression at that time. He couldn't help laughing. Grindelwald used to study at Deemstrand. Owen rubbed his palm. "But Kakarot, maybe we can control it. We can temporarily let Ren take a few people between the British and German Ministry of Magic. In the name of communication. In return, to protect him, I think Deemstrang should at least vacate a few teachers for the newly recruited elites of our family." Irving looked at Alan and smiled broadly. "When it comes to these elites, after watching your game, the young elites in my men who have been oppressed for many years and have not lost their pure blood family pride are very kind to you. Be convinced that if you have tasks to hand over to them in the future, you should get the most support." Alan nodded and looked at Albert, who was playing with an empty wine bottle. "Albert, Punlo needs to be transferred from the front-line battle. Let her go to Aura's office for a period of time." Iber nodded characteristically, but he looked at Alan unabashedly. "She has been in a bad mood recently, staying away from those fights, soothing her emotions. At the same time, she can also have more time in the tower to train family members like Daisy and Hermione who are not good at fighting and let their magic wands can grow quickly." Punlo leaned against the back of the sofa, the wand turned flexibly in her palm, and heard that her wand flew out of the palm and was quickly pulled back into the hand by the chain. She looked up at Alan but did not speak out against it. "Okay. It's not too early. Let's go back to rest." Owen looked at the magic clock hanging on the wall and suggested, "There is still something in the department that needs to be dealt with. Punlo, you and I will pass by, and you will also issue your job transfer book." Albert is a fast-moving person, and he likes to deliver the job immediately, not to delay. Punlo politely said goodbye to Mr. Harris and others, but her charming big eyes never dared to meet Alan's eyes and followed Albert to disappear from the tower instantly. Alan also stood up to say goodbye to her family. When passing Aunt Josephine, Alan hugged Josephine. "Aunt Josephine, you are in charge of the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control. Magic creatures, remember to collect materials such as blood and cell tissues of these dangerous creatures." After leaving the tower, Alan turned into the form of a phoenix. Through the perceptual mark, he first found Luna, and with Luna teleported back to Ravenclaw's common room. After saying goodbye to Luna, he positioned Hermione again, and the Hermione Phantom that left the tower moved to the edge of the school, bypassing the Black Lake, carrying the back of the school uniform cloak with both hands, and striding towards Hogwarts. Go. She is obviously accustomed to abide by the school rules and she does not want to miss the curfew time. Alan, who was teleporting to Hermione, startled Hermione, and Hermione swaggered over her body, turning her back to Alan. Alan smiled, didn't care, accompanied Hermione by the side, and followed Hermione, who had slowed down, to the castle. Hermione, you must remember to promote several wizards as your assistants in the cram school. Don't put your mind too much on the training. Your current primary task is to let your wand grow. Alan said, turning his head. He gently advised Hermione. However, I am worried that other people may not be enough to convince the crowd, and it will not be good for the training class to mess up. Hermione hesitated. I can do both. Alan squeezed Hermione's cheek. Although for me and for the Harris family, the training class is indeed important, but compared to you, those are nothing. After that, in the days after the second game, the weather became colder and colder. Although the weather became clearer, the cold wind still blows the hands of the little wizards every time he comes to the ground outside the castle. It hurts to the face. The owls couldn't send the letter in time because the strong wind always blew them away from the target. Finally, the owl appeared at Friday's breakfast time, and half of his feathers were turned upside down by the wind. Alan picked off newspapers and magazines such as Daily Prophet and Singing Contradictions tied to their legs, and fed them some water. The owls pecked Alan's fingers gratefully and flew away. But the dinner table was obviously not a good place to read newspapers. Alan picked up these magazines and got up and left. As he walked down the steps to the hall, he saw the gang of Slytherins headed by Pansy Parkinson. They are all looking at something, giggling happily one by one. When Ron squeezed a newspaper and quickly rushed over Alan's side, Pansy's fox face protruded from Gall's fat back, and the group of Slytherins laughed happier. They're here, she giggled, and the Slytherins gathered in a group dispersed. Alan saw that she had a magazine in her hand, the Wizarding Weekly. The photo on the cover of the event is a witch with curly hair. She grinned, showing her teeth, and pointed a big sponge-like cake with her wand. Alan quickened his pace, and he became interested in the newspapers in his hands. In the library, Alan first opened the Wizarding Weekly. Effortlessly, Alan found what he was looking for on the magazine homepage. A color photo occupies a whole page. Krum looks at Ron's nose intently. On Ron's nose with several small freckles, it is a water beetle. At the same time, in the potion classroom, Ron also read this magazine annoyed. He may be a highly anticipated boy, but he also experienced the pain that adolescent boys often have. www.mentalnovel.com Task reports. After the World Cup, Victor Krum finally met the love of his life at Hogwarts, Ron Weasley. Ron Weasley used to eat and sleep with Harry Potter for up to 3 years. Ron Weasley is a mean but ambitious wizard who seems to have a soft spot for famous wizards. But Harry cannot satisfy his appetite alone. Mr. Weasley has been playing with the feelings of the two witches since he met Victor Krum, the famous Bulgarian finder at the World Cup. Krum has obviously been overwhelmed by the cunning red-haired Mr. Weasley. In the second game of the Three Witches, he not only worked hard to rescue, but also thoughtfully, like a wife grooming her husband for her, organized the instruments for Ron Weasley. Perhaps Mr. Krum needs to pay attention that as a qualified boyfriend, this Ron Weasley may not be a good choice. Principal Kickleff should probably check whether Mr. Krum has misunderstood. Aphrodisiac. Of course, in Hogwarts, obsessions are naturally prohibited, and Albus Dumbledore will undoubtedly need to seriously investigate the matter. At the same time, people who have good wishes for Mr. Krum hope that the next time he dedicate the truth, he must choose a more valuable candidate. Harry, sitting on the side of Ron, saw Ron peeking at the magazine. In the class, Harry quickly passed Ron and stopped Ron for the first time after the Cold War. You will leave Lee next time. Skeeter. Stay away. She ugliness you into that kind of slut. Slut? The newspaper said I was a boyfriend. Ron, you idiot. You are not really gay. Chapter 417 Newspaper Revised. Sincere thanks to the League for advocating why you Alan saw these disputes about the grievances between Ron, Crumb and Harry, and shook his head. It was really a joke. He couldn't help but see the tale from the beginning. He knew the truth, but it also happened. There was a feeling that the three of them did have an inside story. Of course, magazines such as The Witcher Weekly also inevitably have to vigorously report on Alan's game. Although they all recognized Alan's strength without exception, in terms of the few black magics used by Alan, there is still controversy. Alan put down those magazines and directly opened the newspaper that basically represented the Prophet Daily. The reports about him occupied most of the page. Alan looked at it very positively. Even if he used black magic. The official reasonable explanation is given. Dark magic like a wandless flight, if it is not used for evil, but to save people, then it should not be resisted in itself. Although the Abedakwyther and Shinfinguing used by him are quite lethal, it is not difficult to find that compared to the variety of attack methods in black magic, our standard white magic now attacks the method is simple and single, polarized. In the absence of practice, even many wizards only use some daily magic. In this case, it is necessary to grade some black magic and appropriately select some that are open to the public. The Ministry of Magic also seems to be exploring in this regard, and the reform of the IRA division some time ago can be regarded as such a signal. The division of labor among the IRAs has been further refined, and the opening of Autonomous Attack Authority has improved the security of the entire wizarding world. The death and injury rates of the IRAs have also been greatly reduced. Whether it is black magic or white magic, as long as it can meet the needs of wizards, as long as the purpose of use is not malicious, as long as it does not cause bad consequences, there is really no need to compare the boundary between them. Magic is just a kind of means. After all, it is the wizard who uses magic. Only black and white wizards, no black and white magic. Alan could not help nodding. The Prophet Daily would approve of his use of black magic or even whitewash. This is not difficult to predict. With Mr. Harris in, the public opinion of the official newspaper need not worry at all. After flipping through Singing Contrast, Alan laughed. His own newspaper was beautified reasonably, and was very wise. It was really correct to control public opinion. Compared with these newspapers, some magazines also showed different attitudes, such as The Fifth Element Exploration, European Magic Education Assessment, Wisdom Black Magic, etc. These newspapers and magazines' attitudes are very fierce. In A Little Wizard Who Has Not Graduated, we have seen the lethality caused by black magic. If this kind of magic is popularized in little wizards who can't fully control their emotions, even those adult wizards who are easily impulsive, master, then I am afraid that the public order of the society will become turbulent. Conflict deaths may increase, and there may even be a potential threat to the mole society, and the possibility of the magic world being exposed to the mole vision will also increase. Think about the person who can't mention the name, think about the dark period, and think about the consequences of the abuse of black magic. We call on the Ministry of Magic to carefully consider the popularization of black magic. At least, the person who can't mention the name is as old as Alan Harris, and I'm afraid he can't master such a deep black magic. As a rising rookie in the magic world, Alan Harris has brought us a lot of surprises. Not only the best-looking player in the world, but also the only magical creature in the world that uses the Phoenix as an Annie the Wizard of Magus. To the best of the author's knowledge, he also broke the minimum age record to complete the Phantom Transfer. Like such an excellent little wizard, we look forward to his growth. It is hoped that under the guidance of Professor Dumbledore, we can usher in a greater white wizard, rather than let the Dark Lord 2 come out. At the same time, Punlo was sitting in Ra's comprehensive transaction office. His entire body leaned on a chair, holding a Witcher Weekly in his hand, two white long and slender beautiful legs laid on the desk, black short leather pants outline around it dark, the red lips of flames gently squeezed. the brow peak slightly wrinkled. The other clerks in the office did not dare to look at Punlo. The whole office could only hear the rustling of the feather pen sliding on the parchment and the sound of Punlo's chair shaking. Suddenly, Punlo laughed, and a wide-faced wizard looked back at her. Punlo looked up, and he turned away in shock. Why did he put such a demon head in their office, shouldered such lethal weapons beyond the front line? Punlo chuckled, and his attention continued to shift to the newspaper in front of him. In order to stand beside Alan in a fair and honest manner, she had considered giving up her position and washing her reputation. But seeing that Alan was even stigmatizing her reputation for her, Punlo felt that he should continue to sit in the position of Era. Alan's reputation could not continue to be damaged. Some things were enough for her. Alan's darkness face, let her bear it alone. Moreover, in this way, she will become the irreplaceable person next to him. In the potion classroom, Professor Snape inspected the potions in the crucibles of the little wizards one by one in a nearly stagnant atmosphere. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside the classroom. "Come in," Snape said in his usual voice. The door opened, and the whole class looked away. Professor Cuckoldluff came in, and everyone looked at him to Snape's podium. He curled his goatee with his fingers, looking restless. "We need to talk." Cuckoldluff just came to Snape and said suddenly. He seemed to make up his mind not to let anyone hear what he said, so his lips hardly moved, as if he were a very lame ventriloquist expert. "I'll talk to you again after class, Cuckoldluff," Snape whispered, but Kakarot interrupted him. "I want to talk now, while you can't slip away. Severus, you have been hiding from me. Let's talk after class," Snape said sternly. Kakarot panicked, and Snape looked angry. But for the rest of the time, Cuckoldluff has been hovering behind Snape's podium. He seemed determined not to let Snape slip away after class. Anxious, they did not notice that a petite figure flashed by at the door of the potion classroom. "What's so urgent?" After all the students left the classroom, you read www.uukanzu.com. Snape asked Kakarot in a low voice. "Look," Cuckoldluff said, and Kakarot lifted the left sleeve of his robe and showed Snape the dark mark on his forearm. "How is it?" Cuckoldluff said. "Have you seen it?" "It has never been so obvious. Since the World Cup, it has become hotter." "Hurry up," Snape said fiercely, his dark eyes scanning the classroom. "But you must have noticed," Kakarot said anxiously. "Anyway, remember loyalty." Professor Snape glanced coldly at Kakarot and instantly swallowed Kakarot's words into his stomach. Kakarot stayed in place for a while, covering his dark mark with one hand, turned around, and strode out of the classroom. He was both worried and annoyed. At a corner of a corridor, he paused, and Alan Harris blocked his way. Chapter 418 Negotiations Modified. Sincere thanks to the Alliance for defending YU. Kakarot looked up at Alan in amazement and frowned. "Mr. Alan Harris, it's not polite to block Sumion's path." Alan glanced at Kakarot's hand and smiled. "The mark is hot, the color is getting darker, and I am panicked. I want to run away." Kakarot's face was uncertain, staring fiercely at Alan. "Sir, such an unfriendly attitude is not wise. If I were you, I would not run away." And this kind of perceptual mark was printed. Even in the corners of the world, you can capture your traces. Alan's tone sounded very sincere, but if you look into his eyes, you will find that it is full of jokes. Alan gently rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Harris family's sense of imprint. "We, the Harris family, are also proficient in the magic of this sense imprint. We are too aware of the power of this imprint. You have nowhere to escape." Kakarot instantly paled, and his upper and lower teeth fought from time to time, making a clear sound. He could see that Alan wasn't lying. He dropped his arms desolately, took a few steps backwards, and ran into the cylinder behind him in a panic. His mind was full of being caught by the person who could not mention the name. He knelt on the ground himself, and the man was standing high, his wand pointed at him, either wailing in pain, rolling over the ground, or green light after that, lose your life. The more he despaired, the more he shook his body and twitched. He clenched his teeth so as not to make a noise. He couldn't control himself, just like he was rolling down the ground, torn something to bite. A bottle of attractive color appeared in front of Kakarov. He grabbed the bottle and greedily drank it into the mouth of the bottle until he couldn't breathe. The wine in the bottle went down 3 points. 1. His stomach soon became scorching, and this scorching spread to his limbs, which gave him some courage while anesthetizing his mind. He looked up to Alan, who had given him his wine. "What is your purpose?" Alan did not answer him directly, but stood in Kakarov's perspective and analyzed. "As long as you are the principal of Distrom, your life will not be easily ended." "Useless, you don't know his horror." Kakarov shook his head in frustration and murmured, "Just that. Of course it's useless." Alan's words suddenly turned. "At the World Cup this year, you should have seen the strength of the young heroes of the British Ministry of Magic. I think you have seen it in the newspaper. Relevant news that was created by my elder brother Albert Harris. But what you don't know is," Alan pretended to pause, "my second brother, Lon Harris, although usually low and not famous for fighting, is actually not much weaker than my elder brother. At Hogwarts, you don't have to worry about safety for the time being. Actually, according to information from the Harris family, Voldemort has not yet been fully resurrected. At the end of this semester, you can invite the British Ministry of Magic to communicate with the name of President Distrom, and the Harris family will use us the forces in the Ministry of Magic. Let my second brother, Harris, lead the team." The recent reforms of the Ministry of Magic I think you have also observed from Batty Crouch. The senior officials will be forced to take a few pride when traveling as a guard, and as a member of the Harris family, I don't think it's too difficult. But it's not difficult to send a few more heroes to follow. Of course they will not be Voldemort's opponents, but I think what my animagus can do, you should also have enough understanding. They only need to delay a little time." Said, Alan used the wand, tapped his mark of omniscience. "Through it I can receive news. I have shown you a small part of my strength in the game. In addition, I think Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard, also will be happy to work with the heroes of the Ministry of Magic to solve the terrorist." Kakarov kept turning the wine bottle in his hand, constantly wondering the authenticity and reliability of Alan's words in his heart. "I am afraid that the Harris family's forces have revealed to the outside world that it is just the tip of the iceberg. What is their purpose in doing so?" "So, what do you want to get from Principal Distrom?" Kakarov used his sweet social tone again. Seeing that he was finally talking about the topic, Alan decided to first reveal some half-truth information to give Kakarov a little confidence. "And this is also a deterrent. Harris family power plus our power in the Ministry of Magic is sure to protect you under Anon's hands. In addition, you can't find more powerful than us. In a short time, you can't rely on more powerful and capable organizations." Alan Zizu is holding it. Looking at Kakarov's expression is more relaxed. "I think Dimstrand will have to vacate a few positions next year. Our Harris family is the heir to Gellert Grindelwald. 100 years ago, your predecessor dismissed the adult because of his experiment. I am afraid that you, who will be the successor after a few generations, would invite his successor again in this way." Kakarov stepped back in shock and hit the wall so that his hat fell to the ground again, and the instant cold on his head cleared his mind. He immediately connected the Harris family in front of him to the men of the first generation of the Demon Strong. Alan's grandfather also graduated from Distrom, and was a powerful member of Grindelwald. After the war, he was also exempted from punishment by various means like himself. They thought that they should fall away from their wealth, but they did not expect to only lurk in Britain, and even became the heir of the first generation of the Dark Lord. Kakarov swallowed the wine from the glass and wrapped it in a jacket. "Aren't you afraid that I will tell Dumbledore this news in exchange for his support and protection?" A transparent glass also appeared in Alan's hand. He poured some wine for himself and took a sip of his own sake. "Why do you think Dumbledore doesn't know? Or do you think this is great? What would the White Wizard do to our Harris because of this news?" "Vigilance, observation, surveillance." He let Tom Riddle grow up and hardly do anything. He even let his loyal after Voldemort was defeated. The Phoenix Society is poor and even has nothing. And compared to the horror rule of your former masters, which was made by poor criminal means, our Harris family never violated the law. Alan looked at Kakarot jokingly. Harissa is the law. Although Kakarot was already paralyzed on the ground, he felt that his brain had not turned so fast in his life. The purpose of the Harris family was already clear. If he gave up everything and escaped, Dimstrand would like to. It is up to the people to decide whether their lives can be saved or not. Depends on how strong the mysterious person's revenge is on him. Based on his knowledge of his master, if he took refuge in the Harris family www.untlenovel.com, his life could be kept aside. Even they would need to keep his position as principal for a long time to complete Dimstrand's nibble. After all, in order to master the school, in addition to controlling the positions in the school, some school managers need to deal with it. If you perform well during this period, you may eventually be able to retain the position of principal and even follow the pace of the Harris family. At this time his thoughts were interrupted by Alan's voice. From your expression, did you figure it out? In addition to making the necessary unbreakable vows on this, in order to better protect you and allow us to communicate in time, I will imprint the Harris family's mark on you, and please extend your right arm. Don't resist. Alan drew his wand. Kakarot knelt in front of Alan immediately after hearing the words, and kissed Alan's robe, then stepped back to reveal his arm. Observe, Master. Alan originally shook the wine glass in his hand and saw Kakarot's sudden movements. He couldn't help but have a cry in his heart. Although he was threatening Kakarot, he never thought of being like the Dark Lord, the same as the subordinate. But this situation does not allow him to refuse, although he also wants to learn Crumb and Ron to say that I did not. Alan pointedly pointed at Kakarot's arm with his wand. Chapter 419 Candy Modified Master. There is one thing, I have to apologize to you. Kakarot felt that he was stupid before. How could he be stunned by the reputation of the three-witch challenge? And it was really a trip to Alan. It's unwise. Kakarot is a bit difficult to tell, but he has a lot of social experience and understands that some things are said before they happen, which is much better than apologizing after it happens. This is also a kind of sincerity. Oh, you said. Alan narrowed his eyes, but his expression was still gentle. In view of the strong strength you showed in the second game, Mrs. Maxime and I strongly urged the third game to change the way of the game. Although the project has not yet been finalized, the content of the game should be to let the warriors try their best. You don't need or use less magic. Kakarot rubbed his hands nervously. Alan nodded with a smile, and Kakarot breathed out, his tense nerves relaxed. Alan, who had subdued Kakarot, wrote a letter to his father Owen. Alan, who had a good mood this day, seemed to be doing very well. In the evening, Alan leaned on the windowsill, looking out at the field, looking at the dark, rustling treetops in the Forbidden Forest and the wind-swept sails of the Distron-strong ship. A small owl flew over the blue smoke from the chimney of Hagrid's hut, flew towards the castle, and then disappeared around the owl hut. Alan lowered his head and saw Hagrid digging the soil in front of his hut. Alan didn't understand what he was doing. It seemed to be reclaiming a field to grow vegetables. It was then that Miss Maxime came out of Booth Button's carriage and walked towards Hagrid. It seems that she wanted to talk to him. Soon the two stood together. Alan saw Mrs. Maxim put her hand on Hagrid's hand. The two huge figures were close together. Alan's hand rubbed his chin repeatedly. Does Mrs. Maxim really have a good opinion of Hagrid? Or does she want to take the opportunity to pull the relationship so that she can get information about the third game in the future? But Alan's good mood only lasted until the next morning when he had breakfast. As Alan struggled with the rich and delicious bacon, eggs, and salted herring, the owl came flying, and Alan looked up at the owl. He wasn't the only one doing this. All the little wizards looked at Ron's position in amazement. After a grey owl settled on the plate in front of him, 4 more barn owls flew at an owl and a grey forest owl. The Gryffindors around him got up and away from him, lest the clothes be stained by the overturned food. More and more owls scrambled forward, trying to deliver the letter to him first. This is ridiculous. Ron opened the letter and then tore it to pieces. The letter that Ron had torn off had a strong English style. This was a letter of encouragement. An encouragement of love. The owner of the letter showed fanatical support for Ron and Crum's love. He believed that Ron did what he wanted to do but failed to do. Some Hogwarts wizards also sent anonymous letters to Ron through owls. They thought that Ron was too brave. As Hogwarts wizards, they dare not disclose their sexuality. There is also a very strange letter, not a handwriting, but it seems to be composed of the letters cut from the Witcher Weekly. You are a mean bad wizard. You must have used the obsessive agent shamefully and confused Krum and Harry Potter. They deserve better men. Go back to your burrow. It's all letters of this kind. Ron's expression grew more and more impatient. He ripped apart the letters, saying desperately, Krum should get a man who is 100 times stronger than you, put you in green algae and cook. He swept all these letters on the ground indiscriminately, and read it without patience. Under a letter, a huge package was revealed. The package of the package is very delicate, and it is also marked with a purple bow. It says on the wrapping paper, for the most lovely red-haired boy in the world, Ron Weasley. Ron patted the package. He gently tore the bow and tore the corner of the wrapping paper, and the colorful sugar paper came out. It's candy. Ron was finally happy. He reached in from the ripped corner and grabbed a handful of candy. He took it happily in front of him and wanted to smell the sweet taste of these sweets. Suddenly, he screamed and waved his arms desperately. Just as he leaned his nose towards the candies, these colorful candies suddenly turned into his nightmare spider, quickly crawled on his hand to his body. As Ron waved, the broken large package began to tremble, cracking and cracking, and black spiders pouring out from inside. Ron jumped on the stool in horror, but the spiders seemed to spot him and moved quickly in the direction he was. What made him the most soul-stirring was that he might have exerted too much force while waving his arms, and some spiders were thrown on his head and face. The spiders climbed up the legs of the chair. Ron yelled and jumped off the chair, staring at the spiders with wide eyes, and retreating while watching, seeing Ron's embarrassed appearance. Many mistakenly thought it was just a common prank. The little wizards all laughed. Where Ron went through, the little wizards jumped on their chairs. www.mentalnovel.com. No one shot, and it seemed to be an interesting thing to see Ron out. Unconsciously, Ron retreated to Ravenclaw's table. The spiders were much faster than him, covering him densely, and Ron couldn't bear this fear anymore. Fall to the ground. Seeing the worried expression on the faces of the twin brothers of Weasley and Ginny, in the surprised eyes of the Ravenclaws, Alan sighed and stood up, his wand pointed at the dense spiders, and the spiders were all at the same time. A plume of black smoke erupted, crackling like fried beans, and most of them disappeared except for a few that turned into ashes. Alan didn't shoot again, and sat back calmly. If it weren't for him to realize that the spiders weren't the illusion that other little wizards mistakenly thought they were all false, there would be a few really toxic real guys who wouldn't do it. Every Christmas, Molly Mrs. Sly would mail him a gift. Otherwise he would find it funny that Ron was treated like this. But these spiders reminded Alan of the 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. These things reproduce fast. Although the soul energy that can be extracted is far less than the wizard, it is relatively easy to remove the unnecessary parts. It is very suitable as a tonic for absorbing souls. The most important thing is that no one except Hagrid will have any sympathy for the disappearance of such things, not to mention Hagrid to make them a living in the Forbidden Forest is illegal. When everyone's eyes were attracted to Ron, Luna also received letters from 4 owls. Facing these owls desperately attracting Luna's attention, Luna picked up a plate of bacon and put them in front of them, and allowed them to enjoy them before dismantling the letters on the owl's feet. Chapter 420 Curse Modified. This is a letter from Mr. Lovegood. He saw the report in the newspaper and cut out all the pictures and articles related to Luna, making it an atlas. Those news and comments that said Luna was not good were also memorized by Mr. Lovegood. They had better pray that they had no shameful activities or mischief. To Luna, Mr. Lovegood kept telling him to have a good relationship with Alan Harris, But at the student stage, you must not do anything beyond friendship. In the envelope, Mr. Lovegood also attached a picture of himself. There were a lot of blisters in the corner of his mouth, and he held a photo album with Luna's photo in his hand and showed it to the camera. Luna looked at the letter with certainty, carefully sandwiched Mr. Lovegood's photo into a singing contrast, put it in her bag, and then opened the next letter. After reading a few lines, Luna put the letter aside. A line of "I like your light blonde, supple hair and white skin" was soaked in orange juice that was overturned by an owl on the table, and it was gradually blurred. Putting the new issue of Singing the Contrast attached to the third letter into the bag, Luna was attracted by Ron, who fainted at the Ravenclaw table and casually ripped open the last letter. A yellow-green liquid sprayed on her hands, giving off a pungent smell of gasoline, and immediately a large yellow blister appeared on her hand. Undiluted pus, tuberculosis pus. Alan appeared to Luna's side, and the envelope floated. Alan glanced at the smell of the envelope and said angrily. Luna lifted her hand and observed it. The fingers were covered with thick, unbearable scars, and it looked like wearing a pair of thick, pimple-like gloves. Alan's wand was nodded at her finger. A green plaster spread evenly across Luna's injured hand, and the cool feeling passed through the thick sore, so that Luna could not feel pain. 2. Alan turned his attention to the letter again. I read in The Witcher Weekly that you turned out to be the most missed by Alan Harris. Alan is the incarnation of Merlin. He is so handsome and sunny. It is so good. You deserve to be close to Alan. Wait. I will find a big envelope and send you a curse next time. If you don't want to die, stay away from my Alan. The owls at Luna's table were fed, and flew away one by one. The owl flew to the window, and then he stepped back involuntarily. The owl widened his eyes and flapped his wings desperately, but in vain. It was like a falling meteor, and came to Alan quickly. Alan stroked his head comfortably, and appeased the owl, who was innocently angered. Alan's wand touched the letter floating in the air. His lips did not move, but a voice that was completely different from Alan's usual modesty and calm tone came from his tightly closed mouth. Feelings are not made to be heard but directly act on the human mind. There is a power that can confuse people in arrogance. The evil feeling full of order comes from this language itself. The little wizards in the auditorium began to tremble, and feelings of weakness and dizziness spread all over the body. Those young, weak little wizards even felt paralyzed and could not move at all. What kind of magic is this? The little wizards on the scene came up with this idea in their minds. Curse in Purgatory. Professor Flitwick stood up from the teacher's seat, surprised. The envelope was spinning and tumbling fast in midair, and the dark red light flashed on the paper. The corner of the envelope burned violently, emitting a strong smell of sulfur, and the entire letter quickly turned to ashes. A piece of parchment appeared in front of Alan. Alan quickly wrote on it, to lift the curse, go to the Ministry of Magic and find a surrender, and then let them take you to Hogwarts to apologize to Luna. Only then you will be lifted. The letter was full of paper and full of momentum, and Alan's anger could only be seen from this handwriting. Tying the letter to the owl's feet and letting it fly away, seeing Luna's calm expression, Alan's anger was relieved. After recovering, he noticed that the hall was affected by his spell. The little wizards who arrived, bowed apologetically, but did not do the wizardry ceremony that they usually use but are slightly proud of. I am really sorry, everyone. I just did not control my emotions. Because of my mistakes, everyone has a not so wonderful feel. Alan. Professor Flitwick's sharp voice sounded from behind some little wizards. He looked a little panicked and his clothes were a little messy. It seemed that it was hard to squeeze out the little wizard who came over and watched because of Luna's accident. You must not kill people. Purgatory carries the power of the devil's contract and is cursed by this language. The subject cannot be easily removed. Thank you, Professor. But I should control the degree. Alan looked at Professor Flitwick for his own gratefulness. This is what she started first. She shouldn't have done a malicious prank on Luna. I still threatened with a curse. I just punished her in her way. As long as my fanatic female fan surrenders as soon as possible, before the curse of aging makes her die, she has enough time for the Eras to bring her over. Find me to lift it www.mentalnovel.com. After she was in prison, it was just enough time for her to experience the experience of rejuvenation like that of Benjamin Button. But although the wrinkles will slowly disappear, the fallen hair can grow back on its own. It is estimated that the lost tooth can go to Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital after a prison to drink a glass of raw bone spirit to recover as before. After sending Luna to the school's medical office, Alan returned to help her collect things and glanced at the ashes on the ground. He felt that Luna's efforts to increase their soul strength could no longer be carried out slowly, and they must be put on the agenda. Right in front of her, Luna was actually hurt like this, and that letter is still threatening Luna, and next time she will mail a curse to her. Thinking of this possibility, Alan's eyes narrowed. It was time to increase the strength of the soul by absorbing the soul of the eight-eyed giant spider. Perhaps it is time for a special date with Pinlo. At night, snowflakes fluttered, and a thick layer fell on the ground. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared deep in the forest. Tall, curvaceous, and curvy, it was Pinlo, who had recently been sitting in the office of Ra for a few days. A little shorter was Alan, the Hogwarts score controller, who was in rapid development. They appeared in the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider and quickly approached the densely packed giant spiders. Chapter 421, Sucking Soul Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the Arrogance, and Lang. As he was about to enter the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider, Alan grabbed Pinlo and put on the beak mask of the H-94 uniform. Pinlo smiled, stretched out his pink tongue and licked his red lips. The wand slid silently into his hands, and he also put on a mask. For a while, let us not call each other's names. There is an old spider called Aragog who can speak human language, lest it tells Hagar our name, so that it can only describe our dress to Hagrid. At most Hagrid thought he was arrogant and dared not speak up, Alan urged, and Pinlo nodded eagerly. The two rushed forward without any cover, except for the sound of broken branches and the crunching sound of the two stepping on the snow. Then, the trees grew denser, and the stars above were no longer visible. This is really a good night to kill and set fire. As the two went deeper, the eight-eyed giant spiders also found these two uninvited guests, only to hear a loud click, and the dense spider crawled towards them along the wide concave. Each of these spiders is as big as a horse pulling a cart, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, black and hairy, like giant monsters. However, Alan, who faced them again, was not the same as before, not afraid at all, and did not need Tina's help. Beside him is an elite female Pinlo with great strength. With the deepening of the two people, the eight-eyed giant spiders also found these two uninvited guests, only to hear a loud clicking sound, and gradually, the clicking sound sounded together, and countless long legs were rustling. The ground moved, and dense spiders crawled towards them along the wide concave ground. Pinlo and Alan used the killing curse without any care. Green rays of light spewed from the wand port, and the spiders made a nasty, sharp grunt. The spider with the killing curse rolled down to the ground, and the black legs shook a few times toward the sky and then became silent. Alan and Pinlo, who released the wand and trapped the soul, felt their wand heat, and the spirit of the eight-eyed giant spider was imprisoned in the wand as soon as it left. The eight-eyed giant spider that lost its soul disintegrated into pieces, decayed, and turned into dust. These eight-eyed giant spiders have no way to take the two of Alan. They will die when they rush up. They play with their claws. Aragog, they shouted, Aragog. From the middle of the misty hemispherical cobweb in the distance, a spider as big as a spider emerged very slowly. Its body and legs are grey with black, and each eye on the ugly head with large claws is covered with a layer of white mound. It is blind. What's the matter? It said, clicking, and the two claws moved quickly. People, kill us. Is it Hagrid? Aragog said, moving closer, 8 milky eyes staring blankly. It's a stranger. The spiders answered with a click. Slay them to death, Aragog said irritably, clicking. I'm sleeping. Seeing this unique eight-eyed giant spider, Pinlo's eyes lit up and flew past quickly. and Alan quickly followed to her. Penelope leapt over a spider corpse lying in front of her, and a killing spell was shot out. An extraordinarily huge spider quickly stopped in front of Aragog and sacrificed his life. Protected Aragog. Click, click. Aragog danced the claws angrily, and the voice was echoed by the swarm of spiders on the concave ground. It was like applause, but it was creepy. Penelope was not afraid. The blood and violence in her bones were swaying at this moment. Alan smiled and wiped out all the spiders that flew to Penelo sideways. Soon, Alan gathered the souls of the eight-eyed giant spiders that the wand could hold. He stopped Penelo, who had already collected the souls, but he was alive and unwilling to take it. Penelo sits in the office every day to do nothing. She has long been bored with the boring life in the office. Now that she has the opportunity to show her skills, she is next to Alan, which really excites her whole nerve. Shut up. First, let's go back to experiment. If the effect is good, everyone can come here to absorb soul energy. Don't waste it. It makes no sense to create fearless killing. Alan held Penelope's wrist and dissuaded. Do you know, Big Brother didn't like to fight in the front line. After you told him about the special effects of the wand, he often fights on the front line against the most vicious criminals. Therefore, many young people in the ministry are against him. I had admiration, and it turned out that he was not as straightforward as he seemed. I used to like fighting recently but had no chance at all. It was easy to come out once. You let me relax, Penelope said, killing another eight-eyes giant spider. Alan thought that his honest brother still had such a side, and he couldn't help laughing. Brother is just a little bit honest. I still remember that when he was at middle school, his temperament was not as straight as it is now. But you really can't be like this. Killed at random. At the moment of speaking, Penelope kicked a roundabout kick, kicked an eight-eyed giant spider thrown up, and added a killing curse, decisively concluded its life. Seeing this www.mentalnovel.com, Alan shrugged. With your killing method, the eight-eyed giant spider can reproduce and grow no matter how fast. It can't stand the toss. I'm afraid it will soon die out. If these soul energy conversion effects are good, and other people in the family also need it, leave them some. We want to transform and remove those impurities that are not needed in the soul. This will take a while. With their growth rate, we should have time to breed them. Can provide us with soul energy continuously. This is a long-term plan, must not rise on a whim. Kill them all. Alan persuaded patiently. I, said Aragog, and Tajik clicked angrily. How can you be indifferent to me? However, Alan and Penelope completely ignored it, and whoever killed the pigs and slaughtered sheep would care about the feelings of those animals. Alan took Penelope to teleport away from the realm of the eight-eyed spider. After bidding farewell to rush back to remove impurities, Penelope summoned the house elf Maggie, and told Maggie to dump some of his own farms such as organs and overfat meat into the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider every day. Such waste can be regarded as a stable food source for the eight-eyed giant spiders, and they are raised as a reserve base for the soul energy of the Harris family. 1 Book. Chapter 422. Smile Modified. Sincerely thank the leader of the Arrogance and Wave. Alan was not in a hurry to purify the energy of the spider's souls. He thought of the scars on Luna's hands, frowned, went to the storage room, and took out some mithril. He was going to prepare for Luna, who was injured because of him. A small gift. He pulled a piece of parchment, wrote a few lines quickly, summoned Benny, and watched Benny disappear into the darkness. Alan took out an exquisite small stove and put the mithril into it. He tapped this small silver stove with his wand. Through the engraved patterns under the stove, he could see the purple fire flickering. Gradually, the solid mythical silver melted into liquid little by little, rotating slowly in the furnace in a clockwise direction. By the time Benny flew back again, the mithril had completely melted into a liquid. Alan dismantled a small purse under Benny's feet, looked at the grey appearance, and pouted, and first opened the letter that came with the package. Dear Alan, ? Due to time constraints, I failed to get the kind of suitcase you described. But in the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control, I only found a small belt bag with similar functions. Remarks. Although the space is not as big as that suitcase, a few dragons can still fit. In addition, I booked 2 additional belt bags and expected to arrive in 2 weeks. Dear nephew, even if you are partial, you can't do it too obviously. Aunt Josephine who loves you. Put aside Josephine's letter aside. He opened the small belt bag straight to observe. This is a pet space similar to Newt Scaman's suitcase. From the appearance, it is very small and mediocre, but it is cast with a very clever innocent stretch spell, combined with some more complex spells, which constitutes a space that is suitable for pets to survive and can be carried around. In Alan's memory, the wizard who made the suitcase is undoubtedly a master of making strange objects, but the style is too practical and does not consider beauty. Luna often makes some other small accessories, but obviously it's not the kind of thing with no aura. If Luna was to appear in front of everyone with such an ugly box, Alan was really unacceptable, but he never thought that even if it were not a box, the belt bag as a pet space was also ugly. These mithril preparations are just right to use. Waving his wand, he also put this small belt bag into the small furnace, and gradually melted into the ball with the mythical silver. At the same time, he wrote and painted on parchment, and soon a drawing was designed. Alan slowly fixed the mithril silver blended against the drawings he designed, and finally added a lot of carvings to this ugly belt bag, and finally changed the color scheme to make this belt bag look like Raven. The only difference in the Raven on Law's school badge is that he added a third eye to this Raven. Satisfactorily placed the small waste bag on the writing desk, hoping that this small gift would relieve her pain and make the smile reappear on her face. Early the next morning, Alan waited early in the common room. When Luna came out of the dormitory, she saw the full-bodied and smiling Alan. "You have good news to tell me." Luna's voice was brisk, pulling Alan to walk out quickly. "Yes." Alan smiled and showed Luna his remade raven purse. "What is it for?" Luna leaned her head curiously. Alan quickly introduced the function of the waste bag to Luna in detail. Luna nodded softly when she thought of Zhao who had been fostering in the Harris family's dragon farm for several months and the Hungarian wasps that had not been in close contact with them. Glanced at Luna's hands with thick bandages, and Alan handed the small belt bag forward. Without waiting for Alan to speak, Luna opened her arms and Alan leaned over and buckled the raven's small waist bag around Luna's waist. When Alan got up, she accidentally rubbed a soft spot, and Alan, who was about to apologize, found that Luna didn't care. She just lowered her head slightly and looked at the 3 eyes of the raven. Many wizards, even mysterious people, are superstitious about the number 7 and think that it has a special magic. But obviously you prefer the number 3. Alan's ears instantly turned red, and we said it was time for breakfast. They walked up the steps leading to the hall and walked into the auditorium. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, roasted potatoes and other foods were fully arranged. Alan opened the chair for Luna thoughtfully, and then, according to his usual observations of Luna picked a lot of Luna's favorite foods on weekdays. Food. Luna watched Alan's movements, raised her eyes gently, and sat quietly without holding a knife and fork. Alan cut the apple pudding into small square pieces with a knife, then fork, and gently fed Luna. "It's really hypocritical, and I want Ellen to feed her." At Slytherin's long table, Malfoy watched Ellen be considerate to Luna and raised his chin. "Right. Ugly people are doing more tricks." Pansy picked up a small steak and fed it to Malfoy's mouth. "Her fingers are all swollen, she must be stiff, and it will be very difficult to use a knife and fork. Alan will help her normally." Hermione, sitting at the Gryffindor long table, unconsciously poked the plate with a fork. The baked potatoes in here, poked them into crumbs, and she even thought at this moment why it was not her own injury. After feeding Luna, Alan poked a roasted potato with the tip of a fork. At that moment, he strode in from the hall. A man wearing a H-94 uniform glanced boldly in the auditorium, and then in the eyes of the little wizards looking curiously. They quickly walked to the Ravenclaw table and stood in front of Alan. "Mr. Alan Harris, One person said that he surrendered to a RS office. According to your accountant said that he wanted to apologize to Miss Luna Lovegood in person. I don't know if you and Miss Luna have time at this time. Can you move and give him a chance? This young RA's image and temperament are excellent, so it is suitable for this role that needs to appear in public. Alan looked at Luna. www.mentalnovel.com. Luna nodded. The two followed the young Ara to a small classroom on the first floor. Ara, who didn't pay attention to the foreign exchange report, sat in the chair in the middle of the classroom and waited for the surrender. Looking at Luna's occasional frowning of the pain due to the range of movements, Alan said worriedly, I should insist that my mother bandage you. Mrs. Pomfrey will always deliberately leave some pain on the students. I think they will remember the lesson so that they will be careful next time so that they don't get hurt again. This is not your fault. You have been unhappy for this few days because of this. Luna's silver grey eyes looked at Alan's face. You just have to smile. Alan said softly, so I'm happy. At this time, a knock on the door sounded, and Alan and Luna looked up at the door at the same time. An old man with sparse white hair and wrinkles on his face, who couldn't close his mouth because of a lot of teeth in his mouth, kept drooling, leaned on a cane, and walked in staggeringly. Alan, who had recovered from the consternation, turned to look at Luna. Noticing that Alan's sight, she finally smiled as usual. HTTPS. Genius. Remember this site address for 1 second, mobile version reading URL, chapter 423. It's him revised. Sincerely thank the leader of the armor, and V days. With an unabashed disgusting expression, Alan coldly watched the Aras hold the rickety old man out of the classroom. Alan's mood seemed to be stained on the crotch by a ball of yellow mud. Even in the Kingdom of England, he can't accept such a situation. His majestic man is actually liked by a fanatic man. When he was kneeling and begging for mercy, your robe was stained with a lot of his saliva. Luna's silver grey eyes showed a hint of teasing. I know. Alan's eyes could not help but rolled up, shrugging his shoulders. When the Ara took him away, he said that his room was full of photos of you. Luna leaned her head, not missing the awkward expression flashed across Alan's face. I know. Alan's voice was a little stiff. I didn't take a picture this time. I won't tell others. Lunaxian's voice was full of sincerity. I know, but you occasionally use it to make fun of me. Alan was a little melancholy. You know. The expression on Luna's face came to life. I don't want to see you smile today. Alan interrupted Luna's words. I know. Luna still couldn't help laughing out loud. Alan and Luna walked out of the classroom. Luna still has to take a magical animal protection class. Luna has always been interested in this subject. Hagrid will explain to them today. Luna doesn't want to miss such a class at all. They broke up at the lobby on the first floor. As Alan walked through the hall, Bagman was walking in from outside the castle gate. Hi, Alan. Bagman waved at Alan happily. Good morning, Mr. Bagman. Alan responded politely. Bagman stepped forward and smiled brightly at him. Alan, is it convenient to talk? Of course. Alan nodded. Ludo reached out and pointed outside the castle. Why not go out for a walk? Alan did not refuse, and took the lead to walk outside. Alan and Bagman left the court together and walked to the Forbidden Forest. They finally came to a quiet open space. Bagman looked around and couldn't wait to say, you know, the third game was changed to a game that almost didn't require magic because of the protests of Kikalov and Mrs. Maxim. Yet Alan looked at him quietly. The third game became more wisdom than some of the magical knowledge you have learned on weekdays. This is actually very unfair to you and Harry. After all, you are young, and the magical knowledge you master is likely to be inferior. Several other warriors. Bagman observed the expression on Alan's face, but did not see a trace of tension or anger on Alan's face. But you don't have to worry. I heard that you used purgatory a few days ago. I used my identity to change the gatekeeper of the third and last intellectual level from only a riddle wind giant to a better one, playing with the devil bats. In addition, Please be assured that I deliberately used the network and invited several wizards who are good at dealing with the summoning devil and them to make a contract with it to ensure that it will not let you accidentally lose it in the game. Life. Since you can use purgatory, you must know more about the devil and their methods. And this knowledge, compared to no magic school, is taught to the little wizards. They have absolutely no way to get it. This knowledge. I think that this is enough to offset the unfairness of the previous level to you. Bagman's grinning smile. Although Alan is indeed younger, he is confident that he has no problem with the accumulation of magic knowledge. Mr. Bagman, thank you for your help in coping with the third hurdles. I believe there should be no problems in my studies, but I still appreciate your attention. You can go to my father Irving Harris. I look forward to your relationship with our Harris family going further. Alan looked at Bagman meaningfully, patted his arm, no more words, turned and left. For the little wizards of Hogwarts, after finishing today's lesson, a very pleasant day is coming, and it is time to go to Hogsmeade, and it is unprecedented, and it is open for 2 days. Although I won't be able to go to Hogsmeade next week, I can live one day a day and live in the present. As for why it cannot be opened next week, there are also rumors in the castle, especially those who work in Hogsmeade at home. They secretly tell their friends that a grand event will be held in Hogsmeade. The time starts from the third wizarding tournament and continues to the end of the fourth game. For Luna, she is also looking forward to going to Hogsmeade the next day, because Alan tells her a message that tomorrow she can take her to the Harris family's dragon farm to pick up Zogeng. At noon the next day, when Alan, Luna, and Hermione left the castle, they saw a faint silver-white sun shining on the field. The weather was the warmest since entering this winter. When they reached the village of Hogsmeade, all three took off their cloaks and put them on their shoulders. Whether it is a Fenrir Sorcerer clothing store, the Duke of Honey confectionery, or a large number of boxes in front of the Devies and Bands stores, there are either new purchases to be put on the shelves or some materials that can be used to decorate the store. www.mentalnovel.com. Even the Three Brooms bar was cleaned up by the beautiful lady boss, which is completely different from the black and messy situation of the past. Proves to the little wizards at any point that there will be a grand event here. A carnival of Gingy-along. Alan took Hermione and Luna to buy in Hogsmeade. Shopping was really a great pleasure without worrying about the loss of Gingy-along. They picked it up and felt very happy. Although Hermione always wanted to prevent Alan from making payments and wanted to pay for herself, she was ultimately defeated by Alan's rhetoric. However, the stubborn independent Hermione still bought a lot of merchandise as a gift and gave it back to Alan and Luna. At a Neanderhalf, they passed the road through Devi Bands and walked outside the village. Luna had never been in this direction before. She stroked Lacey, who was hiding her figure on her shoulder, while humming unknown songs and following Alan. The winding path took them to the wilderness fields around the village of Hogsmeade. There are only a few log cabins here, but the attached fields are large. They walked towards the foot of the mountain, and Hogsmeade village was located in the shadow of the mountain. Then they turned a corner and saw a fence at the end of the path. HTTPS. Genius. Remember this site address for 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 424. Mum and child modified. On the other side of the fence, two young men in H94 uniforms were standing waiting. Seeing Alan's arrival, their expressions were clearly excited. Mr. Alan Harris, good noon. The two of them bowed to Alan together, and the movement was neat as if they had been trained countless times. Good noon. Alan also returned a wizard ceremony. Time is tight, so let's take us to the dragon farm. These two are the breeders of the Harris family's dragon farm. The dragon farm is strictly managed and there is no insider to lead the way. It is absolutely impossible to enter. Alan explained to Luna and Hermione. When they reappeared, they appeared on a winding narrow road. Under the leadership of the two breeders, several people passed through an iron fence that almost towered into the clouds. Due to the different habits of the dragons, we created a living area suitable for their growth habits for each dragon. This area where Zogeng lives is called the sludge area. Of course, This area is not really called the sludge area, but it should be called that way, because here is a big swamp. The short breeder introduced at the opening has brown hair, brown eyes, and thousands of freckles on his face. Fortunately, because of long-term outdoor work, the skin is dark. If it is not Alan's eyesight, it is really not easy. Discover his trait. Thank you, Mr. Thirdho Bagwell. Alan had read the information of all the employees of the Harris family, and his ability to remember so easily called the name of the young man in front of him. Can call someone's name correctly, always make people feel respected, and will produce a feeling of being valued. Thirdho has known all about Alan's story for a long time, especially when he witnessed 2 wonderful games of Alan himself. He has long been a loyal fan of Alan. In order to be able to meet Alan personally and lead the way for Alan, he even spent 10 Jinjialong in exchange for this glory from another colleague. Alan, they looked at this area, which is different from the imaginary black muddy swamp. This swamp has a strange beauty. In this vast swamp, there are many trees scattered. There is a long grey net hanging on the branches of these trees. They hang entangled in each tree, like a grey curtain, making the swamp gloomy. These grey nets are a swamp plant that grows exclusively on trees. Theodore explained Alan's eyes and explained. The grey nets swayed on the branches, and they grew very thick. They could hide people. As they progressed, Hermione touched the grey webs curiously and shivered. It felt like she was hitting a cobweb, a large and sticky cobweb. They led through sedgeow through the trees and slammed through the puddles, and the water inside was black and heavy. At this time, in the dark swamp, there were heavy and loud footsteps coming from behind the grey trees. It was getting closer and closer, and there was a man's horrified shouting, "How did Gang break free of the chain and bit their Hungarian tree front off?" Gangway, I saw everyone wanted to attack. What if he flew away and hurt someone or was seen by a mole? At the same time, a low hum was heard in the sky, which was full of warnings to other strangers who invaded their territory. They looked up and saw 2 dragons hovering in the sky. The Hungarian hornet that had been defeated by Alan took the lead in noticing Alan, the intruders who had no sense of evasion, and stretched their necks. Opening their mouths in the direction of Alan, they looked like they were about to blow out a blazing dragon breath to wipe out the strangers. Suddenly whispered sharply and sharply howl, and suddenly it speeded up, instantly knocking over the Hungarian hornet hovering in the air and trying to attack, and then rushed at them. Alan was in front of Luna. Gang's body was more than 1 lap larger than before, and he didn't recognize it for a while. Luna pushed Alan slightly away and stood in front. About a mile away from Luna, Gang fell to the ground, folded his wings, and ran towards Luna. The black mud from the swamp splashed on the face of the rushed keeper. Gang's huge head drooped, rubbing Luna's body intimately, and there was a chirping chirp in his mouth, which sounded very wrong. "It treats you like a mother." Hermione, who was standing beside Alan, looked at the situation and pouted jealously. It even learned to shake its tail. Suddenly, Gang backed away a few steps and bumped a breeder who had just arrived behind him into the mud of the swamp. Gang shook his head and extinguished the burning flame on his head. It opened his mouth and bit off at Luna's shoulder on the left. The hidden figure of Lacey stood upright to prepare for the second time. Attack. Luna reached out and patted Gang's head to stop its revenge. Gang tilted his head, staring pitifully at Luna, his big eyes full of innocent. Luna lifted Lacey's invisible state and patted Gang again. "This is your sister." Lacey didn't pay attention to Gang anymore. Gang's tail moved slightly, photographing the breeder who had just climbed back into the mud again. Lacey turned her head proudly and lay back on Luna's shoulder. An angry roar came suddenly from the sky, and the Hungarian tree bee threw at Luna violently. Gang waved his tail violently, photographed the head of a Hungarian wasp, and shot it down into the swamp. Hungarian wasps struggled to get up, shook their bodies, came to Gang's side, rubbed, and looked at Zhao with disappointment. Alan's hands appeared out of thin air in a hand. This was prepared by Maggie last night according to Alan's instructions. There are still many in Alan's storage space. Alan raised the sheep and threw it towards Zhao and the Hungarian hornets. The wasp protruded forward, and a hot flame erupted instantly, roasting the raw sheep instantly. The wasp trot forward 2 steps and caught the sheep at once. It shook its head, tore the sheep apart, and then held a piece of meat that was just the size of Zhao mouth and handed it to Zhao. Zhao opened his mouth unkindly and swallowed it. "It's called pansy." Luna's light silver eyes turned and said. Hermione couldn't help laughing, and then she looked at Luna and then Alan. The smile gradually disappeared, and the heart sullenly said, "If Zhao is a female dragon, and the Hungarian tree front is a male dragon, then it should be a test called Alan." Luna removed the Raven S belt bag from Alan from her waist, opened the zipper at reading www.uukanzu.com, and pointed it at the Hungarian wasp. Luna looked at Zhao and turned her head in the direction of the bee. Lifted up, Zhao patted the head of the tree bee with his tail, urging the Hungarian tree bee to move forward. As they approached Luna's small waist pack, they seemed to be cast a speed down curse and flew into the small waist pack. Luna put the small purse back and brought it back to her waist. Hermione stared at Luna's every move, then lowered her eyes. Alan saw Hermione's expression in his eyes. He thought of the 2 extra purses promised in his aunt's letter and asked Hermione, "Hermione, wait for your Thunderbird to hatch. What do you want for your purse?" Picture of. With Alan in, they managed to return to the castle before the curfew. The 3 Alan walked happily and talked about all kinds of knowledge about dragon breeding and the reason why the magical creatures have a good relationship with Luna. Suddenly, Hermione's cheerful smile froze on her face. She stopped her footsteps, pulled Luna's clothes corner in terror, dragged hard, and pointed her finger at Miss Grey floating in the air in front of them. He pointed to Lacey, who forgot to hide her figure on Luna's shoulder. "Don't worry, Helena and I have a good relationship." Luna calmly concealed Lacey's figure. "Set a small goal first, for example, remember in 1 second, read URL, 1 book." Zhao Ying and Pei Shanking looked stunned, but held their breath tightly. Dare to say anything at this time. The members of the cults were basically the tomb gangs they had to investigate before. Looked at the light brought by the candle held above the head, and the one who had lifted the hood to expose the deep sockets of the eyes, like dark circles caused by long-term lack of sleep, leading to a mentally depressed guy. But his wide-eyed eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, but his expression was very excited and extremely sick. That's right, is sick. The dripping wax had burned red and swollen bubbles on his forehead and cheeks, but he didn't feel the pain at all. Instead he held up the candle in his hand more and more, as if guiding him in this darkness position. There are other people in black, all holding up candles high in that strange prayer. There are about 30 people in total. Lit more than 30 candles in the dark. Swayed with a little candlelight, and the white haze with red glow around it slowly flowed like a substance. But these white mist completely infested by darkness. What do you think? Seems to be awakening in the dark. Oh. The bobbin above the head is upstairs. A bone-wrenching alien horror creature covered with weird bones screamed desperately. The universe has completely disappeared, and the darkness that fills the entire space has completely shrouded it. Only the corpse belonging to the mother beside it still exudes some inexplicable light spot, but it is also rapidly fading, until it slowly lowered its head, seemingly pensive silence for a moment, then turned its head to look down, is just at the bottom of the Tongtsai building. The candlelight flickered. 1 candle shows the color of stars like the distant universe. But this terrifying, adult-like size of alien larvae shows a bit of resentment, especially in the surrounding areas that have been covered by blood rain and minced meat. Let it bring a few crazy. This is the mother's blood, that is the mother's flesh, and the efforts made to protect it before dying. Open the door of the universe so that it can come to the earth safely. Although I can't go back, but still let it survive. This is extremely great maternal love. but it is also the craziest resentment in its current thinking. The bizarre green eyes didn't blink at all. Instead, they stared directly at the cluster of candle lights under the stars, full of curved bone spurs and skinny body. The claws waved, directly digging a sharp bone spur from the body of the dead mother next to him. Is like a sharp war spear over 2 meters long. This is its weapon, is just underneath. The cultists in black robes are still praying. Most of them are ordinary people. Although they can summon inexplicable terrorist creatures from aliens through this evil and mysterious ritual, they still belong to ordinary people, but they use only a few tricks. For example, mantras deciphered from ancient tombs, special media items excavated from tombs, and human beings as raw materials. When they saw the extraordinary power of special media items, they sank into it. Directly changed the mindset from the atheist, became a theist, is also the most devout and fanatical theist. According to scientific analysis, their so-called God is nothing but alien creatures with special powers, and even enemies or friends are still unclear, but they still make them fanatically intoxicated. Who doesn't desire to gain extraordinary strength and get rid of the fragile mortal body? They have mastered the extraordinary power. Is here proof. For example, it is deciphered from special mantras, combined with special media items, like the ghosts and gods in mythology. It is easy. And the gods kill some humans who are hostile to themselves without knowing the ghosts. Easily obtain the wealth and authority that were once inaccessible. And the eyes of those around him in awe, worshipped them in a very respectful manner. This kind of life and taste deeply fascinated them, and began to search for more residual items more crazily. And after digging up several ancient tombs dating back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, even in that mythical age where the gods and the deities were separated, and the gods and the people lived together, they actually found many good things. Plus his own pondering and deciphering, really found the horrifying fact that surprised them. Was in that era, there are really scary creatures, or on the earth at that time, there are many living from the universe, with all kinds of horrible existences like those of fairy and saints in mythological stories, and various inextricably linked with human beings. Mantras and special media items passed down from the ancient tomb are tools for communication between the two parties. Looking at these is like digging into the truth. But they also found out, I don't know why, those horrible beings have left the earth one after another. And the records passed down from the ancient tomb, after deciphering, even said these horrible existences, and found that a more terrifying existence came to the earth, making them panic and had to choose to escape. But they have left behind, and if that person leaves, they will continue to come back. After all, this earth belongs to a better planet in the surrounding universe, in other words, is equivalent to a livable place suitable for living and survival and reproduction. Thus, the tomb thieves who got this information were very surprised to start using the extraordinary power they obtained, and began to call those who have left the earth and walked into the universe, comparable to the existence of gods. As long as those beings come back and give them strength, aren't they the legendary gods? What is good about being a person? Vulnerable body, short lifespan, and torture of various patients. Can you become a person who can fly freely in the universe and exert all kinds of strange powers? It is the top of biological evolution. Can you run wild and unscrupulous? Therefore, they desperately plan to sacrifice the humanity in this suburb to summon the deity. Is also those scattered into the universe, ancient god. The plan was very successful. They really contacted an ancient who left the earth in ancient times through a mysterious ceremony. Just according to the plan, the time to reach the earth is between 2 months and 5 months, but I don't know what happened. He came abruptly today and told them to leave his heir. Although this ancient is dead, the child left behind grows up. Is it different? Moreover, The merits of surrendering the king and supporting the prince are the same. This is the reason for their fanatical joy. Prince spreading the sickness of the world. Your humblest servant is here waiting for your birthday. We will grow up to serve you great until you control this dirty world. The sound of prayer continues. www.mentalnovel.com. But the bobbin above the head started to be silent. The old deity son, who was standing next to his mother, was already holding a splendid bone spear, and a pair of green eyes stared at the black-robe cultists underneath, cracking his mouth full of teeth. Oh, the angry howl of anger is circling between the buildings. Blood mist spread more and more. P.S. The Mayora leakage recommended by a friend at the end of the Dharma era. The aura is exhausted, and the self-cultivation people do not talk about life. So they fall into the devil and feed on people. The Tang monk who eats not only wants to eat, but some female devil even thinks. This is a story of repeated jumping in the light and darkness and eventually becoming a god. Chapter 425 Valentine's Day modified by February 14th. The weather over Hogwarts Castle seemed exceptionally clear. At breakfast, the clouds on the ceiling of the auditorium turned pink. The little wizards in the castle were excited to talk about this unique Valentine's Day, not only because there is no need for class on this day, but also because of the third game of the three which is in the afternoon, but because of Patty Mrs. Fuss Tea House provided sponsorship, and today will hold a special Valentine's Day event by the Black Lake. Around 10 o'clock. The little wizards came to the Black Lake. An open-air stage has been set up on the grass by the lake. The selection is a Hufflepuff called Elena. She has long brown hair, which is draped to the waist. At this time, she is directing with a magic wand. Various exquisite refreshments float to the long table under the stage for the little wizards to use independently. Elena is Hermione's right-hand man in the training class. In fact, most of the wizards responsible for this activity are wizards in the Alan training class. For example, the wizard who was wielding his wand and hanging a golden fat angel on the tree, Douglas North, a pure-blood wizard of Slytherin, was also Hermione's capable officer in the training class. Alan leaned against a tree and leisurely looked at the scene in front of him. This atmosphere did not look like it was on the eve of the competition, but instead came to a resort where the air was full of the smell of love. Even the tree behind Alan was covered with golden fat angels by North, these cute little guys constantly throwing candy to the passing wizard. This stage is completely open, as long as you have the courage to perform on stage. Anyone who participates in the performance will be able to get a lunch voucher worth 5 gallons from Madame Patafou Tea House. Singing, dancing, imitating show. There are even magic shows. There are many little wizards participating in the show. Walk-along's lunch coupons are very tempting for them. This is also a fair and inviting person to go to the full. A great excuse for a romantic atmosphere in a small tea house. Alan watched 2 pure-blood wizards perform a lute, and a Mulborn wizard performed a tap dance. One of the most impressive is a man in his 40s who is said to hide his identity as a magician in the Mul world. The half-blood wizard performed a phantom magic, and he disappeared Hogwarts Castle from the audience. Afterwards, Gryffindor student, Lee Jordan, who was a Quidditch narrator, took the stage. He said hello to everyone with passion, and then he talked about the talk show. I have never understood what the public toilet is. The toilet, until yesterday I went to the pighead bar that does not provide toilet paper, and I did not bring myself. He danced and gestured, and everyone listened attentively, bursting out laughing from time to time. After Lee Jordan finished speaking, everyone was applauding and cheering him. He jumped off the small stage with a sense of rhythm. North raised his hand and gave him a handful of congratulations. The next player is Michael Kona. He was born with a mixed breed, cleared his throat and started singing a song called Yesterday, sung by the Mul band The Beatles. Although none of them are out of tune, Michael Kona's long hair draped thickly on his head mimicked the appearance. North tried his best to accompany him, but Alan could see that he played so hard. It is estimated that he wanted to drop the piano and cover his ears with his hands. Draco Malfoy stared at Michael with wide eyes, and he shouted to Pansy next to him, It turned out that in our Hogwarts concert when we welcomed Booth Barton and Dean Strand, it's not that wild boars are caught in traps, but Michael Kono is singing. After the performance, everyone gathered by the lake. In the next event, the little wizards voluntarily signed up to imitate the players of the three-witch contest for the winter swimming competition. The winner will get the right to confess to the sweetheart on the small stage, and can get the grand prize of Madame Dief tea house free of charge throughout the year. The lake is great. It looks very clean. The sun is very big today and it shouldn't be too cold. Cedric Diggory leaned down confidently and flicked the lake. After a few thumps, Cedric turned his head to see that the objects on the stage that the players wanted to confess to had all fallen directly into the icy water. He shouted in horror, "Autumn!" Without thinking, he jumped into the lake and looked towards the bottom of the lake. Kujang is potentially very deep underwater, almost near the bottom of the lake. She was motionless, as if she had lost her breath, and her arms were rocking up and down with the water. Cedric quickly dived in front of her, grabbed her arm, and then put her hands under her armpit, holding her to the water. Cedric brought Kujang to the surface, then gasped heavily, his lungs exploding. It was estimated that he was over-panicked, and he was too worried. At this moment, he heard laughter and it was Kujang who was awake laughing at him. Cedric's hand was still resting on her armpit, and she didn't expect her to turn around all of a sudden, slammed on him, and kissed his lips hard. "Congratulations to Cedric, you won the first place in this competition," Eleanor's voice sounded. Cedric looked stunned, and the water droplets on his head slipped across his cheeks, making him look a little silly. But this silly got another hot kiss from Ku. It's like the warriors in the Three Witch Fighters to save the people they miss the most. All you have to do is to save your other half without knowing it and win the fastest, Elena explained with a smile. Road. Cedric was relieved, went ashore to accept the cheers of everyone, and after changing into clean clothes, walked onto the small stage with Ku and shouted on the stage, "Kujang, I love you." Although the two people are equally embarrassed, the same face is red and dread, but when the four eyes face each other, there is a lot of affection and joy. For the love between Derek Diggory and Kujang, he also received 3 gifts from 3 girls. Hermione gave Alan a grey scarf she had woven herself. Below was a note with red lip prints, and she was about to see Lynn from tonight. Luna gave Alan the necklace and the pendant. Alan at a glance showed that it was the pattern of the 3 holy devices of death, exactly the same as that of Mr. Xenophilius. Alan, who looked at the gift income space again, looked at Cedric and Kujang, who were snuggling up close together not long ago. Presumably they can be happy this time. Although Cedric has lost the honor of being a warrior, he will not be killed or become a vampire. Ordinary is not necessarily a happiness. In fact, they can indeed go longer. Amos Diggory and his wife at the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control are discussing the visit to his son Cedric's girlfriend, Zhang Zhang's house, tonight. Wait while driving down the mole block. Don't forget that I ate a lot of grapes 3 days ago. Amos rubbed his constipation for a few days, and said to his wife worriedly, "Well, it's troublesome for the mole police to check the drunk driving." Mrs. Diggory calmly stuffed a box of wine into the back compartment. The afternoon sun was warmer than it was in the morning, and the little wizards gathered in the Quidditch arena. The Quidditch field was more than doubled than usual, and the dense seats were filled with wizards who came to watch. 6 huge magic light screens that can be broadcast live are suspended in the sky. The billboards on the fence around the stadium are shining, constantly changing advertisements. Chapter 426. 6 Manxing Modified Quidditch Stadium can no longer see the original look. From a height, the huge building in the middle of the venue shows a pattern of 6 pointed stars. "Mr. Harris, I'm so glad to see you." On the high stands, Sirius walked over with a laugh and shook hands with Mr. Harris. "You look good." Mr. Harris looked at Sirius. He held Sirius in one hand and patted his shoulder with the other. After a few words of greeting with Sirius, Mr. Harris found that Sirius did not sit with the Weasleys as before, but walked towards the higher top box. "It's really necessary to master the power of the media." Mr. Harris touched his chin. and around the elites of the Harris family elicited the crowd and escorted Mr. Harris to their own box. Ladies and gentlemen, the third game is about to begin. Please allow me to introduce the rules of the game for everyone. Bagman's passionate voice rang throughout the audience and received thunderous applause. The magic light screen floating in the sky lights up at the same time, projecting the huge building in the Quidditch Stadium three-dimensionally on a light screen. In this game, the first 6 warriors will enter the outermost 6 triangular rooms. With the introduction of Bagman, the figures of the 6 warriors appeared in the high-altitude light screen. The wizard who controlled a lens, it seemed that she particularly favored Hibiscus, and her expression was magnified on the light screen. She gently wiped her wand with a blank expression, and occasionally raised her eyes to show a smile, and a clean pumping sound instantly sounded in the audience. Who wants to see what other warriors are doing? Why not play the hibiscus on all 6-sided light screens? This is the voice of many audiences at this time. When Minister Fudge announces the start, their warriors can enter the 6 trapezoidal rooms connected to the middle hexagonal room from the 6 triangle waiting rooms on the outermost side of the 6-pointed star building. Each trapezoidal room has its own. The challenge requires the warriors to complete. Each time they complete the challenge in a room, they will get a witchcraft gem and can also light up the corner of a 6-pointed star formation in the waiting room. If they fail to complete the room challenge, the warrior will be the punishment of the challenge. If it fails 3 times in a row and exceeds the punishment, the corner of the 6-pointed star formation in the waiting room representing the challenge will also be lit. Bagman paused, leaving time for the audience to react. Of course, if the warriors find that they can't complete the challenge and don't want to accept the punishment, they can consume a witchcraft gem to directly skip the level and light up the corner of the 6-pointed star circle represented by the challenge. When the circle is fully lit, their warriors can return to the waiting room to enter the circle, and they will be transferred to the middle hexagon to complete the final challenge. The magic light screen demonstrates the layout of the entire 6-pointed star array. However, their warriors should note that this game does not require judges to score. After the game, each witchcraft gem will be worth 10 points. So I personally remind you that the warriors should not use it to jump in the 6th challenge game. You may also use it in the final level. You will get 40 points for the final 7th level and the last level challenge, totaling 100 points. This will be the best chance for chasing players behind the previous 2 games. Is also the time for leading players to take advantage. The faces of the players appeared again on the screen. Crumb clenched his fists and seemed to be inevitable. Alan maintained an elegant manner and waved to the audience. Another thing worth mentioning is that this competition is not about the magic of the wizards, but their accumulation of knowledge and their wisdom. Therefore, it is strictly forbidden for the warriors to attack each other, and violations will be punished immediately. The game is treated as 0 points. Bagman finished the scoring rules, and there was a lot of noise in the stands. It's not fair. A young man with short golden hair and round glasses beside Mr. Harris shouted angrily. It looked like an angry owl. In games, anyone with eyes can see that Master Harris is well-deservedly the first to control the magic. This is a deliberate rule change made for Master Harris. Mr. Harris smiled to appease his young man. Compared to the spell, Alan is more powerful than this. After pointing, he pointed to his head. I announced that the game started. As Fudge's serious voice sounded, Bagman blew his whistle vigorously. Alan stood up from the soft leather sofa in the closed triangular room, passed the 6-pointed star array in the middle of the room, and pushed open the door to the trapezoidal room. Ah! The audience in the stands exclaimed. An ugly stone monster suddenly appeared on the light screen, staring down at them. Of course, actually staring at Alan, who entered the room. The big monster lowered its huge head, as if it could crush the grandstand. It looks tall, like a building. Its red eyes glowed with a devilish light, and a cunning smile was twisted in the corners of its mouth. This stone monster bowed his head to Alan, his mouth wide open, as if he were to swallow him. Alan didn't move in one step, allowing the stone monster's mouth to reach the top of his head. The monster's mouth snapped shut, and there was a pumping sound from the auditorium, but Alan was intact and the huge head slid back up. Thinking of this level, I have to guess my riddle. If I guess, I will let you go. If I don't guess, I will throw it up. Okay, Alan, arms around his chest, without any worry. Can I listen to the riddle? If you know me, you want to share me, and if you share me, I will disappear. Stone Monster's big mouth said one by one, said coldly. In the audience, everyone was in deep contemplation, and they were thinking about the answer. Malfoy bit his lips. www.mentalnovel.com frowned and thought hard. The same is true of Alan in the field. He lowered his arms and looked more at ease. Secret. Alan's words fell. The stone statue shrank back, fixed high on the wall. The evil expression disappeared, and looked very disappointed. A red gem spit out of its mouth, and the gem fell on the ground. The sound of ding ding dong dong sounded. Alan's wand pointed, and the gem flew into his hand. Alan thrust it into the outer pocket of the magic robe, and went on to the next room. At this time, it was displayed on a light screen that Harry's room was cold and bitter, and a thick layer of ice was formed on the wall. 6 magic potions desks were placed in the room. Each desk there was a frozen wood carving portrait in front of him, and the wood carving portrait stood stiffly with a gem in his hand, while Harry was burying a black medicine in a desk. His hand holding a knife. It was so cold that it was trembling because of the cold. In this room, you can't attack the wood. You can't use the defrost spell or directly take the puppet out of the room. Warriors need to use their own knowledge of potions to formulate potions that resist cold, and then feed them to the frozen wood carvings. If they successfully thaw the wood carvings, they will get gems. Was teleported back to the lounge until it was thawed again. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL. The person I like is married. As soon as I talk about this person, I can't help thinking, he is the richest second generation with the most distinctive features. I am hung on the title of the end chapter of the Silver League, a super good friend. I recently discovered that I always have the ability to turn my readers into authors, who are probably the most successful authors I abducted. Fortunately, although he wrote a book, the ticket is still mine. Croax on the road has this sentence: I am always surprised to find that I will go on the road without thinking, because the feeling of starting is so good. The world is suddenly full of possibilities. In this way, this guy started to prepare happily, stepped forward to the writer's path of no return. In fact, at the beginning, I think he was the one who enjoyed it. The product under the blood cannot last long. However, to my surprise, he not only persevered, he also wrote very well. I started to look forward to it. The success of this person is not accidental. Perseverance and perseverance are very good qualities. Coupled with the strength and operation, it should be a matter of time for the magic feather to fire. However, this is not the case. He has been quite difficult along the way. Not only did he change the text again and again, the facts told us that not only can money not do whatever it wants, but it may also become the shackles that restrain him from flying high. To be fair, the quality of his articles is very good, but he only got a few small recommendations without pain and itching. The reason is a local tyrant. Well, I thought again, the young master who has been going smoothly may have to give up. However, I used to think that he must have taken the protagonist's aura as soon as he was born. When he came to the world, he chose the easiest difficulty to pass. But I was wrong. No matter who it may be, inevitably, there will be an extremely difficult time. He refused to accept defeat. He did not want to submit to the real world. Even if the situation he faced was even worse, even if he needed to overthrow his original settings and write again, he still clenched his teeth and persisted. At this time, I think he is his own protagonist aura. The outsiders only watched it and took it on their own. And Yuhan did a very beautiful job. Some people can become strong only because they have carried a desolate period alone. No matter what kind of injustice he encountered, he persevered. Tonight, after Zero, the urban novel I Am Really Not Rich Too, adapted from his real experience except for Rebirth, is about to be released. I only hope that in the next time, You can go further and better. I hope everyone can give Huanyu a little support and a little encouragement to let a dreamer go further. After 0, Huanyu needs your support. Please give him a monthly ticket, give him a first order, give him a little support. Tongtang is here to salute. Thank you very much. Chapter 427. Food intake modified. Alan turned and walked into the room on his right. It was the frost level where Harry was. A lot of potions had been spilled in front of Harry's table, and some medicines were cut into a mess. A thin layer of ice had formed on Harry's nose and eyebrows. His hand tremblingly held a silver knife, heard the sound of the door opening, and turned stiffly to see Alan. The light of hope bloomed in his eyes. Would you like to make a thawed potion? Alan quickly learned the rules. It's good luck to meet me. Alan picked up the magic robe and handled the potion in front of the table neatly. He raised and lowered his hand. His movements were so fast that he could hardly see clearly. The light screen lens belonging to Harry switched to play Alan's slow motion. This is a textbook-like operation. Oh, it's a genius idea. He didn't pour in the blood of the fire lizard at once, but evenly spread it in 3 times. This kind of manipulation improves the stability of the medicine. As the principal of the Demonstrand School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Kakaroff's eyes were sharp, and he could see Alan's own innovative methods at a glance. In the auditorium, Professor Snape tightened his lips and looked at Alan expressionlessly. But Slytherin, who knew him well, could still see the approval in the eyes of the professor. Professor Snape really praised Alan in his heart, but not because of Alan's outstanding performance, but he found that Alan's tricks deliberately avoided the contents of his diary. It seems that Alan, the meaning of these tactics was not announced without his consent, focused his attention on Kakarot, who had recovered from Alan, and aimed his gaze at the warrior Brooke Hernandez of his school on the light screen, and said with a lip, "It's unlucky, his worst thing is astronomy." Brooke on the screen is in a room full of starry sky. The starry sky above him is divided into 6 areas. Under each area is a silver white date. If you want to successfully pass the level, you must choose 6 stars. One of the star maps corresponding to the date is arranged. Once wrong, it will be hit by the current released by the stars. And Brooke apparently did not have this ability. His original combed hair had been raised upright, the muscles in his face were trembling, and the blue electric current continued to pass through him. Obviously, he was severely punished. In a room covered with Arabic numerals on the wall, Furong walked anxiously around the room. Her beautiful hair was messed up by her. There are 6 kinds of math problems in the room, and Furong chose the most girlish only cut cake. On a white table, there is a big pink cake dotted with 4 bright red and attractive strawberries. It is cutting the cake that makes Furong embarrassed. There were 6 little dolls sitting around the table, looking at the cake that was cut by Furong in the middle with a smile. When Furong found that she was splitting the cake in the wrong way, the dolls clamored for Furong to finish the piece of cake that failed to cut. Only after finishing this piece of cake would a new cake appear, but soon she replaced the cake the cut was torn apart. She feels more and more irritable. After the 5th doll appeared, Hibiscus waved her wand skillfully. She had repeated this action many times. She cut each strawberry, divided each strawberry into 5 equal parts, a total of 20 pieces, and then divided it equally for each doll. At this time, the 6th villain appeared. As the number of people increased, Furong became more and more crazy. Although this was her last chance to challenge, even if it was not calculated, she should be able to pass the level as soon as she finished eating it. But she had already eaten 2 pieces of strawberry cake. Although it is not as big as the normal size because it is assigned to the doll, it is far more than the amount of food a lady should have. And now it is live broadcast. The audience outside was also thinking about how to divide. For wizards, mathematics is really a mysterious thing. Hermione sat in the auditorium with a notebook on her knees. She held a quill pen in her hand and slid desperately on the parchment. The cake was 360 degrees x 16 equals 60 degrees. Strawberry is 4 by 16 equals 23 strawberry. So how to ensure that everyone can finally get an accurate 23 strawberry? Hermione finally reached a conclusion. Tangled cut each of the 4 strawberries into 15 strands, a total of 60 strawberry strands were obtained, and then each person divided into 10 strands. Perfect. Furong put on the screen finally figured out, when she waved a knife and fork to divide the cake. The 7th doll appeared. Hermione in the seat wailed and pulled out the quill pen again. Luna put her hands on her cheeks and held a leaf in her mouth that didn't know where to come from. She held Hermione's hand with her tousled hair firmly. No calculation, just squeeze the cake into juice. 1 cup per person enough. Punlo heard that Luna's calm appearance, and she hummed her lips impatiently. It's troublesome. If you change to me, I will smash the extra dolls one by one. Will it be okay? This question does not mean that the doll attack is not allowed as in the potion challenge. In the frost room where Harry and Alan were, Harry watched with anticipation Alan's flowing movements. Soon, the hot thawing potion was successfully brewed by Alan. He first gave a glass to Harry and Harry swallowed with a trembling and his pale face returned to normal. He poured the remaining potions into the open mouth of the wood carving in front of his desk, and easily took the gem from the wood carving. It's not fair. Their warriors of Hogwarts are helping each other, and I strongly urge that this kind of cheating be organized. Mrs. Maxim is worried about Furong's performance. When she sees such a situation, she can't help but stand up angrily. Road. The rules only said they can't attack each other. www.mentalnovel.com. They didn't say they couldn't help each other. Kakaroff's calmness made Mrs. Maxim look sideways. Shouldn't this guy be with him to condemn Hogwarts? Dumbledore looked at Alan in the light screen solemnly, and the eyes behind the crescent-shaped glasses were full of worry. Kakarot took Dumbledore's look into his eyes and sneered, not to mention that Alan is now his new master. Even if Alan is only his student, he has already held him in his palm for a long time. What do you want? What to give? And Alan also entered the room of the digital level where Furong was. He was surprised to see Furong swallowed the last bite of cake without a face of a lady. Her lower abdomen shrank slightly, and it was obviously painful. Alan took out the Thor medicament he made in the frost level, and actively shared it with Furong and introduced her use. Fortunately I don't need to drink. Alan, Mrs. Harris will not come to watch this game. Furong took the potion and asked worriedly. Of course she will come to watch. You have to come on. Alan encouraged. Oh, no. Furong patted her forehead. When she last met Mrs. Harris, she told Mrs. Harris that she had little food. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, Chapter 428 Breakthrough Modified Chapter 422 Breaking Through Revised. Alan couldn't help laughing when he saw Furong's expression. Furong rubbed his bloated belly and raised his eyebrows with dissatisfaction when he heard Alan's laughter. You try it, this level is really embarrassing. I hope you haven't overeat at noon. Alan shrugged and walked to a blue table. As he approached, a blue cake appeared on the table. Furong didn't leave. On the one hand, she needed to give herself a little time to recover. On the one hand, she was very curious how it seemed that Alan would be able to get through this level and would not be as embarrassed as her. If I'm wrong, please ask my future sister-in-law to help me eat this big cake. It looks like your appetite is good. Alan joked. I still can't. I wish you good luck. Furong quickly refused. Clutching his abdomen and turning his stomach forward to the frost level, the posture was quite frustrating. Furong. Alan stopped her, and Furong turned to look at him in surprise. Harry went in the same direction as you, Alan reminded. Alan stood at the blue table, and a baby-headed doll holding a jewel whispered and introduced the rules. How can a cake be divided equally among 8 people? And finally there was 1 piece left in the cake box. You only have 3 chances. Every time you make a mistake, you have to eat the cake before a new cake appears. Come on. The audience outside witnessed how Furong was crazy and how to solve the cakes with painful expressions. At this time, everyone saw different responses from Alan, and some people inevitably expected seeing Alan's embarrassment looks like someone who is always happily fond of seeing news that some stars are ugly. Of course, more people have brought in themselves. If they are Alan, how to solve such a problem? It's really a headache. How can we divide it evenly among 8 people and finally leave a piece of cake in the cake box? This is simply impossible. According to Gump's basic transformation law, food cannot be transformed out of thin air, which is completely unsolvable. This question is much simpler than fleur de licor. Harris is lucky. Professor Snape sat in the auditorium with his arms around his chest, his eyes staring at the screen, and a word popped from the corner of his mouth. Ron, who was sitting near him, listened to this sentence without fail. He thought of the logical problem that Snape had in the first grade, and then he understood it by looking at his expression. He must have thought of a solution. Ron turned his gaze to the screen, thinking in his mind if there was a solution, but he had no clue as he scratched his head. At this time, Ron no longer envied the scenery of the warriors. He was fortunate that he was not a warrior. Even if there was no scenery, at least he did not have to be ugly in public. Thinking of this, he looked at the screen again with gloating. Alan in the room paused for only a moment, then raised his wand calmly and waved at the cake quickly. The cake was evenly divided into 8 parts by him. Ha ha. It seems that he is going to eat cake. Ron chuckled. Alan calmly put a piece of cake in the hands of the villain sitting around the table, until only the last piece of cake remained. Alan even brought the cake with the box to the last villain. The wizards in the audience suddenly realized that this was not a mathematics question, but a question to examine the thinking of the wizard. A wizard gem rose slowly from the cake in the last villain's hand and flew into Alan's hand. At this time, in the room where Alan first entered the boulder monster, Harry was facing the stone monster's test. As far as Harry is concerned, he could have followed Alan's footsteps. Harry could imagine that there would be no problems that would trouble Alan, but Harry didn't want to use Alan's power to get through. When the stone monster's big mouth rushed to Harry's head, the brave Gryffindor couldn't help but give the monster a partition, but to his disappointment, there was indeed a part of the stone's head it shattered. But soon the scattered stones flew back again, and the megalithic monster returned to its original state. Of course, even if the giant beast's large mouth covered Harry's small head, it didn't hurt Harry. It gives the question that Harry needs to answer. I can make you cry, and it can be resurrected. I was born in a moment, and stay in eternity. Harry looked at it gapingly. Can you say it again? Slowly? He asked tentatively. The stone monster winked at him cunningly, smiled slightly, and read the poem again at a faster rate. Harry searched in his head, tears in his eyes, and resurrected. He suddenly thought of the magic stone, but the magic stone can only make people live longer, and not make people resurrect. He thought of the Eris mirror he saw in the first grade, his father and mother smiling at him in the mirror, his family, born in a moment, perpetuated in eternity. Harry blinked and blinked, the instant wetness in his eyes, giving the answer, it's memory. Harry's words fell, and the stone figure attracted back into the wall. A red jewel protruded from his mouth. Harry ran to pick it up and clutched it tightly in his palm. In the auditorium, the audience spontaneously burst into warm applause. Although they knew that the players could not hear, it did not prevent them from expressing their inner admiration. Alan Harris challenged success at an unimaginable speed. There are 7 doors in the room where Alan has just completed the level, and 7 small rooms are connected to each other. On the door, the ancient magic text is used to describe what is behind the door. The passerby needs to choose the door. There is no danger door. At this level, if you don't know the ancient magic text, you can only see your luck. Even if you recognize these words, you may not be able to choose the right door, because these 7 doors look very dangerous. For example, if you choose this door, you will face a raging fire from hell. There is a group of evil little devil behind this door. Push this door, you will face the threat of dementors. Trust me, you won't be willing to embrace the female ghost. Be careful. There is a griffin behind the door that has not eaten for a year. Behind this door, There is a trap that you will step on 77%. A mad adult horned camel. It sounds like every choice represents danger, and every choice is a way of no return, but Alan almost didn't stop, and directly chose to push away the fan that reads "Be careful, there is a griffin behind the door that hasn't eaten for a year." Door. Behind the door, there is indeed a griffin, but it can never hurt Alan. It has been made into a specimen. At this time, Alan just opened the door and saw another brave Barden warrior, Carla Rogers. The big-faced girl turned red and stood hand to hand in a room with various scrap and debris. It's just a messy clutter room, with large and small debris piled up. People with obsessive-compulsive disorder must not come in, because I want to clean them up and tidy. I'm afraid I can't do it in a month. Hello, Alan. There was a small open space in the middle of this densely packed room. A wooden table was placed on the open space. Carla stood at the table and saw Alan entering. She was even more at a loss. Carla's voice was so low that she dared not look at Alan. Alan couldn't help but look a little scared and tried to lower her tone to make her feel at ease. This level is difficult. Yes. You see, Carla pointed to the table behind her. You can choose different ways to pass this level. You can choose arithmetic divination, or you can use crystal and tea. There is a groove in this box. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Kara, who was more relaxed, pointed to the upper right corner of the table, where a small box was placed, and there was a groove in the box. All we need to do is divination out the location of the small object that matches the groove in the room, and find it out. As long as it can match the groove successfully, you can open the box and get the wizard gem inside. Kara wrinkled embarrassedly frowned. But be careful. I saw Crumb just now. He just saw me and gave up his divination. He chose a random thing. The challenge failed and was punished. Carla thought of the picture he just saw. I patted my chest with a lingering fear. He just put the inappropriate things in the card slot, and suddenly flew out an iron chain as thick as his arm and tied it around his waist. He failed 3 times and flew out 3 iron chains. Kara recalled that Crumb's arms were so blue and ugly. In order to carry these 3 chains, he couldn't help but retract his hand that touched the table. He just left carrying the iron chain like that? Alan asked with interest. Well, Carla was in awe. The iron chain wrapped him tightly, and he went to the next level like that. End of this chapter. Chapter 429. Professor Yang and electric shock modified. This level is really difficult, even for me. I am afraid it will take a long time to pass the level. Kara, you can actually choose to use the wizard gem to skip this level. Alan saw Kara holding his hand reluctantly. Jewel made another suggestion. You can also choose another direction to challenge other levels first, and then come back to this level, so that even if you finally need to be punished for failing to pass the level, you don't have to carry the stone chain for too long. Kara nodded convincingly. That's it. Sometimes things that you can never resolve are easily accepted when persuaded by someone who has a higher status or trust in your heart. In the same way, if you change to Crumb or Fleur, you will definitely not achieve the effect of Alan. Alan turned indifferently, walked to the table, and picked up the crystal ball. At the same time, in the room full of stars, Brooke Hernandez of Dim Strand stiffly pulled open the door handle and walked to the room with the megalithic monster. Brooke's hands, feet and hair stood upright, and the audience laughed kindly. Ran into him in front of Harry and tried his best to control the facial expression, so as not to make the scene too embarrassing. Brooke nodded to Harry and strode into the room. After Harry closed the door, he saw Crumb in the room tightly bound by 3 thick iron chains. He sniffed and hurried up. Mr. Crumb, I will help you to solve them. Calm down. Lysong. Crumb quickly stopped Harry, and he nodded gratefully. No, although it is really heavy, but after using magic, it will be tighter. Harry lowered his wand and glanced at Crumb with his eyebrows clenched, courageously saying, I know you and Ron are not gay. Crumb heard that his frown was loosened. He nodded and felt that Hogwarts was still a good person. 2 people turned their attention to the starry sky at the same time. When he saw the dense stars, Harry just felt that the stars were shaking. His homework in astronomy class has always been as he pleased. Anyway, How to place these stars on the starry sky simulation picture will not affect anything. The worst is it is the result of the astronomy exam that will pass. Crumb and Harry had opposite moods. Even Kakarot in the audience relaxed. He knew everything about Crumb, except for flight lessons. Crumb, his astronomy score is the best, and he will definitely pass this level. Crumb stared intently at the starry sky above him, waving his arms bound by chains hard, moving the stars. Soon there was an imperceptible smile on his face. He had found a clue. In the dense starry sky, he had taken a peep. Crumb opened his eyes wide, his teeth trembling uncontrollably. His body stiffened, and he shivered uncontrollably. Harry next to him had misplaced the stars. The current kept hitting him, and the chain that dragged Crumb, who was pressed after Harry fell to the ground, passed to Crumb. As the sound of the heavy chain hitting the ground came, the paralyzed Crumb fell to the ground. The wand in his hand was tilted to the side. A star in the nebula above him moved quickly, and a blue light in the star sky split against Crumb, who fell to the ground and was cramped by electricity. Professor Nick Young, this challenge is said to have been arranged by you. There is something wrong with this electric shock punishment arrangement. Haven't you considered this danger? This is obviously Harry's fault, but it has affected Crumb. Kakarot stood up sharply and walked in front of a black man, punching him at the table, and his most optimistic student was defeated again and again. The black man was frightened by the sound of Kakarot's punch. He had not grasped the situation and looked at Kakarot with a question mark. He didn't dare to say more. Crumb, I'm so sorry. Harry, who was also shaking, stammered. No, it doesn't matter. Crumb pulled a smile hard, but because he couldn't control his muscles, the smile looked very gruff. Harry turned his head apologetically and continued to study Nebula. After a while, the sound of the door handle turning came when Crumb was trying again. Crumb and Harry turned back at the same time, and Alan came in. Alan was very surprised. He always thought Crumb just hated him. Unexpectedly, he didn't even see Harry. The two men stood at the two ends of the room, and they seemed to hate that they had to have a bit of trouble. Crumb was also surprised, but he deliberately glanced at Alan's position before entering the field. Unexpectedly, he turned so quickly for almost a lap. He couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, "Are you almost done?" Alan nodded politely, without further ado, and walked directly to the middle nebula. Alan is no stranger to the nebula. In the perception room on the top floor of the Harris family tower, he does not know how many times he has seen the circulation of the nebula. Compared to Crumb and Harry, he is as easy as directing music. The magic wand in the hand is full of rhythm, which attracts the audience to swing his body as he swings. Harry was stunned. He looked at Alan's movements in the clouds and water. Unfortunately, these 6 stars were different. Otherwise he could follow Alan's movements. Crumb has already completed his challenge. A blue wizard gem fell from the starry sky and fell directly into his arms. Crumb glanced at Alan and quickly walked to the room with the boulder monster. A few minutes later, Alan moved the last star to control it with his wand to where it should be, completed the challenge, and got the gem. Harry, do you need help? Alan asked Harry after he looked at the stunned Harry. Harry was very emotional, but still shook his head. No, Alan, thank you. I think I can handle it myself. Alan looked easily towards the boulder monster level he first entered. Just as his hand just touched the door handle, the door opened and Furong came out of the room. The two warriors of Distrom dealt with the monsters together, only the brute force and no brains guys. As soon as he saw Alan, Furong talked disdainfully. Alan understood that in Furong's heart, he racked his brains to find the way, and found that others could easily pass the way of group combat. It is inevitable that his heart will be unbalanced. Patted Furong's shoulder as a comfort, Alan opened the door and entered the boulder monster level. At a glance Alan saw the treated wound exposed from Brooks' shirt tripped by the boulder monster. www.mentalnovel.com. Alan knew that he had dealt with the monster at least once. Alan, you are too fast. Brooke cried in surprise as he shot a spell. Crumb next to him glanced gloriously at Alan, squeezing his lips and speeding up his wand waving. Banged, the megalithic monster fell to the ground, torn apart, but in the next second, The stone and mud that had been scattered all over the ground flew up and returned to their original shape in the sky. The monster spoke again, changed a riddle and continued to ask Crumb, but it just said 2 words. Crumb said impatiently with an answer, "Human." Megalithic monster screamed and threw at them 3 more times. "Come on." Brooke Hernandez waved his wand, shot a spell, and successfully smashed one of the stone beast's ears. Crumb also raised his wand again and fought against the boulder monster. These 2 are stupid, poor, and unlucky, but they can fight. Alan thought quietly, and walked back to the room where he had originally waited. In the room, the 6-pointed star had all been lit up, and Alan stood in the middle of the 6-pointed star, and the 6-pointed star spun quickly. Set a small goal first. For example, remember in 1 second, read URL, chapter 430. You can't pass modified. This feeling of being transmitted is a bit like a door key. Alan is more looking forward to the final level. I don't know what challenge will be faced. He thinks this 3-witch contest is just like the first-year level game arranged by professors, which is quite interesting. When Alan settled in shape, he was fortunate that he had a strong balance and did not take steps at will. In front of Alan's eyes was a huge hexagonal abyss. There seemed to be a blaze of fire in the abyss. It looked like a burning, hot magma underneath. It was not clear how deep. In the blazing flames, 4 thick yellow granite arch bridges with a width of about 0.7 meters cross the top of the abyss and cross the center of the room. Fun. Alan stroked his chin, and he sensitively sensed that these flames had no trace of temperature and were not as hot as they looked. Alan, who has studied the illusion, has determined that the magma below is definitely not real. Alan stepped on the granite stone beam in front of him, and at that moment, the mutation suddenly emerged. He heard the rumbling sound, which was small at first, but getting louder and louder. The granite beams at Alan's feet trembled, and the whole room seemed to be shaking, and the flame beating below became more active. A monster flew out of the lava below in the exclamation of the audience and stood at the intersection of the beams in the center of the room. The most powerful deep prison refining among the devil bards. Some wizards recognized its origin. Deep prison refining is the devil in the flames and shadows. Powerful, terrifying. Its outline is like a huge human figure, and it is like a shadow of wandering, and the core is a raging flame. The deep hell refining demon in front of him had burning yellow eyes, an elder goat-like horn on his head, and a burning, vapor-spreading flaming mane. Black venom was dripping from his mouth. Arms were long, powerful, with bat-like wings on its back, a human head wailing constantly around its waist, 3 silver-white skulls running through its tail. It holds a long flame whip in its left hand and a long sword filled with lightning in its right hand. The burning yellow eyes of the almost 4-meter high deep inferno refiner met Alan. It took a bold step forward. The long sword in his hand went to the ground with a pestle and shouted, "You shall not pass." "You can't pass." Alan raised an eyebrow. He, who was proficient in purgatory, understood the meaning of the roar. After roaring, the deep prison refining demon wielded the whip of fire in his hand. But it saw Alan, who was indifferent. The flames of this deep prison demon refiner burned fiercely, and when the fire was extinguished, a handsome man in a red tuxedo appeared at the position of the devil just now. The handsome man's calm attitude and perfect posture looked like a nobleman from the medieval album. However, no matter what the angel's appearance or noble temperament this person has, it forms a strong contrast with his reptile eyes. When these eyes meet you, it makes your back cool. It's really comfortable to roar out like this. I want to do this for many years. Since I was roared by an old wizard like this before, I have always wanted to revenge like this. The tone of the deep prisoner's magic has become a bit frivolous, and his attitude is elegant. Alan practiced the etiquette of an ancient wizard and aristocrat. As the first warrior to arrive, you really are not simple. You have seen through the illusion is not fatal, right? I wanted to scare you down. Alan also returned to the etiquette of an ancient noble wizard who was as impeccable as the devil just now. Then Alan introduced his name in purgatory. "It's rude. I didn't expect you to speak my native language." The deep prisoner of refining widened his reptile-like eyes, and gave the gift again. "My name is Bear, Warrior Alan. Since you can speak purgatory, must know something about hell. Please forgive me for not telling you my real name." Alan nodded and understood. In hell, the real name of the devil is magical. Once the real name is known by others, calling his name can control him to do anything. "Warrior Alan, if you want to pass me, it's very simple. Just make a wish and go out from here." Bear's accent is full of exoticism, and the devil pointed upwards above his head. The iron cage door added, "But this wish cannot affect other people. For example, you cannot wish other warriors or any audience on the scene to die immediately. According to the agreement between me and the wizard who called me, when your warriors make a wish to me, your wishes will not be broadcasted, nor will they be heard by other warriors. Since you know the set of well, I don't hide it. The reason for this is that I am afraid that the warrior's wish to pass this level will be heard by the audience or other warriors. They will learn something, but if your wish is successfully misinterpreted by me, I will announce each other's wishes and give me reasons to show justice." Bear introduced Alan to the rules in detail. This is not because Alan's native language made him feel good. As far as I know, the wizard who has dealt with our devil in the UK has only been a wizard of the Black family in modern times. The one who successfully summoned me this time is a Greek wizard you have invited from the British Ministry of Magic. www.mtlnovel.com. He gave a mischievous smile. "Since you can speak hell, you must have learned from the Black family. Since they can get such important information from you, they are also pitted by you." I mean, did you trade with you? It seems that you must be quite familiar with some of our devil's methods. If you have 4 wizard gems, you can go out without making a wish. If you have extra gems after you go out, each one will be scored 10 points. Of course, you will not get 40 points for the last level eye guard. Since you are the first to arrive and speak purgatory, then you can get a privilege. That is, you can listen to the wishes of other warriors, and finally challenge me so that you can avoid making the same mistakes as them. He shrugged his shoulders and let Alan out with regret. Just then, the summoning array on the other side of the room shone. Bear glanced in that direction and turned to smile at Alan. "The prototype of my deep prison refining did not scare you just now? How about changing the image this time?" At the end of the speech, a huge dark blue hunter spider appeared beside it. The body of this hunter spider with countless spikes was about the size of a farming cow, but its legs extended outward. At 14 feet, the first 2 limbs are more like the claws of crabs or lobsters. The huge claws of the mouth are open and closed, and it is filled with a slightly flowing fuchsia venom. This demon spider is a loot that I got in a battle with the demons in the bottomless abyss. It can't speak, but can understand purgatory, and it can use telepathy to communicate with any other creature. The devil Bear looked at this admiring face with admiration. Chapter 431. Go out. Modified. The summoning array in the other corner of the room also lighted up, and the evil light flashed in Bear's eyes, and his long finger pointed in the direction of Alan. Turning into a chair, he held out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Alan bowed slightly and thankfully sat sideways without fear. Bear put his index finger on his lips and made a gesture of forbidden voice, and Alan nodded knowingly. On Alan's left-hand side, 2 people appeared one after another in the room. Crumb, dragging the heavy chain, frowning and looking at the room, seeing Alan, trying to straighten his spine almost bent by the chain. Brooke had just appeared in the room, and the huge hunter spider hanging upside down under the granite arch bridge suddenly passed to Brooke. The long spider legs were less than a foot from Brooke. Brooke's eyes were startled by the sudden hand of the demon spider, and his body almost fell under the bridge. He finally stabilized his body, and Brooke, who was still in shock, saw the sharp blue teeth of the demon spider, and he flinched back. Crumb glanced at Brooke's gloomy eyes and walked in the direction of Bear. The iron chain dragged on the ground, making a piercing noise. Alan didn't miss Bear's disgust for mortals, wondering whether Crumb would be fooled by Bear's appearance, and relax his vigilance for his kindness. "Hello, warrior, my name is Bear." Bear saluted Crumb with a graceful gesture. "Hello, this is Wickeldor Crumb." Even if Crumb was overwhelmed, He insisted on returning the salute. He didn't want to be rude in the eyes of everyone. Your perseverance is admirable, and your body is very strong and strong. Bear looked at Crumb's chain and praised him, and then repeated what he said to Alan almost intact to Crumb. Again, his exotic voice sounded particularly pleasant. So, are you going to stop here to wait for the game to end? Or are you going to take part in the final game? You won't get any points for the former, and the latter will get gems that can add 40 cents to you when you go out. Bear asked gently. I chose to participate in the final game. I want to make a wish. Crumb replied decisively. When confronted with various levels of fierce monster traps on the door, he and Brooke, who were physically and mentally exhausted, had no confidence to resist and directly skipped the level. If you choose not to wish to use the 4 gems that are hard to come by, or wait for the game to end, you will get 0 points. Then all the efforts he has made before become a joke, which he cannot accept. Clum glanced at Alan dismissively at the thought of this. He thought that Alan could be so fast. He must have skipped too many levels with gems and no longer enough for, and he did not dare to make a wish. So he chose to give up and stay here to wait for the game to end. Bear raised his arms high and waved into the air. The audience outside could only see the portraits inside, but could not hear the sound inside. Crumb lowered his eyes and thought for a while, giving him a wish that he thought was very appropriate. I hope I can leave here successfully. Very good. I appreciate your courage. Bear stretched out his long fingers and gently stroked in the direction of Crumb. The chains on Crumb's body were torn apart and fell heavily. On the Huanganyan Arch Bridge, it slipped down again and fell into the abyss under the bridge. Crumb has a bad heart. Since he appreciates his courage and has the ability to unravel, why did he not unravel when he praised him before, but chose to do it now? The vigilance in Crumb's eyes was stronger, but it was too late. As you wish. Bear's face showed an evil smile. Crumb flew uncontrollably into the sky, struggling to pull out his wand, but his body slammed forward and directly hit the cage door above his head. His wand came out of his hand, whirling around, flew out. Bear raised his arm slightly and his wand flew into his hand. It rose into the air, flew to Crumb's side, and put his wand back into Crumb's hand. This is the power of a contract. Magic cannot be resisted after both of us agree. Bear faced Crumb, but his eyes turned to Alan, spreading his hands innocently, as if he were kind. Gently explained. Crumb reached out and tried to hold the cage to stop his castration, but invisible it seemed that there was a great force pulling. His fingers were broken apart one by one. The whole body and limbs were attached to the large shape on the cage. Let me down. Let me down. Crumb groaned painfully in his mouth. He struggled desperately, twisted his body desperately, trying to get rid of that invisible control, and finally squeezed out of normal syllables. Crumb's mouth can only be heard irregularly with a strange noise. Ho ho. But once the contract is established, it cannot be stopped halfway. The bones of his limbs broke inch by inch, and blood spewed out, converging into a river below him. In the distance, Brooke witnessed Crumb's miserable condition. His whole body shaking like sieve chaff, his heart beating wildly, and he collapsed on the ground and kept retreating. There was silence in the stands, and the audience screamed in shock. He will die. Some people have died in the game before. Can no one save him? Quick, quick, stop. Kakarot jumped out of his chair in panic. www.mentalnovel.com. He pulled on the sleeve of Dumbledore's robe. Dumbledore, let Bear stop down. Crumb will die. Dumbledore stared at the screen solemnly, sighed deeply, and said helplessly, I was preventing you from changing the Wind Giant to the Bart's Devil, and now the contract is established, I can't do anything. If you forcefully interrupt the Devil, the contract will lead to more serious consequences. After all, the Devil promised that we will never kill people. He will keep his promise. Crumb will not be life-threatening. You see that he unlocks the chain to avoid Crumb. The organ was squeezed to death when passing through the gap. Dumbledore's eyes showed infinite pity. This child is going to suffer greatly. Kukulov clenched his fists and fell to his seat, watching weakly as Crumb's head was squeezed and deformed by the narrow cage. bit by the force of great force, and got into the cage. Blood spewed out of Crumb's limbs with broken bones and muscles, and he became a blood man, his body lying on the ground like a noodle, and he was motionless, only the turning, full of horror. The colored eyes indicate that this person is still alive and can clearly perceive the pain on his body. Little by little, just like squeezing toothpaste, Crumb, the flesh, was tucked out of the cage alive. His shoes fell to the ground one after the other, and rolled in the abyss under the bridge. Crumb is like a large rag doll hanging on the top of the cage door. My fault. His perseverance is good, but his body is not that strong. Bayer turned his head and said to Alan, under the magma in the abyss below, his face was coated with blood red, his reptile there was a flicker of fire in his eyes. Chapter 432 As You Wish Modified. Bayer looked up at the dying Crumb above the iron cage, raised his arms, and like a music conductor, turned out a piano in the center of the room. In compensation, I will play for the damaged coder to see you off. Bayer's headshot appeared on the light screen, and he smiled to the audience with a bright smile. If you don't see Crumb's tragedy, anyone will think that this is a well-educated heir from the ancient pure-blood family. Bayer bowed to the salute and walked to the piano. He waved his hands during the walk, and behind him appeared three beautiful women. They all have white and delicate skin, a voluptuous figure that is tempting, and follow Bayer behind with their bare feet, and huge red wings spread behind their backs, swaying their bodies. The difference is that they have light blonde curly hair, brown fluffy hair, and short black hair. Their appearance is so attractive, their eyes sparkling and full of sinister desires. It seems to come from the other side of the world. It's desire. Many wizards in the audience recognized their origins. They are my lover. Bayer smiled slightly, playing a string of notes, and the three demons wriggled with the music charmingly. Not inferior to their appearance, their voice is also full of tempting charm. Accompanied by Bayer's playing, their harmony attracted the audience's attention. In this rather gloomy piece of music, Madame Pomfrey and several therapists flew to the top of the cage to rescue Crumb, who was vaguely flesh-shaped, inhuman, and unbearable. A young blonde female therapist saw Crumb's miserable condition and could not help but turned her head away. She only felt a cramp in her stomach and felt sick. Great, he's fine. Bagman, who flew up with him, took a long breath and relaxed his tense nerves. If the death of the warrior really appeared, he would first propose to replace the wind giant. Most responsibilities. Although Crumb looks terrible, but for the wizard, this essence is physically squeezed and not directly injured by magic. The injury is not irreparable. As long as it is well treated and recuperated, this injury will not cause him what serious consequences. Gentlemen and ladies, after playing, Bayer's voice came out through the magic light screen. Warrior Crumb has 4 witchcraft gems. After completing his wish, he left the room and scored 80 points. Bayer shrugged his hands and explained to the audience, Crumb promised me to go out from here, but he didn't say how to go out, and finally he successfully fulfilled his wish. Didn't he? So, what's your name, warrior? Bayer asked softly to Brooke, who had already collapsed to the ground. Me. My name is Brooke Hernandez. Brooke was so nervous that he looked at Bayer's expression as if he saw a flood of beasts. Then warriors Brooke, are you planning to make a wish for me in the final game? Or do you want to stop here and wait for the game to end? Or do you want to participate in the final challenge but use the 4 gems to go out without making a wish? Bayer's eyes, the eyes that appeared, were very sincere, but Brooke was more afraid. If, like Crumb, you have to suffer or even risk losing your life to get the 40, you might as well not wish. Stopping here to wait for the end of the game is 0 points. Participating in the challenge but using 4 gems is also 0 points. It is better to choose the latter. Brooke felt he had to stay away from this nightmarish place, away from the devil who was smiling. The sooner the better. I chose to participate in the challenge, but I didn't want to go out immediately with 4 gems. Brooke hurriedly took out his pocket, several gems fell to the ground, and Brooke rushed past. When rolling to the edge of the stone bridge, hold it in your hand. Well, 4 jewels. Brooks' hand holding the jewel still trembling, but he grabbed the jewel deadly. Well, it's a pity. Bear waved his hand, the gem in Brooks' hand disappeared, and the summons behind him shone. Brook was gently pushed into the summoning circle by an invisible force, and was then sent outside the Quidditch field. Brook looked at the dazzling sun in the sky and took a long breath, leaving the cage and seeing the sun. The wizards in the audience reacted differently, and many wizards also put down a heart that they mentioned, and scenes like Crumb experienced, they did not want to happen again. But there are also many wizards who feel irritated. It is precisely because of such stimulus that the Three Witches tournament is beautiful. Anyway, it will not be fatal, and you can get points if you dare to challenge. This Brooke Hernandez is really timid, which makes them less fun. The summoning array of the room shone again, and it was Kara Rogers who appeared in the room. Alan was quite surprised. According to his guess, it was either Harry or Fleur who could enter quickly. How could it be this Kara Rogers who is not outstanding? Thank you, Mr. Harris. If I used gems, I would be like Furong and Harry, still stuck in the divination room. They are not willing to pass through the punishment like the warriors of Dimstrang. It seems that it will take a while. Carla couldn't wait to express gratitude and dissatisfaction with the other two's rigid practices as soon as they saw Alan. Alan touched his nose after hearing the words, "Maybe you won't think about it for a while." He only nodded embarrassingly and politely in response. "Beautiful lady, Bea, I'm glad to meet you." Bea straightened up, like a knight with a magnificent appearance. www.mentalnovel.com came to Kara and gave a kiss. Carla Rogers, my name. Kara is rarely so intimately contacted by the opposite sex, let alone such a handsome man. Although she was still vigilant, she relaxed a lot. Bea told Kara well what they said to Alan and Crumb, but the tone of voice made Kara think that this is probably the most gentle and considerate man in the world. I chose to make a wish. I didn't have 4 gems. In the end, I jumped 2 levels for speed. Kara said, blushing, but she also clenched her wand in hand. So what is your wish? Bea smiled more intimately. I hope to be young forever. It is just a wish, not too simple for girls. Wish every day. If you can really be young forever, then this 3-witch contest is very rewarding, Carla thought. I can cast a spell for you to bless you, as long as no one lifts it. You can stay young. Forgive me, the female warrior Kara. I promised that the person in charge of the game cannot use too much power, otherwise it can be free of such defects. Are you willing to accept it? Bea's look at Carla looked like a lion staring at his prey in Alan's eyes, but Carla, who shyly dropped his head, apparently didn't notice. I do, Carla replied decisively, just don't let it go. As you wish. Bea no longer concealed his emotions, laughing evilly and waving. Kara was immediately petrified into a sculpture, just like the mannequins on the cabinets of clothing stores. If it wasn't promised that the warriors would not be killed, I would really be able to do it. Bea turned to Alan in a good mood. Chapter 433 No participation modified for the well-dressed and elegant devil in front of him. Alan neither echoed nor interacted more. He just sat quietly in his seat, unmoved. There was silence in the room, and Bea didn't care. He returned to the piano and played casually. The silver-white light from the summoning array interrupted Bea's playing. Bea stood up next to the piano and watched Furong's figure out of the silver-white light with great interest. It really looks like a beautiful angel, Bea exclaimed exaggeratedly. Fleur saw Kara, who was petrified in the room, and turned his head to watch him cautiously, without being confused by Bea's sweet words. Alan sensed sensitively that Furong had launched the unique ability that the Meiwa bloodline brought to her, which looked radiant and glamorous. But for the devil who can summon the 3 desires, this temptation must be it has no effect. At this time, the summoning array in another room also shone, and Harry stumbled out of it, looking like he accidentally stepped on his robe. Hello. My name is Bea. Bea obviously didn't neglect Harry because he was seduced by Furong. He saluted the two gracefully. Harry Potter. Harry looked very nervous. He saw the bloodstains under the cage, and also saw the petrified Kara. He knew that mature Mandela grass could save petrified people, So who is that blood and what happened? Thinking of the death of someone who had heard of the three witches, Harry licked his chapped lips and clenched the wand in his hand. Furong Dracule. Furong flicked his long hair and said neatly, Warrior Harry, Warrior Fleur, you want to pass me, you need. Bear skillfully repeated the words again, and Alan, who was sitting on the chair, stood up silently. So, are you planning to participate in the final game and make a wish to me? Or do you want to stop here and wait for the game to end? Or do you want to participate in the final challenge but use the 4 gems to go out without making a wish? Bear smiled. No intentions. Sorry, I have a question. Alan suddenly interrupted the conversation between Bear and them. Ah, Warrior Alan, please be quiet. Bear bowed gracefully. I'm sorry Bear. From the rules, their warriors just can't hear each other's wishes, but other conversations are completely communicable, aren't they? Just like Kara thanked me before, it's not against the rules, I have right to ask questions. Alan showed a strong side. Bear shrugged helplessly, but Warrior Alan, it is not polite to interrupt others to speak, not a gentleman's behavior. In the auditorium, Hermione snorted with disdain. Luna's eyes were loose, and she seemed to be emptying herself. Penelope supported her cheeks with both hands and looked at Alan on the screen with her eyes shining brightly. She thought her Alan would be more powerful again. Warrior Alan, what do you want to say? Bear reached out and gestured for invitation. You have been trying to do all kinds of actions to disturb my mind. As soon as I enter the room, you will show the original shape to intimidate me. After distorting the wishes of other warriors, I will talk to me and try my best to show you a feeling of omnipotence. I even deliberately replaced the demon with a hairstyle similar to the one I care about to irritate me so that I can lose my mind. Alan stated calmly. Bear crossed his hands and listened patiently, as if using his own actions to show Alan what a gentleman's behavior was. Before each warrior makes a choice, he will give the warrior whether he intends to participate in the game to make a wish, or to give up the game and stay on the scene until the end, or to participate in the game but skip the 3 wishes with gems. You tell others that you can't pass our all-in before asking the other party to participate or not to participate in the final challenge. I know that the devil never lied, but you like to hide some facts to mislead others. So if you indicate that you do not participate in the final challenge, what is the result? Is it that you can leave directly, and don't need your 40 points? That's right, right? Alan pointed out the clues he found. But at the same time, Alan found that Bear was not angry because he saw through the tricks, but his expression was a bit of joy. Warrior Alan, you really are as smart as your old friend told me. Bear praised him and turned his head to look at the other 2 warriors. Said not to participate in the final challenge. Then you can go directly to use your gems to calculate the score. So what are your options now? Furong looked at Alan, and with her wit, she naturally understood that Alan didn't have to tear through the devil in front of her at this time, adding to the devil's disgust for him. This must be a reminder to herself. Looking at the shocking bloodstains and lifeless Kara under the iron cage door, Furong felt that he could not live up to Alan's good intentions. I chose not to participate in the final challenge and just leave. Furong stated that he felt a lot easier. Harry hesitated. As a Gryffindor, he wanted to try the last challenge www.mtlnovel.com, but Alan's attitude made it clear that there must be something stupid. Alan saw Harry's thoughts at once, and directly avoided the specific wish content. He recounted the previous experience after Crumb and Kara's wish. This is the case, Harry, if you have such biology is very researchable and passes with certainty, so it can be challenged naturally. If you are not sure, I advise you to think carefully. Harry lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. Out of trust in Alan and the good intention of not wanting to live up to each other, he made himself give up the challenge like Furong. Bear waved his hands, and the 2 were sent back to the summoning team, leaving the court and returning to the auditorium. Brooke in the auditorium thumped his head in annoyance, and he was terrified. He didn't notice Bear's trap, and wasted 40 cents. Originally, Brooke was also thankful for his act of protecting himself, and now he was frustrated by his stupidity and cowardice. Brooke, Congratulations, you got another 0. Some wizards of Dimstrang sneered. Brook scratched his head, ignoring them, and instead thought of why Alan is so young as a wizard who was younger than himself. There are many people in the auditorium who share his thoughts. The hidden tricks like the devil can be seen through. It is indeed Ravenclaw, so wise. Look at his performance in the previous level. The best student ever is none other than him. At Hogwarts, we have never seen anything that can make Alan difficult. After sending off Harry and Fleur, Bea turned to face Alan. Warrior Alan, since you have seen through my tricks, don't you choose to go out like them? Chapter 434 Wish Modified. You don't seem to want me to take part in the challenge? Alan raised his eyebrows and sensitively captured Bea's true emotions. Reminiscent of the previous devil's performance, he should have intentionally left some clues waiting for him to find out, trying to make Alan so choose not to participate in the final challenge. How come? But it's not early. I never work overtime. Bea smiled. I am a person who pursues perfection. I don't want to miss the last game and leave regrets. So, I want to participate in the challenge and make a wish to you. Very well. What is your wish? Bea stared at Alan's eyes, revealing a particularly evil smile, and he no longer needed to hide his viciousness. My wish is that you can fulfill my wish. Alan looked back timidly, and said his answer slowly. Bea froze in place, carefully chewing every word Alan said, trying to find the loopholes in it to revenge. He raised his finger, looking a little bit angry and angry. Alan looked at him calmly, unmoved. Bea wailed, his figure twisted, and slowly turned into a black smoke, disappearing in place. It's really Ravenclaw to play the devil. Between applause, the little wizards in the audience were relieved. Even Professor McGonagall, who was always majestic, calmed down and nodded approvingly. After seeing that Harry was safe, her worried object was changed to Alan Harris. As for Professor Flitwick, he actually wiped the tears in the corners of his eyes after jumping up and waving his fists. He was just worried that it might be broken, fearing that his favorite pupil would be hurt. But soon, in the thrilling crowd, some wizards calmed down, and the devil who played Crumb and Gara to fool and hurt did not have time to speak, so he was expelled back because Alan's wish was turned into black smoke directly. Hell, Alan Harris is actually more cunning than the devil. Reminiscent of his use of all kinds of powerful black magic and speculations in some newspapers in the past few games, they felt a little hairy in their hearts. Some wizards who are familiar with Alan think of the devil's skilled piano skills and his love for people's hair color. It is just that Alan Harris is said to be very good at piano and ambiguous with the 3 colors of hair, which is. His attitude of speaking has always been so gentle and elegant. Is his usual friendship also to hide the hidden secrets behind him? All of a sudden, the wizards who were afraid of Alan because of his previous behavior and reading the reports began to feel that Alan seemed even more sinister and scary than the devil. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, the ground began to vibrate. At the center of the room, the void air suddenly began to burn, and then the flame split in 2 and began to move along an arc from top to bottom. Countless like the skull screaming silently appeared in the cauterization. When the flame finally turned into a huge ring, a tall arch made of skulls also appeared in front of everyone. Alan beside the circle observed a charred, rubble-filled wasteland, where mountains and sloped hills broke the monotonous landscape. The air was filled with blood-red light, and fireballs flew in the air, producing a terrifying explosion effect from time to time. The moat beneath the hillside in the distance surrounds a circular wall that covers a dozen square miles and has 12 circles of concentric circles. Each circle is erected with huge war machines, huge bronze fortresses, and finally merges into in the distance a wide river filled with black river water. Bea walked out of it, but his expression was a little embarrassed, and his clothes were lightly smoked, bringing out a strong smell of sulfur. He looked at Alan next to him and mumbled and complained, "This time the transaction with you is losing money, and I let myself take the toll that was sent to open the door to the outside world. You have to know that we have to cross the boundary by ourselves. Teleporting is not as simple as being summoned by you." Cough. let's get back to business. Alan Warrior, you got 6 wizard gems before this, each gem is 10 cents, and you got another 40 cents here, a total of 100 points. Fact, if I am not without authority, I will add extra points to your final performance. Judging from my thousands of years of contact with the wizards of your world, except for my old friend, you are the only one who has this. The wise wizard. Bayer's expression carefully calculated Alan's score and gossip. But at the same time, an ambiguous slow-pitched male voice sounded from the bottom of Alan's heart. Alan Harris, this is Bayer. Please forgive me for having to talk to you this way. It turns out you haven't yet learned this communication skill. Please be assured that as a master of closed brain surgery, unless you are willing, even I can't detect what you are thinking. But when you want to talk to me, please let the brain a little bit open. There were some surprises on Alan's face, and for a moment, he still let go of some brain control and thought, what the do you want to do? At the bottom of his heart, Alan kept speculating on the devil's purpose. Alan felt that he might have a glance. Mr. Alan Harris, I solemnly ask you, please don't say what you just promised, so as not to be heard by other wizards, and spread it. Our devil-less business may be difficult to do. I am willing to give some knowledge to exchange, some of the magical knowledge from that only the high devil can know. Bayer proposed exchange conditions. His voice sounded not only sincere but also pitiful. Your high-level devil's unique magical knowledge, are there any hidden dangers? Can you ensure that I, as a non-devil, can also use this knowledge and successfully perform this magic? Alan relaxed his brain closure technique for a few seconds, turning his thoughts past the past. However, Alan was curious and suspicious. His wish was only to protect the wisher from being misinterpreted by the other party when he was forced to make a wish. However, wizards who would actually deal with the devil generally wished for various purposes. It should be reasonable that the so-called business impact is not as severe as he said. In addition, why did the devil tell himself directly at the beginning of the negotiation? Is there any problem with the knowledge? Or there are hidden dangers or can't be used as a human being? So Alan continued to add for the sake of temptation, but I ask that I can tell this wish to the people I care about, you know, to ensure that they have a way to protect themselves when they are harassed by your colleagues. Ah, really insecure customers, it's really sad. I thought we got along well. How much began to build trust with each other. www.mentalnovel.com. In addition to your family, I can give you 13 know the secret quota, but you have to make sure they make an unbreakable vow with you, or you sign a devil contract with them after learning the devil contract, to ensure that they will not tell other people to do it. Bayer pretended to be miserable. There is a pause. In addition, I can guarantee that these are the knowledge that you human wizards can use. For example, using the power of Barto Hell can make your spells have additional soul damage. This power can allow your magic to be repellent. The blame causes normal damage and can even eliminate these nasty things. Bayer paused a little, gave Alan a little time to think, and then continued, I can also provide how to use the power of the plane rules to sign a strong contract, which is more clear than your own kind of treaty. It's much easier for a third party to make an unbreakable vow to be a witness. I think you understand what I mean. As for the hidden dangers, some of the demon calling spells will always be dangerous when cast by your mortals. Whether you are using an oath bond to call a legion of low-level devil, or try to use the door to call the deep prison refining magic, at the moment they come into this world, you all need to engage in a will confrontation with them in order to gain their control. You know. This is after all what we deliberately spread in your wizarding world for the benefit of this kind of low-level summoning method that takes a lot of time and sacrifice is different. But I think this is not a problem for a wizard like you who has been strengthened by attribute potions and has strong willpower. After finishing his speech, Bayer continued to complain, this time I just want to make extra money, and come out to have some fun at the same time. Just as a tourist. I didn't expect to meet a wizard like you. It was really a loss. Chapter 435 As You Wish to Modified Bagman. This Bayer was able to return from so quickly after he was expelled. Even the more powerful deep Prison refining magic should not be able to do this. The wizard you found from can actually be summoned. Such a powerful devil. Can you introduce me? Kakarot looked at the situation with concern. Now that Alan has not stepped out of the field, they cannot declare the end of the game. The wizards who called the devil are gone. I don't remember. Bagman was asked for a moment. He didn't know why he suddenly couldn't remember the details of these things. Sorry, I'm a bit forgetful lately. I guess it's getting old. Kakarot saw Bagman's reluctance to tell him that the wizard's information was just a snort, and he didn't ask much. On the surface of the game, Bayer was still chattering and commenting on the performance of all participating warriors. At the same time, Alan, who knew the devil's deceit, cautiously asked many questions until he could think of all the things he could think of. The loopholes are closed. If you give me the gargoyle as a bonus, I will agree to the deal. Alan felt that the devil had deliberately misled his thoughts with intimidation and some clues in the language to prevent him from participating in the final challenge. When he completed the wish and after the temptation just now, he already knew that the devil did not care whether the desire would spread as he described. And afterwards, it seemed that he had found a gift for himself. The reason, so Alan once again combed the deal with the devil again, and again added chips to test the devil's response. As you wish. Bayer's eyes were lowered, and his voice was a little impatient. I will temporarily turn it into a figurine and put it in the treasure for the play later. Alan felt that there was a thick book in his robe on his chest. Although there was a layer of clothing, he was getting this at the moment of this book. Alan noticed the power of order from the nature of that was revealed in this book, but this breath of breath disappeared in a flash, and was firmly locked in the book. Perceived by others, as you wish. Bayer uttered again, and Alan woke up and nodded immediately in the direction of Bayer, indicating that the book transaction was completed, but he saw Bayer's eyes looking at the iron above his head. Cage. Immediately, Alan followed Bayer's eyes, and the sun outside the cage was extremely bright and bright. Does the devil of the abyss yearn for sunshine? At the moment, Alan couldn't understand the deep prison refining magic in front of her, and couldn't help being more cautious. He chewed the deal with the devil in his heart, confirming that he had not left any exploitable loopholes for Bayer. At the same time, he made up his mind that when he went back, he must check these loot carefully to avoid being caught by this. What trap does the devil leave? These gold and silver jewels are counted as rewards for keeping your secrets. Bayer moved the audience away from hearing their conversations for a while, and then lifted the shield. Suddenly, a shiny box full of jewels fell between Bayer and Alan, and the treasure inside, exclaimed the audience outside. Bayer's head suddenly appeared on 6 huge light screens, and his face became gloomy, and his face was terrifying. Don't try to ask Alan what kind of wishes he has made. He has wisely kept secrets. Decision. You better not challenge the patience of a devil, otherwise I don't mind letting you taste the taste of in advance. The fire broke out, and the yellow Huigang stone arch bridge vibrated, and the magma below was violently rolling, and the vibration was getting bigger and bigger. With a bang, the magma spewed out in the exclamation of the audience, and the entire 6-point star stadium cover. Alan. Mr. Harris jumped up from his seat. Alan appeared unharmed in the sky above the stadium that was melted into ruins, but he was a bit embarrassed. He held the treasure chest in one hand and Kara Rogers in the hand, and Bayer had no shadow. Gone. It's really powerful magic. It was originally just illusion, and it turned into real lava in a flash. Alan was surprised by the devastation caused by the devil, and then flew back to the players' rest area, handing the poor square-face girl Madame Pomfrey takes care of it. Okay, let us young and promising Aras deal with this ruin. Bagman recovered and played the round. He is a qualified host. Yes, I saw Mr. Harris. It has been sent over. Now it is an exciting time. Let us announce the Warriors' score. In this game, unfortunately, Miss Rogers and Mr. Hernandez failed to get any points. Bagman thoughtfully exchanged 0 points for a more acceptable statement. Dracula. Both Miss and Mr. Porter are 60. Applause came from the stadium and witnessed all of their game. Everyone didn't think they would do better on the court. Mr. Crumb is very brave and very persevering. His score is 80 points. Bagman exclaimed Crumb's score. He would always be exceptionally high for people who played Quidditch well. Look, Alan Harris. Bagman paused, looking around the audience. The scene was silent, like the tranquility before the storm. He won the first place in the game by virtue of his outstanding strength and superior wisdom. His score is full score, 100 points. Bagman shouted Alan's score passionately. This is like a fuse. The entire Quidditch are overturned by the cheers and applause of the wizards. Worshipping the strong is an instinct that has been flowing in people's blood since ancient times. In the cheers and applause of people, Bagman shouted enthusiastically loudly, the fourth and final project will be held in the evening of June 24th. Bagman continued. www.mentalnovel.com Warriors will be informed about the specific content of the project 1 month in advance. Thank you for your support to the Warriors. Under the organization of the Aurors, the wizards who came to watch the game orderly withdrew from the audience. In the tumult of disturbing noises, Professor Dumbledore appeared behind Snape. He patted Snape's shoulder. Snape turned sharply, frowning when he saw Dumbledore, turned into helplessness. Principal, what's the matter? Severus, I think we need to talk about it. Shall we come to the principal's office? Dumbledore's serious expression made Snape's expression deepen. He nodded and followed Dumbledore's. Behind him, Penlo tightened her cloak and smiled like a flower. She never doubted Alan's strength, but she was very worried that Alan would be hurt in such a game. Now Alan is not only harmless, but also the game a well-deserved champion. Such an excellent Alan is his boyfriend, and thinking of this, Penelope's charming face is more and more energetic. Hermione picked up the parchment that she had scattered on the side of the seat due to irritability and panic. Her heart seemed to have countless small brushes commotion. After confirming that Alan was safe, she blamed Alan. Finally, the wish made was full of curiosity. What kind of wish can make the devil disappear directly? But seeing the deal between the devil and Alan, and seeing the last picture of the devil threatening, Hermione made up her mind again. No matter how curious he is, he must control himself, never ask Alan, lest bring disaster to Alan and himself. Luna half opened her light silver eyes. She sat quietly watching Penlo and Hermione's movements, reached out, covered her mouth, and yawned for a long time, looking tired. Chapter 436 Roasted Horned Camel modified. In the principal's room, 2 cups of hot tea exuded the gas. Dumbledore directed a cup of hot tea to Snape. Severus, what do you think of Alan Harris? Obviously, he has a good family background, excellent grades, and strong abilities, but as obvious as his obvious strengths are his shortcomings. He is as proud as his animagus phoenix. Snape gently flicked away because of his dissatisfaction. He pecked the phoenix fox with a few earlobes. Also, he may be the most conscientious little wizard of all time, and the 3 little witches are unclear. Snape's tone was full of disdain. You know what I want to ask, Severus? Dumbledore pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said anxiously, at the end of the game, I can feel that the transaction between Bea and Alan merged, not like they showed up on the face. I felt a breath of hell, which came from Alan's chest, although there was only a short moment, and then it was covered. I was worried that the devil Bea would take Alan, introducing the abyss. You know, for a smart and powerful person, thinking of heaven and is like that person. Dumbledore, I think thinking too much. Alan and the mysterious man are completely different. The Dark Lord is probably the person he loves most in this world, will always be himself. He will not love anyone, and Alan Harris, he loves. There are a lot of people. Of course, there are more people who love him. Snape twitched his lips. Even the old master, he could not help but ridicule. Tom was also a big fan when he was at Hogwarts. No matter whether it was a teacher or a student, even the ghost would not feel bad about this gentle, polite and excellent male student chairman. Dumbledore began. Teacup took a sip. But you make sense, they are indeed different. Severus, Harris' ancestor used to be one of Gellert Grindelwald's most powerful men. Recently, Owen Harris called a lot of Gellert's old department. Do you know these things? Oh, Severus, did you find that Alan is not only similar to Tom, He is also very similar to the young Gellert. They are all so talented. They are rigorous and powerful in character and strict self-discipline. They are also keen on exploring black magic and taboo knowledge, and they have no scruples in their use. As he said, the worries on Dumbledore's face were replaced by memories. Snape looked up sharply, probing Dumbledore's expression, and blurted out, "Imho, Dumbledore, isn't this the character you like?" Realizing his own words, Snape coughed twice. "Dumbledore, as far as I know, young Grindelwald did not spend all his energy on pursuing honors and medals like Alan." Grindelwald was right. This is of no interest. I believe he is conducting various experiments like Gellert, otherwise he will not master the magic that so many schools cannot learn at this age. Dumbledore believed his judgment. "Dumbledore, someone like Alan Harris will never be able to surrender. He cannot go to Grindelwald to be imprisoned by a former Dark Lord, even if they have found him in the summer." Snape also believed himself judgment. It's more worrying. Gellert's personality was more passionate when he was young, and sometimes he even loved pranks like Weasley's wins. He and Alan, their self-conceited nature, made them all adore the fair duel. The difference is that Gellert is a complete idealist. He pretended to be Percival Graves, who was very successful, but in the end, he would be silently proud of the United States because of the change of that poor Clarence Barebone. Leo killed and could not help but reveal his ideals, which was revealed. And when Alan found that a fair duel did not guarantee his victory, he immediately approached us to start the layout. The most important point is that Sir Nicholas I have told me about the Fat Monk and the school's portraits, that they found a mark similar to a Death Eater on some particularly outstanding students. What surprised me most was that Alan didn't know what method was used to make Miss Grey completely. Ken revealed to me information about them. "You have to know Severus and Gellert until I was caused by Aberforth." Dumbledore did not go on, but looked sad for a long moment. Gellert didn't start to form an army until he got the old wand, and Alan. The similar Death Eater mark and most of the pride that appeared in the school Leo's control by them has already explained the problem. Harris and Gellert have different styles. They are all acting in accordance with laws and regulations, and even use laws and regulations to achieve their own purposes. Of course Severus, I also formed the Phoenix Society. I didn't want to shoot the Harris family, and I didn't have any reason to do it. I just hope you can pay more attention to me as an old man, even if I start by observing him dynamics and signs. We have to make sure that the prediction is completed." For the first time, Snape discovered that he had defeated 2 Dark Lords, the world's greatest white wizard. But now, because of the return of Voldemort and the rise of the Harris family, the eyes behind the glasses, which had always remained wise, looked so old and tired. "Of course I will do as you asked." But, Snape leaned forward, hands on the table. "Dumbledore, even if the Harris family really did something, what would you do? You treated Tom the same way. As a result, what did you do? At the beginning, you promised to protect Lily. As a result, what did you do? Just taught Lily an ancient protection spell that you need to sacrifice yourself to cast, and then still borrow their cloak before the incident." The headmaster's office fell into a silence, and their atmosphere was very different. In the Tower of the Harris family, the atmosphere was warm and everyone had a happy look on their faces. "Actually, I got more than the box of jewels you saw," Alan said, reaching out, and pulled out a model of the demon spider from the crowded jewels. "It is also one of my gains. When I need it, I can be summoned successfully." Alan photographed a thick ancient book full of darkness on the table. "In addition, I also got this." Alan had just put the book on the table, and the box of jewelry turned into a brimful smell of sulfur at a speed visible to the naked eye. "This devil is so stingy. It's actually fake jewelry." Daisy covered her nose and angrily, and couldn't help but clean up the hand that Alan had just reached in. Alan smiled indifferently, summoned Maggie, and let the elf who was good at housework deal with the box of smelly sulfur. When he was just talking, he found out that this devil was not willing to pay for this precious knowledge out of intent. The so-called treasures of the devil using fakes to block the eyes are also not surprising things. After all, their reputation but missed generously. "What else do you want to eat at night?" Morgan Le Fay, who had listed the recipe, asked cheerfully. "How about this?" Albert came in happily, dragging a huge horned camel behind him. This horned camel was injured in the battle. "Look at its front foot. The abdomen is covered with wounds all over. It is better to turn it into a barbecue." The horns of the horned camel can be used in a variety of potions. www.mentalnovel.com is even stronger than the skin of ordinary fire dragons. Most magic spells have no way to deal with it. Remember to save them when you do it later. "Its horns are very beautiful." Albert looked at the horned camel with admiration and told him, "Morgan Le Fay's craftsmanship is undoubtedly—" The horned beast quickly turned into a roasted horned beast with attractive color and fragrance under her hands. The next day, for Alan, he could quickly devote his attention to the study of magic, and Hogwarts and even the entire magic world were talking about the shocking yesterday game. In the top 3 competitions held yesterday, the Deep Prison Refiner appeared at the final level of the game. Its appearance surprised many wizards present. Whether it was cruel abuse of Wicklecrum or Kara Rogers, the petrification, and even the last lava eruption show the horror of this deep prison refining. According to the author's extensive investigation, the abyss refining is a very cunning and fierce devil. They are good at misunderstanding the wishes of others. But to our surprise, Mr. Lon Harris has used mysterious influence on the devil, not only won the game, but also obtained a box of treasure for himself. If the mild bear is actually a deceitful devil, then the devil is in the palm of the hand. What should Mr. Alan Harris, who finally traded with the devil, say so? The Witcher Weekly. Irving threw the magazine aside and opened Zishing Black Magic. What shocked us is Mr. Alan Harris, who was so young that he could play a deep prison refining magic between applause. This is really worrying. Here, we suggest that Principal Dumbledore must pay close attention. This amazingly talented little wizard. The magic world can no longer afford the turmoil brought by people like the Dark Lord again. Chapter 437 Monster Hunter Modified for Alan. Even if the external comment directly said that he was the Dark Lord, he would not shake his mind. All his thoughts are now on the book that Bayer gave him. Of course, Alan, who has seen how cunning and cruel Bayer did not act lightly, he did not easily try to summon or use the magic or contract inside, but carefully studied the theory in the book, judging it against his collection, the possibility of operation, the consequences of using it, and whether it will have an adverse effect on the person who casts the spell. At the same time, after Alan found Mr. Harris to discuss, the entire Harris family went into operation, collecting for Alan the cursed items that the devil was living in the world. The items cursed by the devil were not found so quickly. Instead, Aunt Josephine really found 2 small pockets for Alan that could accommodate pets. Punlo and Hermione were just one by one. It's just that Hermione still has a Thunderbird egg in the hatching state, while Punlo has nothing. This demon spider is a demon from the bottomless abyss. Unlike the devil, who strictly abides by the contract and is affected by the rules of to observe the order, although they are very evil, the devil's nature is chaotic. From the birth of the world to the legend, the battle that will last until eternity is caused by the differences between the devil and the demon in the concept of order and chaos. Alan pointed to this demon spider. Bayer didn't make any hands or feet on the statue, but when we removed it from this state, it immediately attacked us. It is a hidden danger in itself, and the devil's nature makes it difficult to truly surrender to whom. But we can let it choose to reveal its real name before we can defeat it and kill it, so that we can really control it. Alan's words made Penelope's eyes bright. Also, with the knowledge of the devil I just got, I made an enslavement gem. When it behaves disobediently, the owner can punish it or be executed immediately with a thought. I intend to surrender it. It is dangerous to give it to you as a gift, but after being dealt with by our means, it will become a very useful boost in your battle. After Alan had tossed and checked thoroughly several times, Alan told Penelope his plans. I have a bold idea. Penelope's eyes circulated, suddenly excited. Put up your thoughts, Penelope. Alan knew at a glance what Penelope was thinking. This gem can only be attached to the forehead, and when the order is made, its magic fluctuations will be learned. The high-powered wizards have discovered and can speculate what this is for. The craftsmanship of modern slavery gems has basically been lost, but there are still a lot of related documents left. Since the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, there was a silver hair. The pale-skinned dark wizard hasn't used it on a large scale since. It's so conspicuous that we can't do that. Well, Punlo groaned, red lips helplessly. Since it will become my pet, if I defeat it independently, it should make it easier to remember who is the owner and what is fear. Let me surrender it with my own hands. Punlo's red lips lighted, confidence in his expression full. As soon as the demon spider was released, he rushed towards Punlo. Penelope flashed lightly and skillfully, and the demon fangs of the demon spider gleamed directly on the floor, and the toxin fell to the ground. Even the magically protected ground in the training room issued corroded zizzy sound. The demon spider pulled out its fangs, turned around quickly, held up the two claws in front, and rushed towards Punlo again. Punlo raised his wand, and a divine front shadow was in the middle of the abdomen of the gargoyle. However, unlike the weak point of the common spider, the soft abdomen, the gargoyle did not fear Punlo's curse and directly covered it. The abdomen of the skeleton armor was swept as a blunt object, hitting Punlo, but was blocked by the armor body of Punlo, who was experienced in combat and silently playing. The demon spider adjusts its body shape, turns around and uses its front pair of claw feet to directly attack Punlo's face door. Punlo's armor shields have a sharp weapon in this pair. If you can't even stop in front of you, you will dissipate into the invisible. Unexpectedly, Punlo used phantom shift slightly in awkward condition, so as not to be disfigured. It was found that Punlo could escape in an instant, and the demon spider appeared a little angry. With a wide-open mouth, a large piece of silver-white tough sticky net attacked Punlo. Punlo dodged quickly with his neat skill, and the cobweb fell to the ground, turning a large area into a white area. Punlo waved her wand and wanted to rush over to take the initiative to attack, but she had just stepped on those spider webs and was stuck to her feet with the spider web on the ground, unable to move forward. Punlo stabilized her body with her amazing sense of balance. The demon spider quickly attacked Punlo in the cobweb it spit out, and Punlo had to operate again. Although Punlo was far from the area of the cobweb remaining on her foot would stick to the ground once without taking a step, which greatly affected the speed of her movement. Punlo frowned, and a large flame spewed from the port of her wand, quickly swept the demon spider in the distance and the cobweb under it. The cobweb was quickly burned like a flammable substance and turned into a ground ash. However, the demon spider was safe and sound. Fire is the most common phenomenon in the place where it lives, and it is not afraid. The demon spider that had been running towards Penelope in the burning spider web disappeared from the place suddenly and flashed quickly in front of Penelope. Penelope thought that the demon spider didn't immediately use the chase to show that it had restrictions on the transmission. You read the book www.uyukanzu.com is dealing with the spider web on his shoes that seriously affects his actions. He didn't expect the demon spider to teleport again so quickly. In a hurry, she raised her arms instinctively and protected the door. But the expected pain did not strike. Punlo lowered his arm, and Alan stood in front of her and directly flew the demon spider. Alan's heart-drilling curse followed, but the demon spider was completely unaffected, rushing towards Alan again after a slight pause. Alan raised his eyebrows lightly, using a super magic technique spell puncture, which punctured its magic resistance, and then the heart-drilling curse played a role in it. However, the effect of the diamond heart curse is not good, and the devil has long been good at enduring pain. Upon seeing it, Alan used spells to increase the effectiveness, strengthening the effect of the heart drill. This time it finally worked. The demon spider looked up to the sky, 8 long legs waved randomly, and his body twitched continuously. "Tell me my real name," Alan said to the demon spider in purgatory. The demon spider, who could not bear the torture of the heart-sharpening curse, passed this infamous name through mind communication. Alan took out the long-prepared enslavement gem, leaned over and attached it to the gargoyle's forehead. The gargoyle stood obediently, and as soon as the jewel touched its forehead, it immediately penetrated its skin, firmly embedded on the forehead of the demon spider. Alan smiled and used the telepathic way he had learned to teach Penelope the method of controlling the demon spider. Penelope, who had taken control, was a little bit naughty about her failure to defeat the demon spider. She was originally satisfied that she was one of the best in Aura, and few people were able to defeat her. She felt that she needed to work hard and improve again. Chapter 438. Easter modified. Alan, immersed in the research, did not notice the passage of time until one day he saw his little sister Emily holding a basket of eggs and took it apart. Easter, which was popular with little wizards, arrived on a warmer day than this day. Morgan Le Fay also prepared a lot of eggs for his younger son Alan, each of which looks like a dragon egg. The scenes of Alan's various games are drawn on it. The sweets in the eggs are even more flattering, all of which are the best-selling sweets of the Duke of Honey. Not only Morgan Le Fay's eggs, but Miss Molly Weasley also mailed eggs to Alan, filled with her homemade toffee. Alan tasted one, to be fair, although not as good as the Duke of Honey's candy, but also has its own characteristics and tastes good. Crumb on the Durmstrand ship in the Black Lake also received the candy sent by Mrs. Weasley. When he opened it, he couldn't believe his eyes. It's hard for her to find such a small one. The eggs are smaller than the eggs. She must be reading The Witcher weekly. Crumb frowned impatiently and threw the eggs into the Black Lake. If it wasn't for the doctor's account, the newly grown bones could not perform two violent movements. The usual habit will definitely smash the egg hard with fists. Indeed, as Crumb said, Mrs. Molly Weasley has been following the scandal between her youngest son Ron and Crumb since the World Cup. At first she did not believe it, but with the passage of time, the vowed reports, and the real pictures made her shaken, and she began to hesitate to accept her young son's coming out of the cabinet. To celebrate Easter, Hogwarts house elves prepared a variety of lamb dishes and carefully selected ham for the wizards. Hagrid cut a lot of wood at the hunting ground to prepare the torch for the little wizards at night. As if I felt the happiness of the little wizards, the weather was exceptionally sunny, and the sun was warm on the human body. The Weasley twins organized a group of little wizards, who gathered in groups on the grass by the Black Lake in groups of 3 to 5, playing games with colored eggs. They put the eggs on the ground or roll on the dirt slope, and the broken one is the winner, and the winner can get all the players' eggs. Ginny is very talented in rolling eggs. He won the eggs of other colleges in the cheers of Gryffindors. The wizards believed that rolling eggs back and forth on the ground could cause the devil to tremble and suffer. This custom has a long history, and the egg is a symbol of Easter, because it heralds the arrival of a new life, and believes that a new life will surely escape from it. After getting rid of the effect of Moody's mad potion, the huge squid in the Black Lake slumped lazily on the shore. Luna, Kujang and a group of Ravenclaw girls sat on the grass, gently scratching its tentacles. At the root of its severed tentacles, there are vaguely new tentacles growing out. It is a matter of time before she wants to return to her original appearance. Luna looks at the newly grown tentacles, her eyes dropping. After a while, he lifted it gently again. Hermione was tinkering with the small purse that Alan gave her in the tower. She looked at the Thunderbird egg that was still hatching with melancholy, and Penelope showed her the demon spider without showing off. Luna is also accompanied by a 3-headed dragon, and her Thunderbird eggs have not yet hatched. Hermione, come and see what I got. Alan sensed Hermione's displeasure, took out several items cursed by the devil that the Harris family collected for him, and invited Hermione to study together. However, these items have already been cursed by Alan, but there is no need to worry that Hermione will be successful. Hermione's curiosity was raised, and she leaned in. What is this? It looks like a bottle of perfume, Hermione asked, pointing to a bottle with a black round head and a red bottle with a golden handwriting logo on it. Blackcurrant nectar blends crisp pears, sparkling and sparkling, fresh and charming, May rose intertwined with jasmine fragrance, soft fragrance, touching heart, cedar and vanilla, long finish, mature and sexy, Awakening passion. Introductory text. It really sounds like a bottle of perfume. Hermione shook the bottle doubtfully, unscrewed the cap, and sniffed gently. It's still fruity. In fact, this is a bottle of perfume that resembles an obsessive agent, but if you spray it on yourself, it will have an effect on other heterosexual people who are not determined, and can make them crazy in love with you. But your own sexual orientation has changed. Alan explained with a smile. The inventor of this perfume is really naughty. Hermione put down the perfume in her hand and looked at the white scarf next to it. It looked so beautiful and fluffy that she couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. This is a white fox fur bib. It will become it wearing you 3 hours after wearing it. Alan shrugged and introduced. Hermione couldn't help but put a white fox in her head and proudly wore a human leather coat, and she couldn't help but cold hair. Look at this, Hermione, the fake Sphinx lionstone sculpture made by the devil. If you haven't misled others in 6 days, 6 hours and 6 minutes, if you put your hand in it, it will bite off your hand. Alan pointedly pointed at the huge stone carving on the table. It's terrible. Hermione saw Alan's expression and put her hands behind her. Don't worry, www.mtlnovel.com. I have eliminated the magic above. Alan smiled and placated. Don't believe it. Look. Alan stared at Hermione, smiled and drove his hand deep into the face of the face stone carving. Suddenly, he turned his head violently and screamed. The other hand held his wrist and pulled out desperately. Hermione was startled, screamed and hugged Alan's waist, pulling him out. Then she shook her head, then suddenly retreated. She calmed down and asked again, "You are lying to me. You are not injured at all." When I had a good relationship with Punlo last year, she recommended that I watch Rome Holiday. The motorcycle you gave her originated from that movie. After seeing Alan's palm that broke off after pulling out, her bones spurting wrists out with her heartbeat, she screamed again in horror, her hands covered her mouth, and she looked at AI with disbelief. Lun's wrist, then cried and threw it over to try to hold his wound. Don't worry about Hermione. This is illusion. Alan hurriedly stopped seeing her tears in her eyes and stopped disguising her pain. She released the illusion in her hand and showed her intact hand to Hermione. After a long breath, Hermione suddenly raised her fists and smashed Alan's chest. Sick, it's so bad. Alan grabbed her arms and pulled towards herself, causing Hermione to pounce on him in the arms. "I'm sorry. Just to see you sullen and make a joke with you." Alan hugged Hermione's shoulder. Both eyes were full of smiles. It's okay, let's go." Then, Alan yelled her mouth into her ear while Hermione turned around, and Hermione was so excited that she was so scared that there was no Granfendo jumped forward and jumped a big step, then screamed and ran out of the door quickly. Chapter 439 Eliminate Hidden Dangers. Modified Alan. While Alan was studying the book Bear gave him in the library, Punlo rushed in. "Punlo, it's so late, haven't you rested yet? Mom made some honey cakes today, they taste good. Maybe you are willing to try them." Alan smiled and pushed a small stack of neatly stacked cakes in the direction of Punlo. "Don't worry about those first," Punlo said breathlessly. "You listen to me, I have something to tell you." Alan closed the book and directed a teapot to pour Punlo a cup of black tea, and put 2 more sugar in. Punlo took a soft sip. His emotions calmed down, and told Alan what he had just seen and heard. Just now, Punlo went to the site of the forbidden 8-eyed spider while taking advantage of the night, and when she wanted to absorb some more souls, she saw Snape standing on a shadowy open space, but he did not alone. Hagrid is there. Punlo couldn't see the expression on his face, but Hagrid nodded constantly. Punlo used the phantom body mantra that came with his cloak to hide his body, and approached quietly, listening attentively to what they were saying. "You have to pay special attention to the movement of the Forbidden Forest recently, which is also what Dumbledore meant. The Horseman recently told Dumbledore that the situation with the 8-eyed spider is somewhat abnormal," Snape said, his voice cold. "It is best to thoroughly investigate this matter." Snape said, approaching Hagrid a step closer. "Take care of your own pets. Don't get in trouble. If you see anyone in the Forbidden Forest during the night, you must tell me or Dumbledore. Snape didn't specifically tell Hagrid to pay attention to the Harris family. After all, Hagrid had a good relationship with the Harris family. This hybrid giant wouldn't cover up the expression on his face, and it was easy to see through. That's it. It doesn't matter. We just put the inner potted spider of 8-eye spider in your pocket. Alan listened to Penelow's description and touched his smooth chin, reassuring him. Alan said to do it, take Penelow, and went straight to the Forbidden Forest. Alan's movements are very fast, and the weather this evening is also very coordinated. The sky is full of clouds, and the moon is not visible. The Forbidden Forest is dim and difficult to distinguish. The two black figures flew through the Forbidden Forest quickly, and soon came to the territory of the 8-eyed giant spider. The Alan duo in H-94 uniforms and masks that could be used for sight at night were completely unaffected by the night. It's so much, it may take a long time to want to capture them all. Penlow frowned and clenched his wand. Don't worry about Penlow. Alan grabbed Penlow's arm. Immediately, a strange tone of voice was emitted from his mouth, and 5 fingers were extended to the open space in front. 6 large, hyena-like monsters with rusted or black-brown short hairs and seemingly very powerful appeared on the open ground. Their backs and other parts are covered with black bone spurs. The markings, teeth and tongue on their bodies are dark black. 2 sharp black horns protrude from its cheeks, and their eyes shine red. This is Hellhound, one of the lowest creatures in the Devil. The Hellhound, who was grinning at Alan's teeth, stared at his lowered head for a second or two. Alan turned to introduce Penlow. It is not difficult to summon them, the magic is not much, and they can summon a lot at a time. For tracking and hunting, there is no better than it. Hellhound, they are very efficient hunters. Their best team tactic is to quietly surround their prey, and then 1 or 2 of the hellhounds begin to use their flames to force the prey to move in the direction of the other hellhounds. If the prey does not escape, the team's dogs will swarm up, and the dogs will continue to track the escaped prey. Every 10 seconds or more, they can carry out a flame spit attack covering a fan-shaped area of about 30 feet, and can bite. Used at the same time, but the power is not as good as the dragon's breath or fierce fire. It is probably equivalent to the flames. The biggest weakness is the fear of cold damage, which will give them a double blow. Immediately after Alan ordered a few words in purgatory, the 6 hellhounds sneaked quietly and approached the 8-eyed giant spiders quietly. 2 of them rushed out after approaching, and began to use their cone-shaped flame to breathe to force the 8-eyed giant spiders to move in the direction of the other dogs. If the 8-eyed giant spider did not run away, the 6 dogs would swarm up, and after Alan put these 8-eyed giant spiders into Penelow's small backpack, they would keep track of the 8-eyed giant spider. Alan and Penelow easily followed behind 6 dogs, occasionally shot to solve the fish that missed the net, and after the local dogs suffered casualties, Alan cast a spell again and summoned the difference again. They don't speak or can communicate with the mind like your demon spider, but they can understand the simple commands spoken in purgatory. Before you learn the purgatory, you can write a few simple commands in advance and say as a dog, in the 1st grade, I once saw a 3-headed dog raised by Hagrid. Some advanced devil will use them to guard a gate. The 3-headed dog is higher than the one I called. But only the thin blood of the 3 dogs remained on Hagrid's end. Alan introduced easily. How are these summoned? Is there a limit in number? Penlow looked at the dogs with interest and took them to the mission. Presumably very majestic. This kind of summoning magic can't be used at will. You must be careful. After looking at the progress of the dogs, Alan decided to popularize this knowledge to Penlow. The magic used to summon has 2 spells. One is Bayer's more casual summoning, and it can call the middle and low-level devil. It is called Alien Vow. The maximum number and quality of monsters summoned once will follow the user. The strength and the magic power consumed during use are determined. The outside world oath can summon up to 6 demons, and it cannot be cast multiple times to increase this number limit, and the specific type and strength of the demons summoned depends on the strength and willingness of the caster. Of course, you must have at least a certain devil knowledge, know what these demons are to be summoned. There is no limit to the number of other gates of the outside world. High-level, low-level devil can call, but if there is a presence like Bayer, you need to contact and communicate in advance, and then you can only decide based on the attitude of the other party. Don't try to force the call, otherwise you will fail to say it, and it will be considered as a provocative attack and a white enemy. For example, I found that Bayer is not an ordinary deep prison refining magic. He left his contact information so that when there is a business in the future, it can be more convenient to point it at the time of summoning. I also just learned this magic not long ago, so this time I just summoned some low-level devil as an experiment. Alan frowned when he thought that Bayer's strength was willing to spend energy on a game show of the human wizard. In addition, apart from his own summoning function, the door of the outside world can also be used as a flyway powder or door key. www.mentalnovel.com, and it is safer, because you can see the appearance of the other side from one side, so there is no hidden danger like being stuck in a stone in the past or teleporting to the deep sea and high altitude. Alan stunned an 8-eyed giant spider that flew from the side and back, and Punlo received it in a small purse. Of course, after the monster is delivered, it will need to conduct a will confrontation, otherwise the devil may attack you, because you are forcibly capturing it. Even if the summoned devil wants to deal with it, let it provide itself. Other things also need to have a devil contract with him. This is the essence of the power of hell. For example, if you want it to provide you with materials from hell, you must have a fair transaction, even if it is fooled. With Alan's introduction, this unilateral roundup is also coming to an end. The 8-eyed giant spiders waved giant claws and rushed to fight back, but with the tacit cooperation of the dogs, it was futile. Their actions even saved the time for the dogs to catch up. Soon, along with the roaring Araguk, Punlo's pocket was included. Basically empty. I will let these dogs stay here to make sure there are no fish leaking from the net. When the day is light, I will cancel the call and return them to hell. I don't have to take the risk of being found to ban the forest. They want surveillance of the Forbidden Forest allows them to continue to monitor. Just hope that Hagrid is too sad, and the fried snail makes him legally upright. But these 8-eye spiders are too dangerous for the little wizards after all. They are in the face. I don't care about Hagrid's feelings when it comes to delicious children. We also count as a hidden danger for the school and Hagrid. Alan smiled and teleported from the Forbidden Forest with Punlo. Chapter 440 Remuneration Modified. It was late at night to return to the Ravenclaw Tower of the Harris family, and Alan carefully brewed black tea to make Punlo cool off. Punlo, I will teach you how to make enslavement gems in a moment. The 8-eye spider inlaid with enslavement gems can be well controlled. This is also a curse item. It cannot be forced unless the curse is lifted. Removed. Alan picked up a cup of hot tea and handed it to Punlo. Punlo took the teacup, caught the handle of the cup with his little finger, and released it, putting a soft sip on the table. Alan sensitively sensed that Punlo's mood was a bit wrong, and he looked at Punlo's expression without trace. Why Punlo looks anxious, but it's inconvenient to tell himself. Punlo, do you have any help for me? Is it uncomfortable? Drinking more hot water may be more comfortable. Alan's eyes slipped unconsciously towards Punlo's belly. Smart as Punlo, she understood the meaning of Alan's words at once, and 2 blushes rose from her face. No, raising spiders is okay. But I'm worried that I can't afford to make so many raw materials for slavery gems. Punlo quickly explained, I have received some scholarships in Hogwarts and training classes before. After graduating from Freemasonry, I also received some rewards through various mutual aids and activities. In the family, I get more knowledge and training than money. My source of income is only a RS salary in Freemasonry. I don't have enough money to make so many enslavement gems. Although the venom of the 8-eye giant spider can sell 100 gold gallons per pint, we have not yet controlled the Ministry of Magic, so I can't sell these unlimitedly. Venom, which will attract the attention of others. After all, holding the eggs of the 8-eyed giant spider is illegal. Punlo was a little embarrassed, because she always wanted to share the burden for Alan and did not want to trouble him. Although the burden of raising spiders is not small, but she can bear it. But the number of spiders is too large and the speed of reproduction is very fast. The gems used for slavery gems are used as raw materials to make the number of gold gallons into a bottomless hole. She can't afford it. Alan saw that Punlo's worries were real, and also saw her shame. Alan couldn't help but blame herself. Recently, she focused on experiments and reading books, neglecting to pay attention to those close to her. Only Punlo. Other members may also have funding shortages. In the future, we need to hire a financial officer, and the co-members who are imprinted also need a fixed salary subsidy. It is not enough to absorb knowledge. Punlo, Hermione, and Luna are their own hearts and minds. There is no reason for them to be wronged in this regard. After Punlo will raise so many spiders for the family, it is obvious that Maggie transporting those farm scraps cannot completely replace the 8-eye spider zone hunting in the Forbidden Forest, so it should be allocated special funds. Alan hugged Punlo apologetically, and then told her what she was thinking about, so that Punlo would feel at ease. Punlo didn't tell Alan a lot of troubles before. She could bear it all. She didn't want Alan to worry about these common things, but the fact that she had to get so many gems was beyond her ability range. If Alan sees her anxiety, she is all moved to the idea of criminally robbing a few pure blood families. But now Punlo's mood became very happy because she felt loved and spoiled. Looking at Alan's regretful expression, she couldn't help but hug Alan. Punlo, in addition to domesticating the 8-eyed giant spider, your most important task is to learn the 2 spells of the Alien Bond and the Alien Door. It is best to use the Imprisoned Circle of the Imprisoned Chamber as a summoning devil in the tower. Extra insurance from time to prevent the will against the failed devil from getting out of control. In addition, you have to learn about the type of devil, and then I will let Albert arrange for you to be an instructor who teaches the Auras to call the dog with the Outside World Alliance's reputation is not very good. It is not easy to reverse it in a short time, but at least it will allow you to regain a lot of Auras recognition. Alan put out his index finger and put it on Punlo's lips, preventing Punlo's inquiry. Don't worry about Punlo. The premise of using the oath to summon the devil is that you must learn the specific kind of information you want to summon the devil. As long as they don't reveal the most precious part, they will at most only learn to summon hell. Dogs only. If they want to summon other species, they can only use the traditional methods of the wizard's themes elves with a lot of sacrifices and time to summon a devil who can't control and can only reach an agreement with each other. Putting down the finger pressed against Punlo's lips, Alan took a sip of hot tea. The demon summoned by the 2 spells of the Oath of the Outside World and the Door of the World, they are real. And Oolong, the projection of this kind of magic that calls out monsters is different. As long as the caster does not lift the call, the enemy is not used to expel them back to their world with a spell that specifically evicts the devil, and as long as they are not killed, they can always exist in our world. Their excellent tracking and rounding capabilities make them very suitable as military dogs equipped with arrows. It is a good choice for them to explore some dangerous areas, track and assist her to catch dangerous criminals. The most important thing is that the official departments of our wizarding community have begun to use the summoned devil to assist in law enforcement. After the public has adapted, it will not be long before our Harris family can use it in front of the public blatantly. During the game, I believe that many smart people noticed that the treasures are not the real deal between me and the devil. www.mentalnovel.com. We taught the Auras this spell that this curse is from the Harris family. Give generously to help them confirm their ideas. But what can they do? Today, the Harris family is no longer afraid of prying eyes. This is like a Molina military exercise. We can show some strength as a deterrent. Punlo, the final battle is about to take place. Dumbledore's attention is too much involved by Voldemort and my so-called blackening. He thought that if Crouch fell, we would be satisfied. But Fudge didn't know anything. He still thought we were not looking for Crouch's troubles in Crouch. After the next game is over, Fudge will find that this time Crouch cannot protect anyone in his forces. In fact, Crouch couldn't even protect himself. Alan patiently told Punlo his thoughts, and Punlo's eyes were bright, and Alan showed his dark side in front of himself without any care, describing Penelope's expressions when describing these ideas about conspiracy. Leo was so drunk, especially when she thought that Alan would definitely not show this to Hermione, making her feel happier. Similarly, early in the morning after the day when Alan gave a large bag of gold gallons to Luna, and had not yet begun to explain the reason, he was reading Alan about the big mouthed fish. Luna of the recipe took Gingy along and put it in her small pocket. Naturally, it was like the husband handing over the salary that had just been handed over to his wife. This is an ordinary thing. The opposite of Luna's reaction was Hermione. When Alan found her in the corner of the library and handed the full bag of gold gallons to Hermione, her first reaction was to refuse. Chapter 441 Sphinx with human head modified. For Hermione, who is relatively wealthy, she feels willing to work hard for the training class and for Alan, not to mention that in the process, she has also harvested so many moles. It is difficult for students to gain access to magical knowledge. Regarding Hermione's refusal, Alan, who understands Hermione's character, was not surprised. He gently persuaded Hermione, "I know you want to fight for the rights of the house elves, then you must first lead by example and accept yourself. You should get the rewards, otherwise how to set an example for them?" In addition, the subsidies for joining the Harris family and the engraved wizards in the school and the financial management of the scholarships in the training class also require you to take responsibility. These are your deserved. Hermione opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute it, and finally had to accept Gingy along, who was handed over by Alan again. "Do you already have specific ideas? How should I cooperate?" Hermione, who likes to specify rules and regulations, asked immediately. The little wizards who have made their mark before and have joined the Harris family provide a basic fixed amount of Gingy along every week, and then conduct an assessment every weekend, based on their academic performance. Help you to complete the status of organization and management tasks to determine whether this quota is increased or decreased, and finally at the end of the semester, choose the best award set of H94 equipment. In addition, the training class is also in the name of the Harris family. Set up some scholarships, and it's up to you to decide. Suddenly, Alan's brow furrowed, he pressed his mark, and received a message from his father, Irving. "Let's go back to the tower." Alan called Hermione, his expression anxious. Hermione immediately stood up and packed her school bags in disorder, followed by Alan behind her with several books, her long, disheveled hair beating rhythmically along with her pace. "What happened?" Hermione asked hurriedly as she walked. "They usually don't use the imprint to communicate. This time it must be a very urgent matter." Alan responded to Hermione while feeling the constant message from the imprint. Albert and Penelope got a monster corpse with a 5-star magic class, which is very rare. When the organizers of the Three Witches competition purchased those magical creatures, some people came in and wanted to smuggle them out. The result was that it escaped without paying attention, and the Eras spent a lot of effort to subdue it. But unfortunately the injury was too serious, or died. Alan said quickly, "Are you all right?" As soon as he entered the tower, Alan saw the white gauze wrapped around Penelope's arm. A group of Eras cooperated with colleagues from the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control to arrest, but because of the humming of this thing, people were tranced and 7 people died. Fortunately, Penelope and Albert arrived in time. Their cooperation finally killed the monster, but the 2 of them were scratched by claws, and one was stabbed by the stinger shot from its tail. Fortunately, their belts always knew about poisons and healing potions. Owen Harris said in a deep voice. Alan looked at Albert's face and saw that Albert was still ruddy. Although he looked weak, it was obviously not a big deal. He took Penelope's hand again and looked at Penelope's wound carefully before he was relieved. After looking back, Mr. Harris can't wait to urge, "Come and see this lion-head scorpion-tail beast. You have the experience of transforming into a magical creature animagus. See if you can use it on." Alan stood at a large long table covered with white silk cloth. This monster has a goat-horned head resembling that of a man and a lion. The torso of the lion has huge wings like a bat. Its tail is like a scorpion. Deadly stinger. A box fell on the table, and Alan took out the experimental instrument inside, and drew a tube of blood from the neck artery of the Sphinx, and injected it into a glassware. He tapped the glassware with his wand, and the blood in it turned quickly, and for a long time, it turned into a dazzling blue color. Available. Alan breathed a long breath. The magical strength in this blood is sufficient to maintain the transformation of Animagus, who has become a magical creature. Which one of you will first test to see if the Sphinx and the Sphinx match your own? Otherwise there will be unpredictable consequences for forcible transformation. Hermione looked closely at the horned head, which was almost like a human and a lion, and her body was shaking. This look reminded her that when she took the compound soup, she became a cat person. The animal was deformed or something, so terrible. Hermione could not help but take a few steps back. Penelope stared at the Sphinx beast with his eyes bright, confronted it personally, and suffered from losses under his hands. Its huge wings, sharp fangs, and deadly stings, powerful jumps and skins that can repel almost all known spells impressed Penlo. How much I hated its power when confronting it, now Penlo loves it as much. Great. If anyone Animagus can be a Sphinx and Sphinx, it's awesome. You know, so many Eliteras are difficult to subdue him, and many of them eat big under it. Lose. Owen slaps and sighs with joy. Albert coughed and cleared his throat. This monster is obviously a whole circle stronger than its kind. If it is replaced by a row without training and uniform equipment before the reform, it will die. It wouldn't just be a colleague of the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control. Aunt Josephine was busy dealing with follow-up matters before she came over. Although there was a cause, she didn't need to take too many responsibilities, but her staff suffered such heavy casualties. It is estimated to be a stain on her resume. www.mentalnovel.com. Lun said with a frown on her face. Yes. Aunt Josephine also deliberately explained that when we finish using it, I will give her the rest of it. Send it back to the Department of Magical Animal Management and Control. I can barely drag the horned camel with a floating charm, but it is too difficult for me to get such a big guy over. After that, I have to be responsible for contacting newspapers and magazines, responsible for guiding public opinion. As you know, there have been many foreign journalists recently due to the hegemony and the Hogsmeade Carnival. I estimate that I have to work overtime for several days. So, let's raise the speed to complete the test as soon as possible. Is it necessary to use the magic spell of Animagus? I haven't had a chance to use it after learning it for so long. Penlo eagerly tried. Alan carefully observed each vessel with his arms folded. Only the blood in the Hermione test tube changed into a beautiful starry sky under the influence of the spell. Only a high degree of matching will show such a wonderful color. The colors of other people are different, but the obvious match with the Sphinx and Scorpion is not high. Hermione's face is wonderful. She thinks of this nightmare because the monster looks like a mix of cats and humans, so she has no good feelings for this monster. But on the other hand, she hopes to use a magic the creature acts as its own Animagus. If it succeeds, then this is the first one after Alan. She thinks she has fallen behind a lot in the matter of magic pets. If this can succeed, Alan, apart from these magical creatures that belong to magical creatures, can the demon whose origin is not our world be Animagus? Penlo asked unwillingly. Although she doesn't quite match this Sphinx and Scorpion, but she has a more aggressive demon spider. Chapter 442 Spidering Modified. Although theoretically it is possible, but unlike magical creatures in history, many people have done it, and in the end, it is not easy to predict whether it will succeed. In addition, even after success, I estimate that I will be from the hometown of the demon under the transformation state, the influence of the bottomless abyss. That is the essential power of chaos and evil, but when Animagus is lifted, this power cannot affect you. In fact, if you cannot be affected by the bottomless abyss in the end, instead, it will exercise your will. Alan wondered about the possibility of using Anvil's blood to make Animagus. Someone needs to try everything. I don't lack courage, nor lack of caution. And, I have you, you are smart, wise and knowledgeable. There must be a way, right? Punlo's trusting eyes made Alan want when he continued to dissuade. He got stuck in his throat. Alan couldn't help thinking, with his knowledge of Punlo, the girl seemed very obedient to him, but her nature was very stubborn. The smart and beautiful former female student council chairman has extra confidence in herself, and she will not easily change her mind when she decides. Instead of letting her try secretly, she might as well be involved to make the incident more controllable. And they have practiced the transformation magic animagus for a long time than they were before. They have maintained that they feel the heartbeat of the second lesson, but they are suffering from the blood of the magical creature that has not been matched and do not want to transform into the common animal. Animagus did not dry. What's more, he didn't directly tell Punlo that if she can succeed and she can resist the devil's chaotic and evil nature in the state of transformation, then the state where she was easily out of control due to the abuse of black magic before. For her, it wasn't too much of a problem to control, although it didn't help her become kinder. In the end, she said that the possibility is still relatively large, and she also wants to see if Punlo can successfully transform into the demon animagus. Anyway, by virtue of his mastery of animagus, by his own means, it is sure to save Punlo's life. The worst result is that Punlo will never be able to use animagus again. Since only Hermione is suitable for this blood, Ren, you still have to return the lion-headed scorpion tail to Aunt Josephine. There are so many lives in the Ministry of Magic. Leaving a quiet space with Hermione may improve the success rate of transformation, Alan suggested. Owen Harris nodded. Since they couldn't do the magical transformation of animagus this time, he had to rush back to the Ministry. He was about to purge the Crouch faction. He needed to rush to Annex before Fudge. The power of Louch. So we must make the next preparations in advance. Except for Daisy, who had worked as a therapist at Street Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital, stayed as Alan's assistant, and Luna, who had no class, left the tower. Which of you two will start first? Alan asked. I'll start first. Punlo didn't want to delay the time. She made no decision and she didn't regret it. No matter what the final result was, she was willing to accept it. If she could rush before Hermione to become the second person and successfully become an ordinary animal animagus is even better. Hermione didn't say anything beside her. Although the Sphinx and Scorpion were very powerful, she was a little bit resistant to that kind of hairy face. On the other hand, she did not want to compete with Punlo in these small places. By the way, in the second game, she deliberately stimulated Punlo and almost became a disaster. Alan nodded, and he called Punlo to be summoned by her hunter spider named Rose, and saw Alan walk towards it with a needle in hand, and the hunter spider retreated to Punlo's resistance. Behind him, Punlo patted its head, and under the influence of the enslaved gem and the real name of the demon spider, ordered Rose not to move, nor to attack under any circumstances. It's a really strong carapace. Alan spent a lot of effort before drilling into a piece of carapace on the abdomen of the demon spider. His hands and feet quickly extracted his body fluids from the soft abdomen under the carapace. Then, Alan took out the girls and they were ready to store them in the tower. They added the pupa of the ghost-faced moth and the crystal bottle of their own hair. They also contained their saliva and a teaspoon of dew. The potion had already absorbed the moon essence. Turned red. Then Alan took the lead in starting to prepare the transformation potion suitable for Punlo. When the demon spider was sent back into space by Punlo, it sounded a little horrifying squeak and bowed, and a grieved movement made Daisy laugh out loud. Next, whether it was Hermione, Penelope, or the recovered Daisy, they carefully looked at Alan's every step. They knew the steps and methods of preparing this potion well, but after all, it has never really been operated, and Alan emphasized his experience when he transformed into animagus while mobilizing, and once again reminded them of the things they need to pay attention to when they first transformed. When these things are known, the process is less terrifying, and the mental state without fear helps increase the chance of transformation. Alan handed the prepared potion to Punlo, put his hand on Punlo's shoulder, and firmly said, "Relax. there is me." Penelow's lips flared with a confident smile. As a result, the potion drank and slammed, and the test tube containing the potion was thrown to the ground by Penelow, turning into fragments, as if taking Penelow's determination to move forward. Penelow wiped off the remaining potion in the corner of her mouth, and suddenly, she frowned. Her internal organs began to buckle up, as if she had just swallowed a few live snake. Ash bent down, recalling the experience just taught by Alan in her heart, and began to cast the animagus deformation and try to feel the potion of medicine out of power. Suddenly, a burning sensation spread quickly from her stomach to her fingers and toes. Then, there was a terrible feeling of melting, as if his skin was full of bubbles like hot wax, making him crawl on the ground and gasp. A malicious, irritable, and unpredictable force enveloped her body. She became irritable, wanting to destroy. Penelow shook his head desperately, wanting to stay calm. She did not want to lose her gaze in front of Alan. She hoped to always maintain a good image in front of Alan. A torn pain. She watched her hands and legs grow thicker and thinner. Immediately afterwards, her whole body became huge, making her feel painful and unbearable. Her sliced pain told her that something was coming out of her body. As the figure expanded, her robe and her body merged into one. She wanted to move her body to change direction, but what she got was 8 sharp legs and long legs dancing wildly. Transitioning from a toe-legged creature to an 8-legged creature, Penelow, who was completely unfit, failed to control the balance of his new body and fell to the ground. Before she fell and did not make a big move, everyone had the opportunity to carefully observe Penelow's demon animagus form. She is now a huge hybrid of the demon spider and her human form before her transformation. Her upper body basically maintains the appearance of a humanoid creature, and her whole body covered by the blue carapace of the demon spider looks like she's wearing a set of heavy plate armor. The broken claws originally belonged to the demon spider extended from her shoulder blade. www.metalnovel.com And the original 2 human arms each had a huge curved tooth with dripping venom from her arm bone pierced out. The one she held tightly was too miniaturized compared to her enlarged palm. Her face basically remained her original beauty, except that there were an additional 6 compound eyes around her head wrapped in spider carapace. Her 14-foot-long arthropod legs extended outwards, with barbs on it, and the sharp ends seemed sharp and sharp. Penelow, who was still in a trance, looked at his long legs confusedly, and then looked up to see Hermione staring at her, thinking that the other party was laughing at her. The will to destroy and destroy everything made her 8 long legs unable to move in the direction of Hermione, but because she was not yet adapted to the movement of the demon spider, she fell to the ground with a spider version of a duck. None of these emotional changes escaped Alan's observations. He quickly made a sound and successfully attracted Penelow's attention. "Penelow, don't be affected by the devil's nature. It can be confronted. I believe you can do it. Fight it." Trying to control the arthropod. Penelow, looking at Alan sideways. His expression is no longer grim. For a while, she turned her head and suddenly continued to stagger in the direction of Hermione. Alan didn't interrupt her, but approached Hermione. This was a process of self-confrontation, and he wouldn't take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Just when Penelow was less than 5 feet from Alan, and Hermione clenched her wand in a tight line, Penelow jumped up and jumped directly to the ceiling above them, quickly crawling on the ceiling. "Stay away from Hermione." "I'm just kidding. I want to scare her." Testimonials. Someone once said that the writer is lonely. But I was not alone at all, and even felt great joy and happiness. Because of you, there are you. In the process of writing the book, I met many people with warm souls. First of all, I would like to thank the editors for your appreciation and support. Thank you King Mangda for your wisdom and knowledge. Thank you Enelda for your guidance, and thanks for the recognition and support of the Starting Point editing team. Bixin. Secondly, talking with a group of wise people is really an enjoyable thing. In conversations with authors such as Tyrants, Royal Hired Cats, Chillo Shallow Rotten, Ups and Downs, Blowing in History, Eagles and other writers, I learned a lot and gained a lot. There are also some reader friends who live together for a long time, almost not like friends, but more like brothers and sisters, such as Naughty North and North, Domineering Sissy, Knight-like Garble, Wise Charlie, Cute Little E, Intimate Poplar Warm Away, Handsome Brother Cheng. There is a very special person, Phantom Feather, my first Silver League. Why should it be listed separately? Because he can't classify it. Obviously it is a big reader, and I became an author, let alone, he wrote a really good book. I am really not a rich second generation. It is worth reading. I have always doubted whether you were born again. How so good? Of course, there is no absolute equality in this world. Some people are given amazing beauty, some people have higher IQ, and some people are born with a very strong physique. However, a heart that hopes to live a beautiful life. Everyone has equal ownership. I want to live my life beautifully. Writing a book is the bravest step I have taken, and it is also the thing I insist on the longest. There are things that I like to do. People who remember me, with love and hope. I feel that I am also a person who is favored and loved by God. Well, it's too late for this tweet. I stayed up late last night and changed the text. I changed some of the most toxic and vomited things in front of me. I changed it to 4 o'clock in the morning. So it is too sleepy. I am serious about writing books. I very much hope that my work will be recognized by everyone. I hope you can continue to support me and witness every progress I make. In the end, Tong Tang stood up to salute and thank all the readers who have supported me. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Love you. Chapter 443 Nepeta modified. When Punlo jumped off the ceiling herself, at least she seemed to be in full control of her emotions. Ignoring others, she tried to test her abilities on her own. In addition to retaining the original ability of the demon spider, Punlo found that she can still use her wand to cast magic in this state. I feel very good. But the new perspective from the back of the head makes me a little dizzy, and am not quite used to casting a spell in this situation. Punlo said. The voice compared with her original, it sounded more magnetic, and her voice sounded somewhat like the eight-eyed spider Aragog. This should be because her original vocal organs have changed. Not only does the sound extraordinarily special, but also with an unspeakable lazy sexy. Looking at Hermione's nervous expression, she murmured to her a little unnaturally, still holding the wand so tight. If I really wanted to attack you just now, I would use the teleportation ability of the demon spider directly. This is because you are not yet adapted to this vocalization, and the wand that has shrunk relative to your body shape after the body shape has become larger, and you are also unskilled and uncoordinated in the control of the new body, so you can't do the magic wand swing naturally as usual. And the movement is not standard. You see, the spell of the silent mantra you have mastered can be cast more smoothly. Punlo, you should adjust the focus of your training afterwards. When Nemagus fully restores its ability to cast spells, I will make an extra large one for you as a gift for your successful transformation, for you to use in the form of Animagus. Alan rushed with analysis and gifts diverted the topic. Although it is not a complete state of the demon spider, it is undeniable that the spider-like half-man state is more powerful. In addition to the ability to possess the demon spider, it can actually cast spells. The shape actually has an alternative beauty than the demon spider. It's more charming. Daisy touched her chin and looked at Punlo fascinatingly. Let Punlo go to the other side of the training room to practice the spell in the state of Animagus. And Alan begins to mix the medicine that Hermione needs to take next. With Punlot doing the demonstration in front, Hermione was not so resistant to the upcoming Animagus. For the brave Gryffindor, she did not feel afraid of it, and Hermione took the potion Alan handed her and sipped it out. Hermione didn't want other people to see her painful expression, and turned her back directly to Alan. With a much quicker change than just Punlo, a fully shaped lion scorpion appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the corpse, Hermione's Animagus did not have a lion's mane, but a soft, short hair like a lioness, and the horns on her head were relatively petite. Hermione stretched out two huge wings and fanned curiously. She flicked forward, and she jumped far beyond her expectation. She quickly controlled her body, Her two hind legs braked urgently, her two front paws fell against the wall, and her entire body sat on the ground. Then Hermione slightly tilted her huge, hairy head, seeming to wonder how she could jump so far, so fast. Little did she know that such a move would soon spoil Daisy on the side. Daisy especially liked the fluffy animals. She rolled her eyes and stretched out her wand, turning a circular cushion standing on one side into a large paper box, and moved it to Hermione with her wand. Hermione tilted her head after mixing the face of the lioness with her own face. She couldn't control her instincts just after noticing the big cardboard box. She flew forward and got into the box. Then he reacted to what he had done and jumped out angrily, smashing the big box with a slap. Daisy couldn't help laughing. Hermione's fluffy face showed an angry expression, but such a face had no deterrent. Daisy's wand glowed, and this light spot flew out of the wand, under the direction of Daisy, shake left and right in front of Hermione. Hermione's head couldn't help but turn with this light spot, and finally couldn't help but flutter past. Pinlo was also attracted by the movements here, and Hermione's every move was seen by her eyes, so she secretly crawled over the ceiling quickly, hanging upside down with spider silk when Hermione had no precautions. As she fell from Hermione's head, she used several long legs to hug Hermione tightly, and a few stroked her fur all over the body. Punlo. Hermione raised her paws, but under Punello's tight imprisonment, she couldn't lift it at all. Penelope rubbed Hermione harder and harder, and refused to let go for a long time. Hermione couldn't bear it. "Oh," he protested, but it was Penelope's more powerful rubbing. Recalling the related knowledge in the magical creature protection class, Hermione tried to open her mouth. A melodious tone came out of her mouth. The singing of the lion and the scorpion can make people fall into a hypnotic state, and there is no way to treat themselves. She fired a scorpion tail stinger and wanted to solve her current dilemma in this way. But what Hermione overlooked is that all of these have taken attribute potions in front of her, and their will is much higher than that of ordinary wizards. For example, Alan just shook his head and got rid of her hypnotic influence. And Punlo just paused a little, and hugged her tighter. Daisy was in a trance for a while, but soon she was unaffected. She grinned round and reached out her hand, carefully avoiding Hermione's sharp nails and massaging her fat paws on her paws. Hermione glared her eyes round and yelled her teeth in protest to let them let go of her. But in return, the two women further ravaged www.mentalnovel.com. This expression is so fierce. Punlo increased his touch. "Well, it's a huge murderer." Daisy buried her face in the meat pad on Hermione's paw. Just as Hermione was about to lift Animagus escape from this shameful state, Luna, who had no idea where she had been since Hermione's transformation, opened the door with one hand, and then approached Hermione with her hands on her back. While Hermione opened her mouth for help, she handed the grass to Hermione's mouth. The smell made Hermione's lion face sneeze, and then could not help rubbing their hands with Punlo and Daisy, and finally took a few mouthfuls. After taking it, she soon felt weak and collapsed to the ground. She sat and stared blankly. She began to speak in English with lions and whispers, completely forgetting what she just wanted to lift. Intend. Nepeta. Luna stroked Hermione's cheek and whispered, "I see your animagus and I know you will like it. There are many gardens below. They are not good for cat health. Substantial help and harm." The previous magazine said that the same effect on tigers, jaguar, cheetah, lynx, but the effect on lions seems to be limited, and now it seems that they are wrong. "You lighter. Don't hurt her." Punlo's transformation needs to adapt to the new body, but it seems Hermione doesn't need it. What she needs is to practice the nature of resisting her transformation object, so as not to be affected by it. Alan's voice sounded. Hermione in confusion heard Alan's voice raising her head hopefully. Her heart lit up with hope. Alan would certainly help herself out of the embarrassment in front of her, but in a trance, Hermione saw Alan picked him up the long sleeves of the magic robe walked towards him. Chapter 444 Charm of Souls modified. After a period of playful play, Alan and they finally let go of Hermione. a lion-headed scorpion that slumped to one side with an inexorable face. Allow Hermione to let her recover from the effect of Nepeta, and let Penlo, who has lost her interest in Hermione, become familiar with the state of animagus obtained, and Alan and Daisy exchange magic. Alan found that although her sister sometimes behaved a little naively, she had a solid foundation in magic, especially in terms of healing magic. Although her wand core is a unicorn, it's a pity that she doesn't like herself to become it. In addition, the unicorn's combat ability is not too strong, and the unicorn's blood also has its own curse, otherwise Gaia the bloodline should be very suitable for her. Speaking of Gaia, Alan thought that he hadn't visited them for a while because of the busyness of his affairs. But he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But as a Ravenclaw, Alan finally decided to put this matter first. Used other things to be busy, and the danger of the mysterious man coming back recently sensibly persuaded himself to escape this problem again. In fullness and busyness, time is always flying fast. Hermione, Penlo, you don't want to register for animagus for the time being. Before leaving, Alan told Hermione and Penlo. Why? Daisy asked suspiciously as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. With this clever younger brother, she is getting too lazy to use her brains. Now let the branch cap come again, and it is estimated that she will not be assigned to Ravenclaw. Alan smiled spoiledly. Her sister sometimes behaved like a younger sister than Emily in front of him. Instead, she became her brother. Recently, Emily, a little bear, has grown into a little bit the feeling of the eldest girl. For Hogwarts study life that will start next year, she has been preparing for the class in advance, and is still entangled in giving her the wand in advance. Hermione said to Lucy in Alan's stunned time, because it's not long before the gargoyle and the lion-head scorpion-tailed beast, your animagus form, becomes them. Obviously, it is easy to reminisce that we have a way to become magical animagus, which will cause unnecessary trouble. Suddenly realized, Daisy agreed with a bit of frustration. Even the fourth graders are much smarter than themselves. In fact, you only need to wait until the second half of the next semester. You can go to register. At that time, we no longer care whether other people will think of it. This is different from summoning the devil. This subversive technology is still slightly sensitive. Wait a minute. Alan's voice came back a little unnaturally, and unexpectedly just slammed his mouth when he gave Penlo a seaport that was no longer afraid of prying eyes. By the time Hermione sorted out the hair and clothes that had been messed up by them and left the tower, it was not too early. She missed lunch, but Hermione with an empty stomach did not want to miss the black magic defense class. Hermione has been vigilant against him since she knew that Moody was posing, and in his class, he never stopped running closed brains. Although she disagreed with Professor Moody's teaching content, she never allowed herself to miss such an important lesson. Outside the black magic defense classroom, Hermione ran into Harry in a hurry. Although Harry is a warrior, he does not have to learn, but he feels that he is not completely sure that he can get O in the final exam. Plus, he is very fond of the arrangement that will use a lot of magic wands this year in the black magic defense class, so from time to time still come to class. The two of them sat in a hurry. Since they came late, the position was not particularly good, and the seats in front had been snatched up by the little wizard who had queued in advance. The little wizards did not take out books like most other courses but put their wands on the desk. Soon, they heard Moody's distinctive mumbling footsteps coming down the corridor. He walked into the classroom, as weird as usual. They could just see his claw-like wooden feet coming out from under his robe. He stood at the door, looking around the Gryffindors in his seat. His fake eye stopped turning when he saw Harry. Several students in the front, please stand up and stand a little behind. This class will be a surprise. Unlike what I said last time, our practice will need to go to a larger venue, he said roughly, sideways, standing on crutches with difficulty. He stood on the podium, and then directed the students in the first few rows to leave their seats to make room. Oh, no, I did a preview, Hermione lamented. She didn't like to encounter these surprise, but unlike Hermione, Gryffindors exchanged their eyes in excitement, and soon an empty space was vacated. Years ago, many wizards were under the control of the soul spell, said Moody. Harry knew he was talking about the most powerful days of Voldemort's power. It's really busy, the Ministry of Magic. They want to tell who they are, is forced to act, who is acting according to his own wishes. Malfoy, your father was judged to be under that man's control because of being controlled by the soul-draining curse that year. Moody looked a little intimidated at himself with mischief. Draco. Barty Crouch Jr. sniffed at the sneaky behavior of Draco's father Lucius. But Professor, this is against the Ministry of Magic. This is an unforgivable curse. No matter what reason it is used for, it will be imprisoned. Hermione stood up and interrupted Moody's explanation. She was not knowing the purpose of this fake Moody's temporary change of teaching plan. She secretly tried to use Moody's telepathy before, but let the other party also be very cautious at any time to operate the brain closure technique and cannot find any useful information. But today he actually wants to use the so-taking spell on the students. I applied to Dumbledore, and he agreed that I would let you experience this when I think it's appropriate. Moody ironically looked at Hermione with his magic eyes. After all, your partner can protect you at any time. Is it safe? Or are you going to sue the Harris family, just because I don't want you to experience it in a worse and painful way? Those who don't want to participate can skip it and I won't deduct points. Okay, next, I will take each of you in turn to read the soul spell, to demonstrate the magic of this spell, to see if you can resist its influence. Moody ignored Hermione. He clapped his hands and began to greet the students. Took turns to step forward and read them a so-taking spell. Hermione saw that under the influence of the spell, the students made the most abnormal behavior one by one. Dean Thomas bounced around the classroom 3 times, singing nursery rhymes that children would sing. Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Neville performed a series of very striking gymnastic movements, which is absolutely impossible with his body shape under normal conditions. None of them seemed to be able to resist the spell, and it was only after Moody's spell was healed that he returned to normal. Next, Potter. Moody pointed at Harry. Hermione secretly held her wand in her hands, carefully guarding against any extra small actions that Moody had on Harry. Looking back now, he obviously changed his lesson plan because he saw that Harry also took part in this class temporarily. But Harry was blind, standing for a long time, froze for a long time, bent his knees, and seemed to want to jump to the table. Eventually, he hit the head on the table and overturned the table. It looks like something, Moody yelled. Potter almost resisted this curse. Well, try again. You should pay attention to his eyes. Very well, Potter. The soul curse is not so easy to manipulate you. Alright, let's come again. Hermione interrupted Moody again with a voice. Professor, please let me try it too. She was afraid that he would continue to use Harry's soul charm on Harry, or what would happen to him. You are reading www. You can sue. Come. Hermione raised her vigilance, her eyes wide and round. Moody shrugged indifferently to Hermione, then let Potter go and signaled Hermione to approach, then raised his wand, pointed at Hermione, and said, "The soul is out of my mind." Hermione felt light and flirty, her thoughts and worries swept away, and in a trance, she seemed to hear Professor Moody's voice, imitate the chipmunk to eat. No, this is stupid. Hermione only paused for a few seconds, her gaze returned to clarity, and she solemnly refused. You successfully defeated it immediately? Moody's admiration looked at Hermione with a trace of doubt, with a surprised look. Although his plan must be constantly adjusted because of Alan's scoring momentum in the game and the number of extra warriors, he has recently stepped into the normal direction and proceeded in the expected direction. He lost his face when he taught Draco Malfoy, and had to keep a low profile for a long time. He was already prepared to be found and fled anytime and anywhere, but he was quite afraid of Alan. The Hablezians didn't mean any trouble for him. In fact, it was not easy to meet him except for the games and meals. When he saw Harry coming to class this time, he was a little bolder and couldn't help but replace the original lesson plan with the instructional design he wanted to use at the beginning of the semester. Alan didn't appear in the class for a long time, and Harley sent the door again. He did not want to miss this last chance, so he decided to use it. He expected that, with the ability of Alan Harris, he wouldn't be able to get the soul curse, but he didn't expect that the people around him could resist the soul curse so easily. It seems that he needs to remind the master to really pay attention. It's not just Dumbledore. Chapter 445 Queen Snail revised. Hermione walked slowly on the lawn. The rain was drizzling and the sky was grey. Hermione walked over the grass in the fine raindrops. The socks and cloak were wet. The forbidden forest looked as if it had been enchanted, and every tree was gleaming with silver, as if covered with a layer of tulle. Raindrops slipped from the leaves, and fell onto the little wizard's hair. Wet and let people. The mood is very uncomfortable. And this discomfort became anxiety and worry when he heard a low, throbbing moan from Hagrid's cabin. "Hagrid!" Hermione shouted at the door. "Hagrid, are you inside?" After a heavy footstep, the door creaked open. Hagrid stood there, his eyes red and swollen, tears hitting the front of his leather vest. "Why did you come here so early?" Hagrid leaned against the door, took out a large handkerchief, and wiped his face indiscriminately. "The weather is bad. I want to come here early to occupy a good position," Hermione said, asking repeatedly, "What happened?" "God, Guk," said Hagrid again, choking. Hermione quickly supported Hagrid's arm and helped him back into the room. Hagrid sat paralyzed on a chair and cried uncontrollably. Tears gleamed across his face, and he noticed Hermione's gaze and brought his face in the palm of his hand. "Hagrid!" Hermione understood it and patted Hagrid's arm sympathetically. "Aragog." Hagrid kept rubbing his eyes. "It's gone." "Not only it, all 8-eyed giant spiders are gone." "What I should have thought of. What I should have noticed." He clearly reminded. "I am gone. I didn't find anything." "My Aragog." Hagrid let out a beast-like whimper and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Hermione went to serve Hagrid a hot cup of tea and put it on the table in front of Hagrid. She didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. "It's much better to relax with a cup of tea. It's time for class. Let everyone see how the professor might look like." Hermione wanted to divert Hagrid's attention. "I haven't been normal recently." Hagrid stroked his teeth with one hand, and wiped his face with the other. "Worried about Aragog, and nobody likes my class." "I like it." Hermione lied immediately. "Harry and Ron liked it too." Hagrid was silent for a while and stood up. "You are right, Hermione, I can't let you down. Let's go and see the fried snails. Their recent growth is gratifying." Hermione silently followed Hagrid and helped him to the door of the room. Fried snails do grow quickly, although no one knows what they like to eat. Hermione noticed that Hagrid was in a better mood when he saw the fried snail. Obviously, he loved these creatures hated by the little wizards from the heart. "I suggest that you visit my hut every other day to observe the snails and record their unusual behavior." "I'm not coming," Draco Malfoy said unequivocally when Hagrid made the suggestion that Santa pulled out an oversized toy from his pocket. "I saw enough in class. Annoying things, thank you." The smile on Hagrid's face disappeared. "According to what I said," he growled, "this is related to your final grades." The little wizards were stunned by the success of the earthquake. They seemed to realize on the first day that the big man in front of them was not just a gamekeeper, a key manager, but also a genuine professor who controlled their final grades. So in the subsequent groupings, they obediently obeyed Hagrid's assignment. Compared to other people's fear of big angry men, Harry was relieved for Hagrid, and he finally started to look like a professor. While Hermione was happy for Hagrid, she couldn't help complaining. It would be better if the object of observation was not this gnawing snail. When Hermione mixed a pile of cabbages with a pile of meat puree that did not know what meat was packed into a carton, and walked to the area of the snails to try to lure a few, all the snails in the entire fence, they were all restless, rushing to Hermione's direction. In particular, the two largest in size, squeezing out all of the same kind, got together in front of Hermione, and entangled together in order to compete for the first position. "Don't squeeze, don't hit." Seeing that the two snails were blazing brightly, they were about to break out of the box soon, and Hagrid stepped forward to force them apart. Hermione looked at the situation in front of her and silently retreated to the back of the crowd. She didn't want to tell others what had happened here. It's really weird. They are my two favorite. I have never seen them fight so fiercely. Is this the Time Fairy production? Hagrid scratched his head, and he couldn't figure out the situation anymore. The snails are bred by the sphinxes and fire crabs, so their habits are difficult to control. Hermione heard the words and blinked her eyes, producing an ominous hunch in her heart. That night, a figure wrapped tightly around his head with a scarf dived into the hunting ground. As he approached Hagrid's hut, the figure became a lion-headed scorpion, stepping on a cat's footsteps and lowering its voice close to the breeding areas of the snails. Hermione had just arrived, and the snails rushed in her direction like crazy. The first two of them started to attack each other in a circle like dancing in rhythm in order to compete for the first position. He even made an attack that threw the flamey-throwing tail behind with the forefoot supporting the body. Hermione hurriedly lowered her voice and tried to pass these thoughts on. Stop. Stop now. Don't fight. The snail, who had just fought for the position, was miraculously quiet. Although he did not leave, it was much better than the chaotic scene just now. The worry in Hermione's heart became reality, but finally no more chaos. Hermione glanced nervously at the direction of Hagrid's hut, and found that he did not move. She secretly breathed, and it seemed that the fried snails were from time to time. Hagrid has become accustomed to noise. With her last hope, she tried to order a few fried snails, and desperately found that they all completed the task perfectly. Hermione unconsciously rocked her tail full of stings from side to side because of her irritability. Although she felt that the eight-eyed giant spider was enslaved by gems and had to voluntarily become a soul-absorbed object, it was pitiful, but she still envied Punlo. Animagus, like a spider queen, can command so many eight-eyed giant spiders majestically. Hermione had imagined that he could command so many monsters as his men, and he would definitely train them to be much better than the messy formation of Punlo, but he never expected that his animagus was really. There are similar abilities, but the object is that even Hagrid can't think of any useful and disgusting fried snail. This must not let Alan and they know. www.mtlnovel.com. Otherwise, the disgusting Punlo will always use this to joke himself, and then will nickname himself Queen of the Snails. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but let out a sad sigh. As a result of being unfamiliar with the new way of sounding in this state, this sigh was completely a lion's cry. The movement finally disturbed Hagrid. Hermione heard the creak of the wooden door of Hagrid's hut. She ran towards the opposite direction of Hagrid's hut, and took a few steps to remember the removal of the deformation. Hermione, who had recovered her human form, walked back again, and walked around the test area of the snail toward the Forbidden Forest, preparing to go back to school in another direction to the Phantom Shift position. When Hermione approached the area where the snails were located, the two largest snails fought in a restless manner. They fought more fiercely than ever, and the two embraced and died together. Hermione looked at the snail that had turned into ashes and raised her wand in surprise. She found that the souls of the two snails that had just died were automatically absorbed by her wand. Hearing the sound of Hagrid's footsteps, Hermione had no time to investigate, and left. Hagrid came to the area of the snail, and watched the surrounding environment alertly, then leaned down and found the giant monster footprints left by Hermione in the state of animagus from the clutter of the little wizard's shoes. Lion Sphinx. Is it Gino? Sneaking over so far to see his descendants, Hagrid took out his big handkerchief and wiped his wet eyes. Couldn't help but start sobbing. I knew it wasn't bad by nature, and I didn't want to attack me with its stings again. Chapter 446. Variable modified. As usual, the beginning of the summer semester means that Alan and their Quidditch players need to step up their training to prepare for the final Quidditch game of the season. But this year, he and Harry are going to prepare for the fourth and final project of the Triwizard Tournament. Unlike other warriors who don't know what to do, Alan's life is very fulfilling. even because he is interested in his vacation. The research on the creation of the golem was also delayed because the Dementor's research in the Devil's books occupied most of his time. It was a short time before the last week of May. Alan received a note from Professor Flitwick. Please come to the Quidditch Stadium at 9 o'clock tonight, where Mr. Bagman will announce that the fourth project is what? After reading this note, Alan shoved the note into the pocket of the magic robe. So at 8:30 in the evening, when Alan passed by the school library, he just saw Furong coming out of it. What do you think it will be? Furong asked as the two walked down the stone steps together and merged into the overcast night. What do you hope to be? Alan asked Furong instead of answering. Underground tunnels. The organizing committee may ask us to look for treasure. Furong said brightly. I didn't expect Furong to be so interested in finding treasures. Maybe he could consider giving her a sniff at Christmas next year. At that time, the aunt wouldn't be the scandal that caused the casualties of her subordinates. Whether she got rid of the lion and the scorpion, there is a problem. It is very easy to get permission for Furong. They walked along the dark lawn toward the Quidditch Stadium, and then entered the stadium through a gap in the grandstand. What are they doing here? Harry's angry voice rang in the court. The Quidditch Stadium is no longer flat and smooth. It seems that some people have built countless long low walls here. These low walls are intricate and meandering in all directions. Is it a labyrinth? Furong said to himself uncertainly, and then looked down carefully at the low wall closest to her. Hello, shouted a pleasant voice. Ludo Bagman stood in the middle of the court, and several other warriors stood beside him. Alan and Furong crossed a hedge and walked towards them. How do you think? Bagman asked happily as Alan and Fleur crossed the last hedge. Progress is good, isn't it? In another month, Hagrid will make them 20 feet high. Do not worry. He saw the unpleasant expression on Harry's face and said with a smile, don't worry. As soon as the Hegemony project is over, your Quidditch Stadium will return to its original state. Well, I think you probably guessed that we are going to do here what? No one spoke for a while. Then, labyrinth, Crumb said gruffly. That's right, Bagman said. It's a maze. The last item is very simple and clear. The goblet of fire is placed in the middle of the maze. Which warrior touches it first will become the final champion. This Hegemony the game was unprecedented. Not only did the carnival in Hogsmeade Village continue until the end of the game, but the final challenge was also sponsored by many pureblood families. Even if it cannot be a champion, it can ensure that each warrior can be different according to the ranking. Get the reward you deserve. Alan, thank you very much for the exemplary role played by the Harris family when they took the hare to donate the live broadcast equipment, so that those 28 pure blood still have some money left. The family found the benefit of the Hegemony game to enhance their reputation. Otherwise these conservative and stingy old guys would not offer to donate such a large amount of gold jialong, so that every warrior will not return empty-handed. We just need to go through the maze? Furong asked. There will be many obstacles, Bagman said cheerfully, but frowned when he thought of something. Some families with farms provide a lot of monsters, because there are too many and some are too dangerous. You should know, Joseph. The encounter with Finesse Department of Magical Animal Management and Control has made it very difficult for us, and we haven't finalized what will be put in the end. There are some spells that must be lifted, you know, and so on. Their warriors first entered the maze. Bagman smiled at Alan, then Mr. Crumb went in. His strong performance in the last game made him overtake Mr. Porter. And finally Mr. Hernandez. But you all have to work hard. It will succeed, depending on your ability to cross obstacles. It should be fun, isn't it? The Department of Magical Animal Management and Control recently discovered the Sphinx Scorpion when it was smuggled with Aura. This Sphinx Scorpion also killed 7 people. Are you still planning to put monsters in? Brooke Hernandez thought of the news I saw some time ago. www.metalnovel.com. His face was pale. He would be injured by various monsters in every game. He had no hope of winning the championship. Just wanted to wait when the last game is over. Don't be injured and be content. Bagman ignored the complaint from Hernandez and said to herself, very well. If you have no problems, let's go back to the castle. shall we? It's a little cold here. Alan, let's go. Gabrielle is still waiting for me in the booth parton carriage to tell her a bedtime story. Alan. Furong found that he seemed distracted when he urged Alan. He shook his eyes so that he could recover. Sorry, Furong. I was just worrying about my aunt's affairs. Alan perverted Furong with the magical animal management and control department. In fact, he was worried about the last game and the small changes in the plot in his memory. But I was not surprised. After all, Voldemort and Little Crouch, who knew his strong performance in the first 3 games, would definitely not pin their hopes on Harry's first encounter with the Goblet of Fire. But now he has lost the right plot. His predictions made him worry about not knowing what kind of variables will result in the end. Knowing the game, Harry had a lot of composure in his heart, and after seeing Hagrid, who had completely recovered his spirit the next day, he was in a better mood. At this moment Hagrid was standing outside the cabin waiting for his classmates, with at his feet some open cardboard boxes they had never seen before. Hermione's heart sank as soon as she saw the cardboard boxes, and she hatched another nest of fried snails. Hagrid caught a small animal from the box. Hermione found out that it was a black furry guy with a long nose and flat front claws, like a shovel, which was very peculiar. Chapter 447. Embarrassed modified. It looked up and blinked at the class. Facing the attention of so many people, it seemed a little confused. "It's sniffing," said Ruba Hagrid, a professor of magical animal class protection, and his students gathered before continuing to teach. "It's usually seen under the mine. They like shiny things. Well, look quickly." A sniff jumped up suddenly and directly slammed into Draco Malfoy's arms. The small paw grabbed Draco's shirt, desperately pulling out the valuables in Draco's arms. Unexpectedly, Draco was knocked back a few steps. Pansy next to him was anxious, and immediately flew over, grabbing the soft hair on the back of the sniff, trying to pull it down. The sniff turned back quickly, trying to bite off the bracelet on Pansy Parkinson's wrist. Pansy screamed and stepped back. Not only is Malfoy making a mess here, many of the students in the training class have been attacked. The little wizards are scrambling to pull away the sniffers who hold themselves, but these cunning little things and the May guerrilla warfare was fought, jumping around them, pulling out the gold coins, watches, jewelry, etc. in their arms, and the scene was suddenly confused. "Take out valuables from your body," Hagrid shouted loudly. "Do we have to help them with the money?" Draco paled and frowned in disgust. "We help each other." Hermione took out her wand, frozen the sniff above Neville's head, and pinched it down. The little wizards were inspired and immediately helped each other, and quickly resolved the sniffs of these riots. Ron also had some classmates standing by. They didn't wear valuables on their bodies. The sniffers all ran to the little wizards who had money on their bodies, but they saved them from suffering. Ron looked a little embarrassed. He would rather be one of those little wizards who seemed to be in awkward struggle against sniffing, rather than standing here in a silly way. Finally, all the sniffs were caught back to the box. The little wizards sorted out their instruments. Hagrid took a long breath, and nothing happened. "Now, you put your valuables in your own bags that have the function of preventing sniffing and sniffing, and then write your name with your wand. After you put it, you can choose one to sniff." Hagrid pointed. "A large piece of newly opened land. Today we can play with them with pleasure. Did you see that? I buried a few gold coins. Whoever picks and sniffs out the most gold coins, I will give the prize." The little wizards who had seen the sniffer were pulling out their belongings. When Hagrid handed a bag to Ron blushed. He didn't have anything to go to Richie. In the Quidditch game at the end of the 3rd grade, the Irish Team S mascot, Irish Dwarf, the fake gold gallon made by the demon that disappeared, has killed him until now. The family has never given him a copper nat pocket money, let alone gold gallon. "Right, Ron, I haven't paid you the money I owed you last time, and it's just now back to you." Harry sensed Ron's embarrassment sensitively, and Harry, who had a deep understanding of this feeling, Immediately he casually pulled an excuse and stuffed a few gold gallons and the silver to Ron's bag. "You can return it to me after this lesson." Harry was afraid of hurting Ron's self-esteem. They didn't start talking again until recently. He didn't want to fall out with Ron again because of this. Diane quietly added. Ron's face looked almost burning. He groaned, and finally let out a thank you that was out of touch because of the touch. Finally, Ron, who was relieved, followed the movements of others. He found that the pocketbooks used by the little wizards in the Allen training class were unified, and they were extra rich, especially the most powerful ones. Honorable students, the number of gold gallons drawn from this kind of money bag is far from what a little wizard should have. Even the money bag itself has obviously been cast with an inconspicuous telescopic spell in order to hold so many gold pluses. Long, especially for Hermione. Although Ron had long known that Hermione's family was good, the dentist heard that it was a very well-paid profession in the Muggle world. When he saw Hermione inking there for a long time, he thought Hermione, and without changing too much of Gingy Arlong, he was in the same embarrassing trouble as himself. But in the end, he never thought that it was Hermione who took out the most money. Ron sadly found that the sum of the number of gold gallons owned by his family was estimated to be comparable to that of the gold gallons owned by Hermione. He couldn't help but clenched his fists and said to Harry beside him, I hate to have no money. I don't think it's a shame for George and Fred to try to make extra money. I should have begged them to let me do it with me." Looking at Ron, who was supposed to be completely reconciled until just now, Harry, who knew his mind, didn't know what to say to comfort him. www.littlenovel.com. And what they didn't know was that since Alan discovered pay after Nello's embarrassment, she began to provide various scholarships for her training class. Those who joined the Harris family will also receive additional subsidies every week. Hermione's role is to manage all the financial power of the training class. The invisible retractable mantra wallet is not only loaded with its own subsidies, but also used throughout the semester of the training class. The reason why Hermione has been reluctant to dump the gold in her wallet just now is because the amount is too large. Finally, Hermione found sadly that she couldn't think of any solution to avoid falling into this embarrassing situation. Finally, she could only pour all the gold in her wallet to Hagrid in the long embarrassment. In the bag, even she had to go halfway to the stunned Hagrid and asked for a few more bags before she finished. Hermione, who lowered her head and blushed, did not want to look up at the expressions of others. In addition to not wanting to be called the Queen of Snails, she also didn't want to be regarded as a rich lady at all. Is Granger raised by Harry's as a little lover? I never saw her as rich before, Pansy whispered grimly in Draco's ear. Draco hurriedly pressed Pansy's mouth with his hand and whispered, "What nonsense. She is in charge of the financial power of this training class. It is strange that there is not so much money. You don't get many scholarships yourself." I told you not to provoke her again. The little wizards who were also in the training class did not show the slightest strange expression. And the little wizards who noticed these situations like Ron made up their minds and asked what was the reason they were so rich after class. Chapter 448, Feeding modified. As the weather became hotter, Harry felt that the most difficult class was divination, not only the erratic sound of Professor Sybil Trelawney, but also because the classroom of divination was hot like a steamer. Similarly, Professor Trelawney never put out the stove. When Harry walked up the stairs leading to the silver ladder and trapdoor, he even wanted to turn around and escape. Sure enough, Professor Trelawney's dim classroom was so hot that it was breathless. The incense is more intense than usual. Harry walked to a window with curtains and felt his head dizzy. "My dear." Professor Trelawney sat on a winged armchair and scanned them with her surprisingly large eyes. "We have almost finished talking about planetary divination. But today is a great study of the role of Mars. Timing, because it is currently in a very interesting position. Please look here. I will turn off the light." As soon as she waved her wand, all the lights went out. The fire became the only light source. Professor Trelawney bent down and took out a small model of the solar system in a round glass cover from under the chair. Harry watched lazily, and Professor Trelawney began to explain the wonderful angle formed by Mars and Neptune. Thick incense hit him. The gentle breeze through the window caressed his cheek. He could hear a small insect humming behind the curtains. His eyelids drooped down. He rode on the back of an owl and flew in the bright blue sky until he reached an old house on the mountain covered with ivy. The wind blew on Harry's face, and they flew lower and lower, and finally flew in through a black hole in the top floor. Now they are flying along the dark corridor. There is a door at the end of the corridor. They fly into the door. This is a dark room. The windows are closed. Harry was no longer on the back of the owl. He watched it fly to a chair with his back facing him. There were two black shadows beside the chair. They were moving. One is a big snake, and the other is a man, a slim woman who is lashing a man hard and laughing loudly. The man was forced to hide in the corner of the fire by the woman's whip danced tightly, curled up on the carpet, gasping and sobbing violently. Don't intimidate him. Nagini has a very sensitive sense of smell, and remove the wrapping paper before feeding. A cold and harsh voice came from behind the chair. The snake made a hissing sound. Harry saw it vomiting letters, huddled on the ruined carpet in front of the fireplace, and looked very cruel. Excuse me, master. The woman, who sounded a little crazy, immediately pointed her wand at the man who was shaking all over the ground. The soul is out of my mind. Harry saw that the man who was whipped like a broken carpet immediately stopped shaking, his eyes stood up empty, took off his clothes one by one, and then walked towards the entrenched one without a trace. Serpent. Nagini, sometimes I'm even jealous of you. The woman gestured an invitation to the giant snake to the man. The serpent slid to the man humbly, facing the man at least 12 feet long. The man controlled by the Sildraining curse did not have any terrified expression. Harry found that he was one of the troublesome black wizards at the World Cup in the summer vacation. One has been wanted for a full half of the semester. I heard that the Eritreans national operation went to Albania to arrest these people a lot. Obviously he was not on the list of arrested criminals, but now he only can take the initiative to meet the undulating body of the giant snake. The giant snake left a meandering, wide track in the thick dust on the floor, and gradually the distance between them became closer and closer. It straightened its body, starting from the diamond-patterned tail, and entangled the man in circles, gradually tightening, and his mouth widened. In horror, the scar on Harry's forehead burned in pain, and he cried out, "Harry, Harry!" Harry opened his eyes. He lay on the floor of the classroom, covering his face with his hands, and the scars still burned so painfully that all his tears hurt. This pain is real. All the classmates stood around. "Are you all right?" Hermione said worriedly. "Of course he has something." Professor Trelawney looked very excited. Her big eyes stared at Harry, approaching him eerily. "What's the matter, Potter? A sign? A phantom? What did you see?" "It's nothing." Harry lied. He sat up and felt himself shaking. He couldn't help looking around, peering carefully into the shadow behind him. Voldemort's voice sounded close at hand. "You just covered your scars," Professor Trelawney said, "rolling on the ground with your scars." "Come on, Potter, I have experience with these things." Harry looked up at her. "I think I need to go to the hospital," he said. "Have a terrible headache." "My dear, you are obviously affected by the hypervision in my classroom," Professor Trelawney said. "If you walk away now, you will not see what you have never seen. I just want to see painkillers." Harry said. "Harry, let's tell Alan first." Hermione followed Harry and picked up Harry's school bag. Harry nodded. Indeed, at Hogwarts, except Dumbledore, he felt that the most powerful person was Alan. He stood up. Except for Hermione following him, all the classmates stepped back, with an uneasy look on his face. Harry and Hermione walked towards the trapdoor, ignoring Professor Trelawney. Her face was frustrated, as if she had been deprived of a sumptuous feast. www.mtnovel.com And Alan Zheng and Luna at this time leisurely fed some shrimps, crabs and salmon to the huge giant by the Black Lake squid. The squid happily patted the lake surface of the Black Lake with its huge tentacles, and under the sunlight, the lake water rippled with color. Alan discovered that Luna often came to find giant squid recently. She also bought a lot of seafood to feed it today. She couldn't help worrying. She wouldn't want to be a giant squid. This creature can exert great power in the water, but it's almost useless on the shore. Luna, since you are unwilling to draw some of Zhao blood for experiments, do you have any animagus that you want to change? I can try to arrange for you to match. Alan looked a little verbose, and then he couldn't help but say, Luna, or we will strengthen the spell training in the tower. Your wand needs to be used continuously to have enough magic power to ensure its growth. Hermione recently and Punlo often train combat skills. Her wand can already store souls. It is really difficult to persuade Hermione to overcome the psychological obstacles and use the magic wand to absorb the soul. The kind nature makes her unbearable to see the innocent death of these 8-eyed giant spiders that look vicious and brutal, even eating humans, let alone souls. Fly ash annihilation. Alan spent a lot of energy through Voldemort to return with his legion of Death Eaters. Hermione needed to improve her strength to protect what was more important to her before persuading Hermione to take this step and start purifying the 8 eyes giant spider. Then he spent a lot of effort to tease Hermione, who began to wipe tears, and became happy again. He thought that Hermione had enough headaches, and the seemingly inattentive girl in front of her was doing her own thing. In the past few days, she ran to the Forbidden Forest every day to find a stink hook. Chapter 449 Dreamland Modified. Alan, Harry. He just fell asleep in divination class, and finally woke up with his scar on his forehead, screaming, and Professor Trelawney said it was a sign. Hermione saw Alan. Just can't wait to tell Alan what he just did in divination. Then turned his head to Harry. Come on Harry, tell Alan, he might know what's going on. And Harry looked at everyone's eyes, when he was in trouble. Luna, who was carrying a fishing bucket and poured the last food into the lake, said, Hello, Harry Potter. Seeing Luna bought so much food just to feed the squid, this crazy behavior made Harry's head unconsciously lean back, and then shook his head. Hello Luna? What are you? Just give the giant squid some of his favorite things. You know, the Black Lake does not merge into any rivers or oceans, so there is no such thing in the lake water. Luna pointed to the shore while basking in the sun while using her arms and legs. A giant squid stuffed with salmon in his mouth, and then looked at the dazed Harry. Oh, don't be fooled by the way Dimstrang's ship floated out of the deep water. It shuttled into the Black Lake by other means. Harry raised his glasses and wondered, Luna, how do you know its favorite food is seafood? Hermione watched the topic being pulled away, and couldn't help but hug Luna's shoulder. Luna, according to mole research, squid like to eat this kind of thing because they need a something. But we should let Harry talk about his dream. Come on Hermione. Harry didn't want to tell us about his dream. The girls knew that he was just embarrassed to say it out of politeness. Luna said, holding her back in her arms and pulling her away. Harry was surprised by Luna's insight. Indeed, he did not want to tell the dream just before the two girls. On the one hand, he thought it was too scary. On the other hand, he felt that the description of the girls belonged to Gryffindor. It's a shame for him to be frightened by his own nightmare, even if the nightmare hurt the scar on his forehead. Seeing that Hermione had been pulled away by Luna, Alan asked gently to Harry, Harry, do you have anything to tell me? Alan, I'm taking divination lessons, but I'm asleep. Harry hesitated a moment and tried to recall the scene in his dream just now. He wanted to express his meaning more clearly than to let Alan felt he was terrified by a nightmare. He frowned, concentrated his thoughts, and desperately remembered. Alan patiently waited for him to organize the language. Understandably, Professor Trelawney is very good at prophecy, but obviously not very good at class. Well, I had a dream, Harry said. I think I dreamed of Voldemort. I heard his voice. It was the same as it was in the first grade. There was also a mouthful of bad teeth and I like to laugh. Woman, and a big snake. The snake opened its big mouth, and my scars hurt, and the pain was so bad that it woke me up. Alan just looked at him. That's all. Harry said, "Yowdo, you know why my scar hurts?" "Harry, this is not a trivial matter. You should tell Dumbledore about it immediately. Don't worry about disturbing him. Believe me, he will be very willing to tell you these things to him." Alan knows the reason, but because of the agreement with Dumbledore, this kind of thing still makes Dumbledore worry about how to deal with it. He couldn't always tell Harry directly that her mother had bounced back on the ancient protection spell cast by Harry at the expense of herself. The lightning scar left by Voldemort's killing spell was also a link between him and Voldemort's thought. When his consciousness is very relaxed, for example, when he sleeps, he may sneak into Voldemort's thoughts. Harry Potter is actually a Horcrux. Alan watched Harry carelessly stretch out a finger to stroke his scar, started to move to the headmaster's office, and then immediately turned into a phoenix and disappeared by the lake. Hermione and Luna walked around the Black Lake, and the warm sun in the afternoon lay on the body, which made people warm and relax their nerves. But when Hermione thought of Luna just now, she was a little worried that Luna could also see through her ability to hide her own ability to control the snail. She couldn't help but keep her brain closed at all times, as if she was born to be able to see through other people's thoughts at any time. If she used the telepathy again. "Hermione, why don't we control a few snails that have just hatched but haven't started to grow for the giant squid?" Luna leaned her head and played with her long blonde hair. "So you can see it?" Hermione exclaimed with wide eyes, and then thought decadently, "I can't stop her even if the brain is closed." "Of course I can see that when you were using animagus next to Hagrid's hut that night, I was looking for a stink hook in the Forbidden Forest next to me. Didn't you see me?" Luna's brows were pale, and her protruding eyes always made her have a very surprised expression, and then looked at each other with Hermione. "In addition, don't worry about Hermione. Your brain occlusion practice is not a problem." Harry returned to the school and walked to Dumbledore's office as Alan suggested. He walked through the corridor, thinking about the scene in his dream. It was as real as the dream of Privet Drive. He recalled all the details and tried hard not to forget himself. Harry was only thinking deeply, walking past the stone monster at the entrance of Dumbledore's office without paying attention. He froze for a moment and looked back, only to find that he had passed by, and then returned, stopping in front of the monster. Only then did he remember that he did not know the password. "Ice lemon juice?" he asked tentatively. "The monster is motionless." Harry knew he was wrong, but suddenly, the monster was alive and jumped aside. Harry was stunned. He couldn't believe his luck was so good. It was only wrong once and the door opened. He hurried through the gap in the wall and stepped on the spiral stone staircase. The door closed behind him. The staircase slowly ascended automatically, leading him to a shiny oak door with brass knockers. His hand had just touched the brass door, and the door opened by itself. He found that Dumbledore was sitting in his large chair, looking at him with a smile on his face. "Oh, welcome, my child." "Are you confused?" Harry told Dumbledore what he had dreamed, and Dumbledore showed some memories of the past to Harry through the meditation base on www.mentalnovel.com. It turned out that Kakarot was not only a Death Eater, he still betrayed many people in his court trial. Even Snape was a Death Eater, but Dumbledore gave Snape a guarantee. Harry felt that Dumbledore must have been blinded by Snape. He always felt that everyone was kind and nice. Unlike Kakarot's nervousness, Ludo Bagman responded with ease, and he behaved so easily that no one would believe that he was a Death Eater. However, it turned out that his position in the Ministry of Magic was introduced to him by Death Eater Luke Wood. What surprised Harry most was that a serious, high-ranked Barty Crouch actually sent his son to Azkaban prison, and was put in Azkaban at the same time as Barty Crouch Jr. It was the woman who appeared in his dream, and now Harry knew her name, Bellatrix Lestrange. After interviewing Dumbledore, Harry felt much more relaxed. When Harry figured out the custard cookies Dumbledore gave him and opened the brass door of the principal's room, the nightmare could not have affected him much. "Harry," Dumbledore suddenly called him, "please don't tell Neville's parents that Aura's parents were killed by Death Eater Bellatrix with the unforgivable curse of being crazy. It should be him. Come tell everyone, when he is willing to say." "Okay, Professor," Harry said, turning to leave. And also, Harry turned back. Dumbledore was standing behind the meditation basin. The silver light in the basin illuminated his face, and he looked older than before. He stared at Harry for a moment and then said, "Good luck in the last project." After Harry left, Alan lifted his invisible state in the principal's room and sat down where Harry had just been. Chapter 450. Before the game modified. This is the memory Harry just handed over to me. Alan, you might as well take a look. Dumbledore put the memory he just got from Harry into the churning meditation basin. Alan did not refuse. Although he had heard Harry talk about it, he could see nature better. When Alan came out of the meditation basin, Dumbledore was pacing beside the meditation basin. When he saw Alan, he stopped. "Why did Harry and Voldemort get in touch? What do you think of this?" Dumbledore asked. "Obviously, it's not just a nightmare, it's just that the nightmare won't cause Harry's scars." Alan sat back in his chair, and was very careful. "Right," Dumbledore whispered and sat down at the desk again. "That's not an ordinary scar. That unsuccessful spell connected Harry and him. I have a little idea, but I want to hear your opinion more." Alan sorted his thoughts. "I have only one speculation, only speculation. I have seen an introduction to Horcrux, from the state of Voldemort himself, and this connection between him and Harry. I doubt he inadvertently made Harry one of his Horcruxes." For a time neither of them spoke. Dumbledore stared at the front, and from time to time he used the tip of his wand to take a silver thought from the temple and put it in a churning meditation basin. "Dumbledore, you have put away that book since Tom Riddle, but this student still knows so much about the method of making Horcruxes. Don't you worry that he will be the next one." A slightly cunning voice got up. "Thank you for your reminder, Phineas." Dumbledore stared at Alan with a serious look, and Alan looked back calmly. "I think Alan should understand the harm caused by the split spirit." The two were silent again, and Dumbledore took out some thoughts from time to time. The last game was his last chance. Dumbledore said suddenly, "Mr. Bagman once said that the warriors would not be left empty-handed. So what is that reward?" Alan asked. "This is the latest rule negotiated by the organizing committee, but it has not yet been finalized. It's just that the pureblood families donated 6 additional medals of different materials and placed them in the maze to reward the warriors." Light blue eyes looked at the silver-white substance in the meditation basin, which was gently rotating with a magic wand. 6 medals appeared in the sky above the meditation basin. Alan looked at them with interest. "I think Voldemort's most likely way is to secretly make this medal a door key, so that once Harry touches it, he will be passed to where they want him to go. First, the proposed pureblood family is the most suspicious and requires constant attention, because they are probably directed by Voldemort. It shouldn't be the champion medal." Dumbledore looked at Alan through the meditation basin, which was the unique penetrating gaze. "In terms of the current rankings and the strength you show, it should be expected that Harry could not be the first. Then they should try to ensure that he competes for the 2nd or 3rd position. Since there is already a clue, we still pretend not to know his method is better." Alan took out a communication medal on the H-94 uniform from the pocket of his robe. "This medal can be positioned and communicated. I will also give Harry one, but not now. Harry hasn't learned occlusion and it's easy to be discovered. I won't give it to him until the game." A box of colorful candy flew to Alan. "Cool cranberries will make you feel a different kind of stimulation." Dumbledore blinked mischievously. However, Alan didn't reach for it. He thought of Ron's tongue being burnt through a hole because of eating cool cranberries. Alan didn't want to taste such a stimulating taste. According to Dumbledore's habit, taking out food to find the little wizard often means to talk about it so far, and Alan knows he should go. He stood up to say goodbye, and Dumbledore also stood up. "Alan, do you know where the 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest have gone?" Dumbledore asked suddenly. "Have you taught the ancient magic of Harry Potter before they happened?" After finally entering June, the atmosphere in the castle became nervous and excited again. Everyone is looking forward to the last game to be held 1 week before the holiday. Harry practiced spells whenever he was free. He felt more confident than the previous 2. Although this game is definitely full of hardships, This time he was notified in advance and had the opportunity to make some preparations. Professor McGonagall always saw Harry practicing everywhere in the school, so she allowed him to use the Transfiguration classroom during lunchtime. Harry quickly mastered the obstacle spell, which could block the attackers, the smash spell, which can blow up solid obstacles, and the directional spell that Hermione discovered and handed him, which could make his wand point north. So you can judge whether the direction is right or wrong in the maze. But he hasn't fully mastered the Iron Armor Curse. This spell can temporarily form an invisible solid wall around him, but Hermione skillfully cast a soft leg curse to break it. Harry limped around the house for 10 minutes before she found the cracking spell. It's not just him. All warriors are studying all kinds of battles and directions except for a little check of the curse in the Ancient Millows area in the Tower Collection and immersed in the Devil's Curse. This even brought up the whole Hogwarts enthusiasm to learn the spell. Professor Flitwick will be surrounded by the learned little wizards every time, but the good-tempered professor obviously enjoys it very much. The cane swing and pronunciation skills are delighted by the little wizard's progress. On the day of the game, the Gryffindor breakfast table was very lively. A screaming owl sent Hermione the Morning Prophet daily as usual. She opened the newspaper, glanced at the front page, and immediately sprayed a sip of pumpkin juice on the newspaper. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, staring at her. "Nothing." Hermione hurriedly wanted to hide the newspaper. www.mentalnovel.com wrote it to me, right? Asked Harry. But before Harry asked to read the newspaper, Simo, who was sitting at the same table with Ron, cried out. When he saw Harry looking at him, he said uncomfortably, "That's right, in the newspaper, you do get ridiculous. And your scars are so painful that you faint." But Harry is not insane. "We are in a dormitory. Others are talking nonsense. Don't you know?" Ron next to him sneered. Harry reached out to Seymour, and Seymour handed him the newspaper. Harry saw his picture as soon as he opened it, and the caption above was striking. Harry Potter. Upset, emotionally dangerous. The boy who defeated the mysterious person is emotionally unstable and may be quite dangerous. Special reporter Rita Skeeter reports. Recently, there is alarming evidence disclosing the strange behavior of Harry Potter, making people doubt whether he is suitable to participate in such a difficult competition as the Triwizard Tournament, or even suitable for school at Hogwarts. "Harry, this is nonsense. You have to post it today." "Don't be affected," Hermione persuaded worriedly. "It's okay. I will pass through smoothly." Harry folded the newspaper and said easily. Professor McGonagall came to them along the Gryffindor table. "Potter, their warriors assemble in the conference room next to the auditorium after breakfast," she said. "But the game only started at night." Harry accidentally sprinkled the fried egg on him, thinking he had remembered the wrong time. "I know, Potter," Professor McGonagall said. "Kinsmen of the warriors are invited to watch the finals. You can meet." She walked away. Harry quickly swallowed the food in his hand.